Mark was there.
Yeah.
And, loads of people. Mitch, Matthew.
Was Mitch the one that he was like a mechanic and he was kind of a cheeky chappy from up north?
No.
Who am I thinking of then? He works on the cruise liners now.
Yes, I know who you mean.
I can't remember who Mitch was.
It's not Daniel, is it? Mitch left first week, which is a shame. He looks a bit like a Viking.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. I know
Yes.
exactly what you mean.
Right, so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip this.
Yeah.
Okay. And what that's going to do is that's going to turn the raw edge, the top raw edge, to the back. So effectively, it's like making a facing, really. Do you see?
Yeah.
Turn that raw edge back. Now, do not go anywhere near this with an iron.
Right.
Otherwise, you're going to iron this to your ironing board. But there's a really good reason why we've got fusible web now on the back, a fusible surface, because it's going to make the applying and the sewing so much easier, because I can just iron this whole thing to my bag front.
Oh, and
Morning on this wonderful Monday morning, Monday the 25th of March, and welcome to Sewing Street. We have a wonderful treats for you in store today. Liberty, can I just say? Liberty, we have a brand new Liberty collection and a special prize. But to start off with, we're going to do the early bird. So, fab early bird for all you felters out there. There we go. Tweet, tweet, tweet. There's the early bird. So what we've got for you today is this fantastic mega bundle of felt. Isn't that gorgeous? Look at all these colours. All of these colours. Now, each piece is that 6 inches or 8 inches? 9, gosh, I'm very good at estimation. 9 inches square, and look at all the colours. 40 sheets. So there is every colour you want. You've got all the purples and the blues, and then we move into petrels and teals. And you will actually get all of these colours. It's not like a random bundle. You will get a 9-inch square of all of these colours. So what's the price for this? Right, so that's going to was 39.60 going to 19.89. So if you love felt applique, or maybe you make little felt purses, maybe you work in a school or a group and you do crafting, this is absolutely perfect. Look at all of these. Maybe you make little felt animal brooches or something, or you're going to do Christmas decorations. You have got all of these. Or maybe you're making wreaths. I mean, look, even just like the reds, there's 4 of them. You're actually saving more than you're spending. So those are all those colours. And then look, we've got blacks. We've got 4 shades of grey. We've even got all the browns. So if you're doing animals, you've got lots of shades of brown here. Greens, earthy tones. This works out as 49p a sheet. We've got 3 flesh-coloured tones here, so if you do doll making, it'd be ideal for that. And look at the pinks. All of that, 40 sheets. Each one is 9 inches square. I'll just open everyone out for you. £19.89. That's amazing. So that's the Mega Felt Rainbow Bundle. So what a fantastic thing to kick off our Monday the 25th of March show. And it's not random at all. You will get these colours because this is a specially collated bundle for you. So you will get all of these colours. None of them are repeated. Every single colour is different. £19.89. That's amazing, isn't it? And you know, like when you just want a little bit of felt for something, and I know a lot of you do felt wreath making and felt applique, and it's having all of these different shades makes quite a difference. So maybe you want to do something in purple and having those close shades. I love all of these earthy tones because I know a lot of you do felt animal. We've done the felt animal books where you can make little dogs and cats and birds. This would be ideal just for, I mean, those are just like your neutral earthy tones. Look at these. And there's loads of, I mean, you can get felt applique, just a little bit of felt decoration. Quarter of the stock has gone already. That's in a couple of minutes. Amazing saving. You're actually paying £19.89 and you're saving over £19. So that's basically half price, isn't it? They're just gorgeous, aren't they? Love that colour. Isn't that lovely? Ooh, that's nice. Now, I'd put that with the orange. How lovely are those together? But isn't it lovely to just have all of these colours when you're doing little bits of felt applique? Or maybe you just want to personalise something. If you've made somebody a bag or a little pencil case, you can so easily, what I would do is print the name out or the letters that you want and cut them out. So you can print them into whatever font and what size you want, and then cut them out. You could even trace them onto Bondaweb and press them into place. Or if you didn't want to use Bondaweb, you could just draw around them and cut them out. And the really quick and easy way, maybe you're making like DAP bags or Plimsoll bags for school and you want to be able to personalise them. Perfect. So look at all of these colours. Oh, I've just found the other purple. I thought there was more than one purple. So let's do purples first. So for any of you who have only just tuned in because you're waiting for the kettle to boil, this is our early bird, £19.89 for 40 sheets. They are all 9 inches square. And look at the colours. So we've got purples, we've got blues, we've got navy, royal, petrol, denim, aquamarine. And then if we move into the greens, we've got emerald green, bright, maybe fir green, emerald green, very luminous green, lime green, yellowy green, mint. And then if we move into the oranges, you've got loads of oranges here. You've got really super bright like tangerine, lighter tangerine, pale orange. You've got that mustardy orange. a yellowy orange. Oh, there's another green. Put that one in that pile. Reds. We've got burgundy, Christmas red, bright red. And what's quite nice, look at that, we've even got 2 shades of red. So one is a bit more orangey. So if you're doing realistic, natural looking things, whether you're doing animals or birds or flowers, you've got so many here, you know. If you're making flowers, look at all the different petal colours you've got. Here's your flesh coloured tones. You've got light pink, neutral, and more of a skin colour. We've got 3 different shades of grey, light, medium and dark, and black. And then these are your earthy neutral tones. Look at all of these, all of those. So get this while you can. Over half the stock has gone, £19.89. Each sheet is 9 inches square, looks like that. You will get all of these colours. It's not a random bundle. You will get 40 sheets and they're all different. Well over half of the stock has gone. But let's see what's coming up on today's show, and I will keep you updated with what the stock levels are. Anyway, coming up on today's show. So we're going to kick off now at 8 o'clock with bulk buys. So this is where I can get you some good discounts. Personally, I'd like to say it was me personally, but it probably wasn't. It was probably more like, yes, personally, I'm going to bring you the bulk buy. So this is where we've got some of our favourite items, and we're giving you a discount by buying more than one of them. That's the bulk buy theory. And they are lovely, really lovely, and quite a mixture of things as well. So if you want to save yourself a little bit of money, then that's in the next hour. 9 o'clock, we've got Susie Duncan with us. She is going to be launching the brand new Liberty Heirloom 3 collection launch. So we've got all of the fabrics in the Liberty Heirloom 3 collection, and we've got them as half meters, we've got them as fat quarters. Susie has used them to design a beautiful cushion. So we've got the instructions on their own, and we've got the Liberty fabrics with it. Beautiful, beautiful collection. You're going to love this. And we've got various bundles that you can choose from. We've also got a little Liberty treat, but I'll tell you about that in just a moment. At 10 o'clock, Shashko. We love Shashko. We've got all sorts, from books to fabric to threads to needles to patterns. Oh, and also in that show, we've got some brand new extra wide backings. Nothing to do with Shashko, but they are beautiful extra wide backings that we're going to bring you specially in that hour. So if you love Shashko, whether you're a beginner, we've got everything for you. If you are more experienced or you want to add collection to your collection, it's all there. And I'm going to go through it bit by bit so you can see how it all works, including Susan Briscoe's 365 bag, which is fabulous. Then, at 11 o'clock, Susie will be back with us with her Flying in Formation quilt. So this is a really gorgeous lap quilt. It's ideal for people who are new to patchwork or more experienced as well. You're going to learn how to do flying geese. We've got a collection of different kits. One of them has got Liberty in, some of them are plainer fabrics. Susie's going to demonstrate and show you step by step how to make this. So if you fancy making yourself a lap quilt, well, it could be used for a lap, cot, picnic blanket, wall hanging. You will love this. And Susie's an expert teacher, so loads to learn there. And then it's Monday and it's 12 o'clock. So it's Mandy Cameron is going to come in at 12 o'clock and for Yarn Lane, and it's wool couture. Now, we've got 2 brand new blanket quilts. Now, whether you're a knitter or a crocheter, we've got one of each. Now, I am absolutely loving these. I'm going to show them to you now because they're on pre-order. How gorgeous is this? This is in their beautiful cotton yarn. So this is your granny square quilt. Can you see how beautiful, because it's a cotton yarn, the drape is? And I love the colours. There's pastels, but sort of muted pastels. But hasn't it got a gorgeous drape? This is ideal for just popping over your knees when it's a bit cold in the evenings. Or wouldn't it be lovely to have just a pop down when you're having a picnic, or just to wrap around you? It's gorgeous, isn't it? But maybe you've got a new baby coming up, or you've got a christening or a birthday and you want to make something really special. That's gorgeous. And it's a great price as well because it is cotton yarn, but it's got a beautiful drape to it. But if you're more of a knitter, we've also got a knitting blanket. I really like this. Again, it's in these beautiful muted. It's like log cabin in knitting. Now, it's easy peasy because it's all garter stitch. But look at the colours. I love, isn't that gorgeous? Under £60. Everything you need. And what we're doing with both of these kits as well is you're getting free needles. Well, a free hook with the crochet one, obviously, but free knitting needles of these. But aren't the colours lovely? You've got this lovely Parma violet, sage green, this dusty pink, primrose yellow, beautiful ivory, and I love that blue. Again, it would be ideal for just for popping over your knees, wrapped round you. But what a beautiful baby blanket, because it's a little bit more modern, isn't it? It's muted. It's not sort of super modern, but isn't that lovely? But you can see, because it's this cotton yarn, it's got a beautiful, soft, gentle drape to it. It's not stiff at all. Isn't that lovely? Ooh, really, really nice. Love that. So we've got the knitted blanket and the crochet blanket, and we've also got a bag and a cushion and some tops as well. We've got 2 jumpers and a poncho. So we've got little bit for everyone. Spring knitting and crochet makes, that's coming up at 12 o'clock. I'll just put those there. Right, how to get in touch. So if you haven't shopped with us before, or if you haven't bought with us before, this is how you get in touch with us. Now, and how to shop. So 2 ways of doing it. You can either phone us on our free phone number, or you can visit our website. So the easiest way to shop is if you visit us on www.sewingstreet.com. That's the easiest way, because you can see all the pictures on there. So sewingstreet.com, if you click on Watch Live, this is what you'll see. You'll see me there. And then you will see everything that we've got for sale. So we've got, coming up on today's show, those are the items I haven't talked about yet. This is where you can get ahead, because quite often what happens is that we sell out of things. So if you've had a look at the menu, you can see the things that are coming up. This is where everything that's coming up. So we've got all the Liberty fabrics. We've got Susie's instructions there. Then we've got sewing clips. There's the rest of the Liberty fabrics. Oh, lovely Best Press. We've got Cherry Blossom and Citrus Grove in Best Press. And I've had a little sniff. Very nice. There's the mega bundle of the brand new Liberty. We are limited in stock. Just give you a little warning on that. So if you want to get ahead with that. Now, here's all the Shashko. Lots and lots of different Shashko there. That is the extra wide backings I was telling you about earlier, that we're not really, nothing to do with Shashko, but Hannah just sneaked them in. And we really like them, so we thought, oh, we'll have those. We'll have those. If you missed out on the Shashko needles the other day, they're back in stock. Have to be for our Shashko out, really, don't they? And we've got all sorts there, all sorts. Right, now let me talk about Shop to Win. This is our special prize today. We don't often have a prize unless it's a special occasion. Well, it is. We are launching the brand new Liberty collection. So the prize today is anybody who buys Liberty fabric today, whether it's in a bundle, in a kit, whether it's just half a metre, whether it's a whole bundle, whatever, you will be entered into the draw to win the Liberty English Garden Quilted Thread Collection. Now, whether you buy on the live show or on the website, doesn't matter. Anyone who shops between now and midnight and buys something Liberty will be put into the prize draw worth £120. Now, these are all Aurifil threads, beautiful quality, long staple Egyptian cotton. They've been hand-picked by Liberty to match their collection. Now, look, it's in this beautiful box featuring Liberty. So it would be, it's got a nice magnetic closure, lovely Liberty print. We only have one to give away. But anyone who buys Liberty fabric will be entered in the draw. Doesn't matter whether you bought just a half metre, whether you bought the whole bundle, whether you bought one of the kits, doesn't matter. Because some of Susie's kits with the Liberty fabric and the instructions, that's included as well. Worth £120. So these are all colours that suit the Liberty collection. It's worth £120. Not bad, is it? The winner will be announced on tomorrow's show. So anyone who buys anything from now until midnight will be put into the draw. The winner will be announced tomorrow, £120 in a beautiful presentation box. Right, well, let's start with some Liberty. So you can get your first entry into the draw. Now, I've got 2 extra wide backings here. Now, extra wide backings are obviously perfect for backing quilts because they're extra wide, but they can be used for other things as well. They can be used for dressmaking, home sewing. They are quilting weight cotton, Liberty print. Now, the great thing about them is they are so wide, 272 centimetres, 108 inches. Now, this is just half a metre here, but look how wide it is. So maybe you want to make yourself a Liberty dress. This is a very inexpensive way to do it because you won't need as much fabric as it says on your pattern. If you lay out all your pattern pieces and measure them across the 108-inch width, you'll know how much you need. So if you order, this is sold by the half metre, so if you want more than a half a metre, put that number of units in your basket. So if you want a metre, put 2 in your basket and it will be sent as a whole cut piece. But because this is part of our bulk buys, then we're going to reduce the price. $16.99 for half a metre. So maybe you want to make, maybe you want to back a quilt. Maybe you want to make a lot of cushions. Maybe you are making to sell or you're making to raise money and you just want to make Liberty tote bags. And remember, if you buy this, you will be entered into the Shop to Win prize draw to win the box. So this isn't that beautiful? I mean, if you backed a quilt in that, it would be stunning. But it is very good for home sewing and also dressmaking. And don't forget that you will be entered into the Shop to Win. So that's the beautiful green Liberty Peacock dance. It's very, very inexpensive way of buying Liberty fabric because it's more than double the width, but less than half the price, if you see what I mean. Anyway, it is. It's more than double the width and less than half the price. So that's the green one. Right, we've also got it in blue. Don't forget, if you buy this one, you will be entered into the prize draw if you want more than a half a metre. Now, this, if you've never bought Liberty fabric, it is beautiful. It's printed in Italy on the shores of Lake Como, and it is printed in such a way that it's really a deep printing. So the colours are really good. The fabric is ever so soft. It's their Lazenby cotton, which is a really soft quilting weight cotton. It's not their lawn, it is a quilting weight cotton. But wouldn't that be beautiful as a dress or a little wrap? Be nice just as a simple blouse. Maybe you want to make a pair of pyjamas, but just remember, because it's so wide, you get more for your money. At $16.99, every half metre you buy, you'll be saving £1. And you'll be entered into the draw to win this amazing Aurifil thread collection worth £120. So if you've ever thought about buying the threads, you're getting £1 off for half metre of the fabric and you're entered into the draw to win those. But this is beautiful, isn't it? Anyway, I'll keep you updated on what stock we've got. Remember, it is 108 inches, 272 centimetres in width, which is fabulous, isn't it? So anyone who buys anything Liberty today, whether it's a half metre of extra wide, whether it's a bundle of fabric, whether it's just half a metre of one of the other fabrics, or whether it's fabric in a kit, you will be entered into the competition to win this amazing box. Now, it doesn't matter whether you buy it now on the live show or whether you're watching later or whether you've bought it on the website. There's loads of you who are shopping ahead on the brand new heirloom collection. You're all going to be entered into the draw. The winner will be announced tomorrow. So that's a nice cheeky little prize, isn't it, for a Monday morning? Beautiful. Right, let's talk fabric. So carrying on with our bulk buys, this is bulk, and you can buy it. Look at this, Rainbow Mega Bundle. Now, this is all our beautiful quality quilting weight cotton, Rose and Hubble. Now, there are 10 metres, 20 half metres. So let me show you the colours that you're going to get for £75.80. Oh, but we're going to reduce the price. So look, we've got dark green, we've got emerald green. And then look at the blues. If I go in colour, we've got navy. We've got like a royal blue, a more petrol blue, cloud blue, light blue, greeny blue. Then we've got the pinks and the reds. So we've got a pale pink, a fuchsia pink, a vintage rose pink, purple, bright red. We've got a pale yellow, a golden yellow, and then in the neutrals we've got the biscuit tone, taupe, slate grey, light grey, and then a bluey grey. All of that, 10 metres of fabric, Rose and Hubble, quilting weight cotton. Now, the regular price for this, £3.79 for half a metre, that will be £75.80. So it's amazing value anyway, because remember, this is beautiful quality. This is what half a metre looks like. Each of the half metres, 44 inches wide, half a metre long. We sell these normally at £3.79 for half a metre, which is amazing because this is Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton. It's beautiful quality. So if you bought them all at £3.79 for half a metre, all of those would cost you £75.80. But we are going to give you a saving. What's the saving, Hannah? Over £10 saving. So that takes it down to £64.43. So you are paying £3.22 for half a metre. I mean, you know what it's like when you want some plain fabric. Maybe you want to line something. Maybe you're doing some binding. Maybe you're doing some applique and you've not got quite the right colour. This is the ideal opportunity for you to get all of those colours, because you've got, you know, 2 shades of green. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 shades of blue there. We've got 2 shades of yellow. We've got 3 shades of pink. We've got purple. We've got red. And we've got all of the grey and taupe shades. Basically, you're getting, at full price, you're getting a metre and a half for free. So 3 of those you're getting free. You're paying £64.43 for all of that. 10 metres. Now, we have got fewer than 25 left. Whenever we do these special bundles, we always get extra stock in because they're always popular, especially when we put a discount on them. Now the stocks are getting low. Fewer than 25 left. So remember, you're getting a metre and a half for free. This is Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, and it's plain cotton, quilting weight. Fewer than 20, these are going to sell out. If you want one of them, you need to get them in your basket. So you're getting a metre and a half for free if you were paying full price. I mean, this is amazing price for a plain cotton fabric anyway. And isn't it lovely? Even if you don't know exactly what you're going to do with them all, it's nice to have these in your stash. It's quite good as well, because you then know if you get one of these and you think, oh, I really like that colour. What's lovely is that when you get one, because they all have their codes on. If there's one that you think, I really like that colour, then at least you've got that as a then you've got it as a sample. You've then got them as you dropped that one. You're getting all of this. Then you can keep a little swatch of that colour, and then because we try to keep all of the colours in stock all the time. Then you will be able to order more, because sometimes, when you see them on the website, you're not absolutely sure what the colour looks like. Then it's quite nice. I would look at these. Then you'll know, because they have the codes on, you'll be able to know which fabric is which. So I'm just opening up these randomly, actually. I've got, just so you can see how much fabric that you are getting for £64.43. Look at it all of these half metres. There's so much fabric here, isn't there? Just think of all the projects. I mean, all of the projects you can make and create for just £64.43. But when you think, if you've got designer fabric and you've got print fabric, it will go further. So if you want to do some patchwork and you want a plain fabric to use around for the blocks, maybe you've got a beautiful piece of designer fabric that was quite expensive and you want to make a bag, use one of these to line it. And if you line something in a fabric that matches well or is a really great contrast, it makes quite a difference. So maybe you've got a beautiful cave fabric in glorious shades of, the purples and the blues. If you picked maybe this one that would blend really well, then it just gives you that really nice finishing touch rather than you use your designer fabrics on them. And they are gorgeous. Maybe you want to do a rainbow patchwork. Well, you've got all of the colours of the rainbow here, haven't you? Maybe bit of Bargello. You could. Be lovely, wouldn't it? But look, I'm still going. These are all of the colours that will be sorted for your spring summer projects. Love this one. It's a real midnight blue. Gorgeous. You could, wouldn't it be nice to fold them all? If you bought those comic boards, you know, the acid-free cardboard, you could wrap them all around. And then you've always got all of these fabrics to go for. So look at all of these, £64.43. We only have 13 of the bundles left now. I've got so much fabric, I can't even find it all to get it all out. This is a lovely colour. Look at this one. Look at that. I love that colour. It's like a fuchsia pink. And I love it with this red. I think that combination is wonderful. Look at that. Gorgeous, isn't it? And then we've got all of the gentler, the neutral shades. I'm still going. It's still going, because you are getting 20 pieces here. It is like your coat of many colours. Don't start me singing. Don't start me singing because I really can't sing. And then, I mean, I know, you know, these aren't as colourful, these four, but they are very useful because you can use them with your other. One of the best-selling fabric bundles we do actually is the neutrals because they go with everything else. So look at all of those. Right. Now look at it all. That is, now, I mean, I know it doesn't look beautiful anymore, but that's a lot of fabric, isn't it? Look at all of that. £64.43. I'll just pop it there. We are on single figures on that bundle. So if you want it, you need to get it in your basket. You're saving, well, you're getting metre and a half for free, aren't you? £64.43, metre and a half for free. Anyway, loads and loads of you coming in. Please check out, because we're on single figures on that one. If you've already checked out on the early bird, if you've already bought all the felt, your P&P's done, isn't it? £3.95 for the day. Doesn't matter whether you buy one item or 395 items. And it doesn't matter if you buy something now and check out, and then at 10 o'clock this evening, you buy something else and check out. As long as you check it all out by midnight, your P&P is applied then. So the majority of websites, if you're a great internet shopper like myself, you will know that your P&P is applied to every time you order, isn't it? And then you sit there and you think, oh, I need to go through because I've got to pay my P&P. What else can I buy? Well, we don't do it like that. We charge you one P&P per day. So it doesn't matter how much you order and when you order, but as long as it's before midnight, obviously, then that P&P is applied then. So if you've done your P&P, it's done already. But do check out, because the problem that we have and why we run out of items is people put things in their basket thinking, oh, I'll have to think about that. It's not yours till you check out. But people often don't check out because they think, oh, well, I need to get everything to cover my P&P. But you can check out hundreds of times. Now, don't forget, if you shop on Liberty Fabric today, talking about before midnight, anyone who buys any Liberty Fabric today, whether it's online, on the live show, on the web, whatever, then you will be entered into the competition to win this £120 worth of Aurifil thread that has been handpicked by Liberty for their English Garden collection. Comes in this beautiful presentation box. It doesn't matter whether you buy a kit with Liberty in, just a half metre of Liberty, just a fat quarter on its own. If you go on to sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live and scroll down from there, you will see all the Liberty fabric that we've got coming up in the next hour for the new launch. Then you will be entered into the competition and the winner will be announced tomorrow. So for those of you who have just tuned in, I have to keep telling you because I don't want anyone to miss out on this, because that would be a shame if you missed out, wouldn't it? Right, sewing machine needle bundle, one of my favourite things. One of my favourite things, the sewing machine needle bundle. Now, these Schmetz needles, these are the ones that I asked Barry the buyer to buy because they're my favourite. These are the ones that are actually recommended by Elna and Janome to use in their machines. They don't recommend many things, but this ones they do. These are the ones I buy. I have these all the time. And I like to have the whole collection. If you use the right needle for the job, you will get a better finish. Quite often, if you have skip stitches, broken thread, issues, the most common reason why you have problems with your sewing is because your needle is either blunt, broken, or it's the wrong one. So in this bundle, £32.51, sorry, 9 packs, you are saving £2.52. So what we've got in the bundle, we've got the universal needle. Now, this is the needle that will come with your sewing machine. It's halfway between a sharp and a ball point. It's a slightly rounded point, so it will work with most fabrics. And for most fabrics, it's fine. So, and it's a great needle to have, but it's not a specialist needle. So if you're doing other sorts of sewing, then you need specialist needles. Now, this is my favourite needle. You're not allowed to have favourites, but I have. The Microtex needle. This is a very sharp needle. It's recommended to you for using with quilting weight cotton, which is probably why I use it more than anything else. It's no good if you're stitching on thick canvas and denim. It's for quilting weight cotton. It's super sharp. It's brilliant for lightweight fabrics like chiffons, lawns, organdies, that kind of thing. But I love the Microtex needle. Leather absolute must is the jeans needle. It's got a thicker shaft, a very sharp point, so it's perfect for jeans, denim and canvas. Basically, if your universal or your Microtex breaks, it's because you need a jeans needle. Then we've got the quilting needle. Now, this has been designed specifically for quilting with. It will go through the 3 layers. It is extra strong, but it's also very sharp. So if you're quilting, don't use your universal. That's got a slightly rounded point. Use the quilting needle. You will get less skip stitches and you will get a neater finish. Then we've got I'll go for the embroidery needle next. Now, this works particularly well when you're doing machine embroidery. If you've got a embroidery machine, use this needle. It's got a deep groove behind the eye, which is called the scarf, for the thicker embroidery thread to sit behind. It's also designed to work at speed. So when you're doing any embroidery, you're working at speed, you'll need this one. And also it means that those thicker threads, like those metallic threads, will sit in the scarf behind it. Then the leather needle. Now, this has got a slightly chiselled point, so it's really good for using with leather and PVC and vinyls. What you mustn't use it with is PU. Don't use it with PU and don't use it with faux suede because it will tear it. Then I would use a Microtex needle, to be honest. But if you're stitching on leather or that clear plastic, use it with that. The top stitch needle, again, if you're top stitching, you're often using a slightly thicker thread. So this has been designed so it will work with those thicker threads and you'll get neater top stitches. I've left these 2 to last because these are the ones that get a little bit confused. Now, if you're stitching on knit fabric, so not a woven fabric, but a knit fabric, you need a ball point because what you want the needle to do is go through the threads and separate them rather than pierce them, or they'll run like a pair of tights. You get both of these in the pack. Now, jersey are for your T-shirt fabrics. The stretch is for ones that have got more elastic in, like a spandex or a lycra. So although they can both be used for stretch fabrics, this is your lighter weight ones, and this is the ones that have got the elastic in. The needles are just slightly different. Now, the great thing about the Schmetz needles, they're also colour-coded. So you'll see each of the needles has 2 colours on them. I know if you go onto the Schmetz website, there is a key that tells you what colour means what, which makes them easy to identify. So you get all of those, £32.51. You are saving £2.52, and I would definitely buy these because if you've got them, you will then use the right needle. Because if you constantly breaking your needle, it's probably because your fabric's too thick, you should have a jeans. If you find that the needle is snagging a bit, maybe it's too thick, use a Microtex. All of the needle packs are mixed sizes. So the universal goes 70, 80, 90, 100 because you need different size needles depending on the thickness of the fabric. Now, the weird thing is, and you have to remember this, that machine needles, the higher the number, the thicker the needle, because it's done on a metric system. So if it's a 70 needle, then it's 0.07 mil diameter. If it's 100, it's 0.1. So it's The higher the number, the bigger the needle. With hand-sewn needles, it's the opposite way around. Just to confuse matters, but it's because hand-sewing needles are done on the old system where they named needles over 100 years ago, and that's done on a completely different, it's not even imperial, it's some strange needle system, I can't remember what it's called, numbering, but these are metric. So the higher the number on a machine needle, the thicker the needle. So you can try, so whether you're using if you're using a very lightweight t-shirt material, use the 70 jersey. If you're using maybe a Ponte Roma, use the 100. But you can, because you've got the different sizes in the packs, it means that you can play with them. But it will make a difference, honestly. They have been specifically designed for specific fabric, and they work better if you use the right one. Then you'll find which one do you like the best, which one do you use more, and then you can buy more of those, but replace them as you go. Every 8 hours of stitching, you'll need a new needle. And when you put a new needle in, oh, it's wonderful. It's like putting a new rotary cutter blade in. Anyway, £32.51, you are saving £2.52. So treat yourself. Definitely worth having. And these are a beautiful quality needle as well. So that's all your Schmetz needles. Right, what should we do next? Threads. Let's do threads. Now we've done needles. Should we start with, do you mind which one? Oh, there are a bundle of them. Oh, look at that, saving £5. Now, aren't these lovely? So what we've got, let's start with the pretty ones. We've got the metallic effect threads. These are gorgeous. Now, if you are using that, please do use embroidery needles in your machine, because this thicker metallic thread will sit in the scarf behind and sew better. So if you want to use metallic thread, whether you are just hemming your jeans and you want a little bit of pink sparkle along the bottom, whether you're doing machine embroidery, or maybe you're thinking, oh, I'm going to add just a bit of a metallic. If you're quilting something, and maybe you're quilting a scene and there's moons and stars, just add a little bit of sparkle. So you can quilt with it, you can sew with it, you can hem with it, but it's lovely to have a few metallic threads in your stash. You can even hand embroider with them as well. They don't have to just be used in the machine. We've then got, these are 100% cotton threads in these beautiful autumnal shades of browns and oranges and yellows, but those are all cotton. And then this collection here, all cotton again, but these are in shades of blues and greens. So you are getting 20 spools of cotton thread and 10 spools of metallic thread for just $39.97. And you are saving a £5. Isn't that fab? I mean, they're all value packs already, and we're giving you £5 off. So they work out at £1.33 a spool, which for cotton thread is amazing. These normally retail, when I've seen them, about £182 a spool. So that's a really good price. And lovely to have those metallic threads as well. You've got 2 golds, 2 silvers, and then you've got 6 mixed colours as well. I love that black one. It's like black multicoloured kaleidoscope. £39.97, and lovely to have all of those colours as well. So you've got all the autumnal shades of reds and oranges and browns, and then you've got all the blues and greens as well. So it's a really great collection to have in your stash so that you're using the right colour each time. And if you've bought the machine needle bundle, then you've got all of the right needles to go with them as well. And the beauty of the cotton thread is it works so well with cotton fabric as well, because it has that matte finish to it. Beautiful. Love those. And they're Gutermann as well, so you know that they're good quality. $39.97 for those. Do keep on checking out with them. Right. Magnetic fasteners. I've seen them. Aha. 3 silver ones. So in this bundle, they come in pairs, obviously, and in each pair you've got a male one and a female one, and then you've got the 2 back plates as well. So the male one is the one that's less attractive. Obviously, not allowed to say that, are you really? But you know. So you've got 3 sets. They've all got the male, the female, and the back plates as well. So 3 of them, £4.97. You're saving £1. These are really nice quality ones as well. I use them loads. You know, when you make, just even if you're making the simplest tote bag and you just want something to close the top, you don't want to be bothered with the zip, just pop a magnetic fastener in. You just put it onto the line, attach it to the lining before you make up the bag. It makes quite a difference, doesn't it? Or anything that you want to attach. I put lots of them on the cover of my dog crate, because I've got a fabric cover on it and it flaps open a bit. So I put loads of these on them. But anything that you want to hold together, it might be just the flap of a handbag. It might be the inside of a bag that you've already got. Don't forget when you put them in to place, if you cut yourself a little square of wadding, then when you push this through the prongs through the fabric, put a piece of wadding between this and the back plate, because sometimes when you're constantly pulling your magnetic snap against the fabric, it can mark or tear it. So just put a little piece of wadding, cut the prong holes in and put that in between. It could be just a felt or several layers of fabric, but I would always put something between the two. £4.97. Now, strangely, silver bag hardware is always the most popular. Now, you can multi-buy these. You will get 3, but if you want many in your stash, I always keep a box of these because I hate running out of them. And they are really, really useful. So anything that you need to hold together or you want to be able to snap on and off, £4.97 for 3 of them. They're 18 mil in diameter. Okay? We've also got them in gold, should you prefer, or maybe you want both, because you don't know. So let me show you what the colour of these is. It's quite a nice gold, actually. It's not, you get 3 again for your £4.97. It's not a really brassy gold. They are quite strong magnets, actually. She says, because you can't actually get them apart. There we go. They're almost, I would say, like a rosy gold. Can you see? See? There we go. But it's they are almost a rosy gold colour. Well, then I mean they're not rose gold, but rather than that yellow gold, they're more of a pink. They're more of a pinky warm gold. Anyway. Well, you can get an antique gold which is brown. You get a gold which is yellow, and a rose gold which is more pinky. So it's a really gentle gold. Quite like those. £4.97 for 3. So well worth getting yourself a few packs of these, because you know when you want to put them in, I always think adding a bit of hardware to a bag makes it look more professional as well. And they are a nice, strong magnetic class, as you can see, because I struggled to get them apart. Once you've got them attached to fabric, they will come apart really nicely on their own. So pop those in your basket, worth having anyway. I always keep a box of them. Right. Now, yesterday we had a William Morris quilt kit on. Well, it was William Morris Day yesterday, wasn't it? And this, Stars Over the Lake, Buttermere. Now, here's the finished quilt. Now, we've got the kit. This is the kit to make the quilt, not the quilt. So, shall I put it on the desk? Because I don't think I'm tall enough to hold it up. Let me put it all across the desk. So this quilt, oh, this is lovely. I haven't seen this. This is all William Morris fabric. Sometimes we do quilts, you'll get a designer fabric and a plain, but no, this is all William Morris fabric. It is beautiful. Now, the finished size of it is 168 by 210 centimetres. So that's double bed size. It's a really nice... Now, the full price for this should be £249.99, but the price was dropped yesterday to £159.99. This is all William Morris fabric. We've only got a few left over from yesterday. Maybe you missed it. Well, I missed it. Look at that. Oh, it's got the Strawberry Thief in it. You are saving £90. I mean, it is gorgeous. It's in shades of navies. You've got a bit of orangey mustard. These lovely William Morris greys. There is no plain fabric. You've got also in the kit is the fabric for the binding. Obviously, you don't get the backing and the wadding, but you will get the binding fabric. But that is just gorgeous, isn't it? So anyone who missed yesterday and you want to make a £90 saving and make yourself a beautiful William Morris quilt. Remember, split pay is an option. We can do that on 3-way split pay for you. So rather than paying all £159.99 today, you can do 3 equal payments of £53.33. So you pay £53.33 today, we will send you the kit, and then next month you pay the next instalment and the month after that, and then it's all done. Doesn't cost you any extra, by the way, it's interest free. And it's optional, it's entirely up to you. Some people like to spread the payments, some people just like to pay it all at once. But if you want to make a beautiful William Morris quilt, I mean, and that is gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. And all the colours have been hand selected so that they match beautifully. But that is a glorious quilt. Really nice. Love that. Beautiful, beautiful. Anyway, that's just that we just thought we'd offer that to you today. Let me move the quilt from my table. I don't know what I've dropped on the floor though. Something's on the floor. Oh, it's fine. It's just a packet of needles. I thought it was something I needed. Freezer paper bundle. 3 rolls of freezer paper for the price of 2. Now, freezer paper is brilliant. If you've never used freezer paper before, originally it was designed for freezing meat. But we don't use it for that. It has a silicone coating on one side and paper on the other side, which means that it will stick to fabric when you iron it, but it won't mark and it peels off really, really quickly. So a lot of people use it for patterns. You could use it for, you know, when you're doing like applique patterns, or maybe you've got bag patterns that you want to use several times. Draw on the paper side and then you can cut it out. You can then iron that onto your fabric. It will cling and stick, cut round it, and it just peels off with no residue, and you can use it over and over again. Now remember, you are getting 3 rolls, and there's a lot in each roll. There is 12 metres on each roll. So, right, price comparison, 1 roll elsewhere, £10.80, and we are selling 3 rolls for £14.98. So if you use a lot of freezer paper. I use it for applique as well. It's brilliant for that. You can use it for EPP because it will stick, and it won't stick forever. It is a temporary thing. Sorry, I got the hiccups. It's a temporary thing, and it will stick probably about 10 times. Then you have to use a new place. But it is wonderful because it's strange, isn't it, that it was originally designed for freezing items, but now we use it for craft. I use it a lot when I'm doing patterns and templates, particularly like a circle. So maybe I'm making a circular bag base. You can draw around your pattern, or you could draw the circle, press it on. It's a lot easier to cut something out if the piece is sticking to it. Also means that the patterns last longer. So I cut out my patterns in this, put them in the envelope, and then I've got them to keep. Maybe for dressmaking, obviously it's not wide enough for all big pieces, but when you're doing those fiddly bits like collars and cuffs and all the smaller pieces, trace round them onto here, then they're much more stable and so much easier to cut out, just for any curves. But for applique, they're really good if you wanted to cut out like little petals and shapes and leaves. You can press them on. You can then cut the fabric bigger if you want to fold it round, or if you want to use, if you're using like Bondaweb later, it's just a lot easier because it will stick on. No idea how it works. Don't know. It just does. You press on the paper side, and then this silicone side must sort of melt a bit or something. I don't know. But it won't mark the fabric at all, and it is really useful. So, and it's great because it's 12 meters. I mean, it does last quite a while, but it depends on how much you use it. It's nice that you're getting 3 packs. So you get all of 3 of these. I mean, elsewhere, we found it for £10.80 for a roll. We've got 3 for £14.98, all of that. Loads and loads and loads of that. Right, fewer than 20 of this bundle left now. And it's worth having. When you've got your 3 rolls, you won't have to be so sparing with it, and you will use it for more things. I mean, you could even freeze things on it, should you want to. Actually really good for freezing things like individual chocolates and things that you don't want to stick to each other, because they will sit on there. And you can use it, yes, why meat? I'm not sure. But you know when you do those chocolate-coated strawberries and you want them to dry, you know, you don't, not for freezing, but you can then peel them all off. Or maybe, you know, you want to separate out all the, you know, when you get all the reduced meat and you want to separate it out and you want all your burgers frozen separately. Ideal, but I'm thinking, you know, chocolate-coated strawberries, because they won't stick to it. You could put them all on there. But it is really useful for patterns. Or maybe you draft your own patterns. Maybe make your own bags. Or maybe you've got a bag pattern that you like and you want to make it bigger or smaller. You can draft it onto here. Keep these as whole copies. And then you can just press it on, cut round it. Much, much easier. There we go. So 3 for 2, £14.98 for 3 rolls. We've done that. Pins. Hannah's confusing me. The magic pin. I love the magic pins. Now, the magic pins are brilliant because they are very sharp, which is quite useful. They have got really nice ends because they're much easier to grip. They're slightly got little ridges in, so they're easier to grip and easier to see, so that you can take them in and out. They all come, each one of them comes in the little box as well, so you keep them all safe. Now, the 3 different pins are for 3 different things. So you've got the quilting pin, which is the standard one. It's your regular pin. There's 50 in this pack. 0.6 mil diameter, and they are 48 mils long. So these are used for most items, dressmaking, home sewing. I know it says quilting, but they're kind of your regular pin. They are so much sharper and smoother and slide through the fabric than ordinary pins. And because they have these comfort grip handles, which, by the way, you can iron on without melting, they make them... They're just much easier to use and much easier to see the pins, and also easier when they're all on the carpet. You can actually find them, and they come in the little box. Then you get the patchwork pins. So these are slightly shorter and slightly finer. So they're 0.5 mil in diameter, but they're 36 mil long compared to these being 48. So when you are pinning small pieces of patchwork together, these are a lot better because they're a little bit shorter. And I like the fact that they have different colours, so you know which is which. And then finally, you get the applique pins. These are even shorter. These are just 26 mil length, and they have smaller ends. But again, they do have those comfort grip handles. Now, these are great for, you see the picture, for pinning small pieces. So you know when you're pinning applique and you need lots of pins, but they're all crashing into each other, this is where you need your short pins, and they're a bit finer as well. Also, they're really good when you're doing curves. So maybe you are pinning like a circular bottom onto a bag and you want lots of pins, you can get more in with these. So what's great, because the pins are so lovely, it's nice to be able to buy them as a whole collection. And then you've got them, and they're the sort of pins, because, you know, they are a considered purchase. They last. We've got Susie on next. She loves them. She loves these. Now, we've got a special deal. Look at that. Save a £5. Worth it. So maybe you've tried a packet, you like them, you know what they look like, and you want some more of them. They're ideal for that. Or if you haven't used them, honestly, they are kind of your top level designer quality pin. And you know what it's like with any of our haberdashery, notions, fabrics. You know, when you buy the quality items, you look after them, keep them, and at least you can find them as well, because they've got all the coloured ends. And they come in the little boxes as well. But using the right tool for the job makes quite a difference, and that goes for needles, threads, and also pins. So £40.97, you're saving £5, and you will have a box of each of the pins, and then you'll use the right pins for the job, and you will find it's a lot easier. There we go. Yes. Right. Let's do paraffin wax next. Now, I've got 3 of these. Now, paraffin wax, 3 for the price of 2, is a thread conditioner. So what this will do is, before you thread your needle, run the thread through the little grooves, and it will put the paraffin wax on it. What this will do is it will prevent your thread from tangling and knotting and fraying, and also make it stronger. absolutely perfect for hand quilting, obviously, because then you can use, by using a thread conditioner like the paraffin wax, it means that your thread, you can cut longer lengths because it won't knot and tangle. Because you know when you're doing, maybe you're doing EPP, whether you're doing hand quilting, whether you're doing embroidery, if the thread is constantly going through the fabric over and over and over, it will not tangle, fray and break. But by just quickly running it through here, and you see on the cardboard you've got the grooves, you just run it through and it will condition your thread to stop it tangling and breaking and fraying. So absolutely perfect for all kinds of hand sewing. It won't mark the fabric, doesn't make it slippery or anything or unpleasant to use. It just strengthens the thread and conditions it so you can use longer lengths. And it does mean that you will waste less thread, because obviously you need a certain amount for finishing and ending a thread. And also if it knots and tangles, then you have to unpick it or cut it off. So we're doing 3 for 2. You are saving £2.49. Once you've used the paraffin wax, you will use it all the time. So then you'll need three of these, because you will realise how much easier, however good quality thread you've got, if it's not conditioned, it won't slide through the fabric as easily and it will not tangle and fray. But using the paraffin wax and it won't. £4.98 for 3. It's a wonderful product. Really, really good. Oh, Rebecca, you are looking so slim. Well done. What have you been doing? Well, Diane, I am really surprised you say that, because I've eaten like a horse for the last week. Went on holiday. Went on holiday to Canada. And, the food, the pancakes, you know. So I was skiing, though, but I think I probably ate more than I skied, actually. Although maybe the fear. Can you lose weight through fear? Every day I said, I'm so scared, but I've just got to keep doing this, and maybe that's that. I think it's just my dress, to be honest. But thank you, that was a very kind comment. Paraffin works. Right, what should we do next? Oh, can we do the iron cleaner? Because I love this. I am such a lazy ironer. In that, well, I'm quite lazy, I don't like ironing, but a lazy ironer in that I think, I can just get away with just touching that bit of interfacing, and before I know it, it's stuck to my iron. Happens all the time, never learn. And then I remember to put my iron cloth on. But if you do get things stuck to your iron, which I do regularly, this is brilliant. I remember when we first had these in stock, and I thought, bet they don't work. They're brilliant. So I keep a spare piece of fabric that you need to put underneath your iron, because the iron's got to be on when you use it. So I have a bit of fabric that I just keep, because otherwise it will mark your ironing board. And then you just rub this on your hot iron. Oh, the smell, terrible. Because it burns off everything and it's all smokes and stuff. But then I best open the window. However, you then get another cloth, which I do keep as well, and you just wipe your iron over, and all of those burnt marks where you've got the interfacing stuck or you've got the iron too hot, they just come off. If you've got any marks that are still left, if you just rub it a few times, eventually they will come off. And it's unbelievable. I mean, I've done it before where I've ironed something and the base of my iron is almost coated in black and it all comes off. But obviously it's like a stick. It's a very thick paste. So obviously as you use it up. So it's really worth getting 3 of them. And it's one of those things that we just don't do. And you think, well, I'll just wipe the iron on the edge of the ironing board and that'll wipe it off. Doesn't really work very well. Worth getting, £9.98. Lake Louise was where we went for our honeymoon. Your phone made me very jealous from Shelley. Oh, it is amazing, isn't it? I mean, unfortunately, the whole of the Lake Louise was frozen when I was there. I haven't seen it blue. I've seen the pictures of it, but it is amazing. But the most amazing thing is that I got to see Freddie, my son, because he's been there since October. That's a long time. I mean, I know he's 21, but he is my baby. It was so, so nice to see him. I mean, and he'll be back in the middle of May, so I haven't got too long to wait now. But, he's having the best time. And I saw the Lynx family, which was the most exciting thing. I'd spent all week. There's a family of 3 lynx that live in the woods under the chairlift, and I saw them on the last day. But what a nice place to go for a honeymoon. That's lovely, isn't it? Oh. Now, anyway, anyone who has been there, you'll love it as much as I do. Now, anyone who shops today and buys Liberty. You have to buy Liberty, you can't just buy anything else. Has to be Liberty, but it could be a fat quarter, it could be a half a metre. It could be our bundle of the new collection. It could be one of Susie's kits that have got Liberty in. You will be entered into the competition to win this amazing box of Liberty threads worth £120. Wow. Aurifil threads, hand-selected by Liberty to go with their fabrics in this beautiful presentation box as well. Beautiful, with Liberty print. This is the one you will get. Anyone who shops today, whether it's a fat quarter, half metre, bundle, doesn't matter. You will be entered into the competition to win £120 worth of thread, and the winner will be announced tomorrow. So I would shop ahead while we go in the break. Go on to sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, shop ahead. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time with Susie, who's going to introduce the brand new collection and show us what you can make with it. I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, if you've just joined me, you won't know about the Shop to Win. If you have been with me since 8 o'clock, you will know about it, but I'm going to repeat it anyway. So anyone who buys any... Oh, we've got Dan folding fabric. Dan's folding quilts in the corner. He's obviously trying to shop to win. He's shoplifting to win. But it is with the blankets. We'll know if that's gone. Now, anyone who buys anything Liberty today, whether it's a half metre, a fat quarter, a bundle, one of Susie's kits that have got the Liberty in, will be entered into the competition to win this box of Liberty threads. Now, these are Aurifil threads, hand-selected by Liberty to match their English Garden collection, come in a presentation box with Liberty print, worth £120. Whether you buy online or on live on air or later on, whatever, you will be entered into the draw. Anyone who buys anything Liberty between now and midnight will be put into the competition, and we will announce the winner tomorrow. Woo, £120. Nice. Right.
I actually think those colours will coordinate.
Yes, and actually, as Susie says, these colours will coordinate beautifully. And Susie really wants this prize. In fact, she really wants the box. I said she can't have the box, because otherwise the winner... Yeah, she did this negotiation where if we gave her the box, she'd put an extra fat quarter on. No. Can you imagine the winner being sent this in a carrier bag?
I think that's fine. No, I'd make a nice Liberty bag for it to go in.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you could have the box. No. £120 is yours.
Bargain.
Yeah, and then we actually decided that Susie wasn't allowed to enter anyway.
So, yeah.
Because it would look a bit rubbish. And the winner is Susie Duncan.
It'll look a bit fixed.
Yes, I think not. So Susie will not be winning this, but you might be. Right.
So you just won't get a bag now. That's fine.
Now, new collection. Now, I'm going to go talk to Susie about it in a minute, who's going to explain to us why, what, and everything. But I just want to get it all there so you can buy it, and then we'll talk to Susie, who's going to explain it. This is the Mega Bundle. So, 1, 2, these all half metres, 3, 4, 5 half metres from the Liberty Heirloom 3 fabric collection. 2.5 metres in total. Now, because we're launching it today, we're going to give you a saving of £3. So £41.95 for a half metre of all of the 5 fabrics from the Liberty Heirloom 3 fabric collection. Brand new, launched today. Well, I'll go through them in a moment so we can see them all properly. I just want you to be able to get ahead with them because obviously we are limited in stock. We've only got what we bought. So once it's gone, it's gone. £41.95 for all of those. Now, when we do these collections, they are very popular. So what we did is we got the warehouse, persuaded them to cut fat quarters as well. Because I know sometimes you don't want the whole half metre, you want just the fat quarters. Well, we've given you that option. Now, 1/3 of the stock of this, before I open it up, has already gone on pre-order. And anyone who buys these will be entered into the prize draw. So these are exactly the same fabrics, but they are fat quarters instead. There we go, look. That's a fat quarter. So if you love the fabric but you just want a fat quarter, £20.95. When everyone has checked out, we are on single figures. So you're saving £1.50, and that gives you, for £20.95, an entrance into the Shop to Win draw. Which, if anyone wants to win the Liberty threads in the matching box, and they're Aurifil threads that actually match the fabrics beautifully, coincidentally, you will be entered into the draw worth £120. Anyway, 5 fat quarters. More of you have got this in baskets than we've got. So if you want this, you need to check out super quick, fast. Now, if you love the fat quarters, we do have fat quarters in the bundles. So let me show you the kits. Right, this is the cushion. Susie has designed especially using this brand new Heirloom 3 collection. How beautiful. Look at the edges. That's the best bit. I think that's the best bit. I like the prairie points on the corners.
Yeah, I like the prairie points.
Oh, they're lovely, aren't they? So look at that. You've got all the Liberty fabric on the back. You've got these prairie points that go around the edges. Very special finish. And this gorgeous star on the front. this is using the Liberty Heirloom 3 collection. Beautiful. Now, you get, so in this one, right, you get the full instructions, which you can then use again, using your own fabrics, because the instructions are in here. You get fat quarters, 1, 2, 3, 4. You get all the fat quarters, 5, but you also get the Wiltshire Shadows. What colour is that called?
That's oyster white.
Oyster White Wiltshire Shadows, which is
One of
the Liberty
original-
blenders that go with all of their collections. So you are getting 6 Liberty fat quarters in there and the instructions. Now, the fat quarters on their own have sold out. So this collection that I had earlier, they've gone now. Gone. However, so this is the only way you can get these now. And you also get an entrance into the prize draw to win the Threads Ball pack worth £120. So in this pack you've got, and the good thing is that once you've made this, so you've got everything that you need here to make the cushion, including all the points in the back and the front, everything you need, $34.99, full instructions, and then you can make it again. All got very clear photos, everything you need. You've got layout diagrams, you've got all the cutting guide, and you've got all those Liberty fat quarters. This is the only way you can get hold of the Liberty fat quarters now. Fewer than 20 of this bundle left now. Right. We've got the bundle as well, but instead of using the Wiltshire Shadows, which is in this one, we've put a white solid fabric in it. Again, obviously, entrance into the prize draw, full instructions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the price is different because the plain fabric is just a white plain. It just meant we could make more bundles because we didn't have enough of the Wiltshire Shadows to do it. So also, it's a little less expensive, a little more affordable. I can never get these words right. Cheap, expensive, affordable. It's more affordable. Yes, I can never remember which one you can say. It's more affordable. So you get the white. The other one has got the oyster. This one has got a plain white. And obviously you get the instructions as well. Fewer than 20 of those as well. These are going very, very fast. However, if you want the instructions just on their own, there we go. We do have those as well. So if you want to make the intertwined triangles cushion, $9.99. Now, this would look lovely in a Tilda.
It would.
Would it
awesome
not?
in a cave.
Or a cave. Or anything, really.
Actually, just in a plain.
Just a plain.
My original idea was
Yeah, it would be nice in a
the
plain.
rainbow colours.
Yeah, maybe you got the rainbow bundle early. It'd be really good in that. Any of your favourite fabrics, to be honest. And all you need is 6 fat quarters. Now, obviously, Susie's going to be going through this in a moment and showing you how it works and how to make it. It is a really great cushion because it's got everything. It's got your patchwork front, it's got your feature border edge, and it's got a patchwork back. So it's a great set of instructions to have that you can use for your stash, because we've all got 6 fat quarters, haven't we? We like to...
Only 6?
We'd like, yes, at least. We'd like to say we have them, but we know that we all have, really. Anyway. Right, where's... Let me take the mega bundle over to Susie, and we're going to talk about the collection.
Okay, I'll stop
Right.
ironing.
Morning,
Good
Susie.
morning.
Interrupting you with your ironing.
Yes.
So, before we launch into the cushion,
Yes,
tell me
let me.
about the heirloom collection.
So, the heirlooms, this is number 3. So what Liberty have done is they've taken 5 prints. Yeah, it's not...
It's really hot, that.
They've taken 5 prints that they have reconfigured and redrawn from the archives, and some of it's new.
Right.
And they have, with each release, they put a different colour tone through it.
Okay.
So this one, I would say, is the most pastel version we've had
okay.
so far. But you're still seeing the same ones through all the
And it's
others.
always 5.
It's always the same 5 prints,
Right.
but in different colour tones.
Oh, okay.
And the concept behind it is that it matches their timeless editions. So that's the Wiltshire Shadows, Lazenby Silhouettes, and your Emily Bells.
Oh, okay.
So all of those are Liberty blenders, but we call them timeless. Heirloom is that small-scale collection that will actually coordinate with all of those
With all of
timeless
those.
editions.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I mean, and these are beautiful.
they are stunning.
Now, over half of the mega bundle has gone. So if you want that, you need to get checked out because the fat quarter bundle has gone completely. And over half of the half metre bundle has gone. So
It's like tongue twister day.
it is
today,
tongue
isn't
twister
it?
day, but we are also selling them individually. So this one is
Posy Sprig.
3 Posy Sprig.
Yeah, so this is Posy Sprig. With this one, what the designers wanted to do was bring together tiny little spring flowers, but with lots of background work. So you've got space to fussy cut, but they are all multi-directional. So if you're a beginner quilter, you haven't got to worry about placement. It also makes it incredibly economic for whatever soft craft you're doing.
I love this shade of blue.
It's
I don't
really
even,
subtle.
To me, it's like 1950s blue.
Yeah, it's not quite a sky blue, not
No,
quite
it is that
baby blue.
real
It's-
vintage blue,
It is.
isn't
It's
it?
a very nice
Absolutely
blue
gorgeous.
that coordinates really well with the peaches, the pinks.
Of course, yes, with all these colours in.
Exactly.
So this is £8.99 for half a metre, and you get an entrance into the draw. Even if you just buy you could just buy half a metre and you get into the shop to win £120 worth of thread. But obviously, if you want more than a half a metre, this is cut to order. Unlike the bundles, which are 5 half metres in the bundle. If you want more than a half metre, put that number of units in your basket and it will be sent as a whole cut piece. So if you want to make yourself a beautiful Liberty dress.
Or this would make a fabulous dress or blouse.
Just,
wouldn't
yeah.
it?
I mean, it
Absolutely.
is gorgeous. I'm thinking that with a pair of jeans.
And then you could fussy cut from your scraps as you've cut buttons to go down.
Beautiful. Or
Your
even
white,
like the binding on a white
yeah,
T-shirt.
or the revere on a
Just
shirt
gorgeous,
collar
isn't
would
it?
look amazing.
I love that
Yeah.
colour. It is that kind of home front, which is one of my favourite
It is
programmes.
a 19...
Home front blue.
Yeah, 1950s.
Sort of 40s, 50s
yeah,
vibe
it
to
has
it,
got
hasn't it?
It has got that.
Right,
yes.
so that's one of them.
Yes.
Let's go. Should we have this one next?
Hedgerow
So remember,
Green.
these are all in the bundle, but if you want all of them. But this one,
I love the navy colour in this.
this is the most popular on pre-order.
yeah, not
actually.
surprised. See, this is my
Is this
tea dress.
yours? Oh, okay.
This
Yeah,
would
mine
be
is
my
definitely
tea
that one.
dress.
That's gorgeous.
It
This
is.
the lining of a jacket, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, this is...
Patches on your denim jacket,
Yeah.
elbows. Ooh.
And you can see where the design came from. You can imagine walking past a hedgerow. As I drove in today, despite the rain,
They are
the
starting to go
hedgerows
white.
were starting to pop, weren't they?
Yeah,
You've got
I noticed
little
on the
yellows.
motorway, which is miserable,
Yeah,
there were white.
today.
There was white.
Yeah.
I was like, those are flowers.
I know. Yeah, it's not snow. Yay!
It's
But-
definitely flowers.
But you've got your anemones in here, you've got daisies, you've got roses, you've got all those iconic spring, summer
Yeah,
flowers
beautiful,
that we
isn't it?
love and see popping up.
And I
in
love the
hedgerows.
fact that you've got this sort of pale coral
Yes.
and this sagey green against the navy.
Yeah, it really does
just
make it stand.
really makes it
and,
pop.
And then with the line work detail and the brushstroke detail, it then gives you dimension to the flowers, so they
Yeah.
actually look like they're cut.
I think that is the beauty of Liberty, is
Yes.
that it's very detailed.
It is, yeah.
And you think, well, how do they do that? And I think it is that line work.
It
isn't
is
it?
the skill of the
It's
the artist
just
in
gorgeous,
the
isn't
design
it?
studio. They are amazing at getting the detail in there, which means that whatever size you're cutting, and for the project I designed, we're cutting down to 2.5 inches, which sounds a lot, but you think 2.5 inches of fabric, to get that amount of detail in every 2.5
Oh, it's
inch
amazing,
is
isn't it?
phenomenal.
And remember,
Yeah.
this is quilting weight cotton. And I know that we sort of traditionally think of Liberty as lawn, but this is quilting weight cotton. So this is perfect for
Yep.
dressmaking, home sewing, quilting.
Yeah, absolutely. And it washes and wears really well. It's screen printed, so the colour is through the whole of the
Through the whole thing.
fabric, so
Remember,
it's
anyone who
get
buys this,
paid.
whether you just buy half a metre, you are in the prize draw to win the thread. Right, next one.
So this is Marguerite Meadows. So Marguerites are those beautiful little daisy-type flowers, and you can see them dance.
You can,
the
and
way
it's got
the
that beautiful vintage blue in it as well,
Exactly.
and the coral and the navy.
Yeah, and
there is movement to
There
this
is,
fabric.
because they very cleverly designed the foliage in the background to be not straight. It's all staggered, so it gives that flow through the picture. And if you look at it from different angles, I know if you look on camera now, you can almost see zigzags.
I know I can. That's weird because I can't see
Really.
the zigzags
You
when I
can't
look at
when
it.
you're close up, but from a distance, you see a zigzag.
How
Which is
strange.
really amazing. But again, this is a fabulous one for borders.
Oh, of
And
course,
for
yes.
your binding, because you've got so much detail in such a little piece.
Yes, it's beautiful
If you're
for
making,
binding.
I mean, this is a bridesmaid's dress for a little person would
Yeah.
look amazing, wouldn't it? And it could coordinate with pretty much every colour you're going to have
Yeah,
in
it's
your
lovely.
your
But even
wedding.
if, like you say, you wanted to bind a quilt, just 1/2 metre,
Yeah.
and you could bind the whole thing,
Absolutely.
and it is gorgeous,
It's so
isn't
pretty
it?
with the colours, and it picks out so many of the other colours in the collection. But I'm sure that you would find it will colour match in, particularly with any of the preceding Liberty collections.
Okay.
Because they are colours that are used time and time again through the Liberty collections. That's why I said to you the prize draw box of threads, although they were designed for English,
Did I bring that
English
with me?
garden, they actually coordinate so well with this collection as well.
So this is the prize draw box of threads.
Look at it. So you've got
You will
those
get the box.
pinks.
Yes, so it actually...
You won't.
Yes, look, see that colour?
Yeah.
That colour. You've got the corals that go with
But
it.
the green in that,
The
sage
green.
green is in there. But then you can use, you know, you
Oh, I
can
like the
introduce.
variegated
Yeah, the
one as well.
variegated
That's
as your
nice, isn't it?
quilting would look amazing, wouldn't
Wow.
it? Yeah.
So anyone who buys anything Liberty will be put in the prize draw to win these.
Now you can see why I needed to win.
Yeah,
it.
this is why you needed it, yes. But you see, unfortunately, we won't be able to then
I'm
give
not
the prize
allowed
to anyone.
I'm not allowed.
But it is £120 and it's yours.
Perfect.
Gorgeous. Have we got these available to sell? No, no.
I think we
Should
should.
only have it in the prize draw.
I think we should.
But we've only got one left, so that's why it's in the prize draw. Right, next.
Yes,
Liberty
that's
one.
Marguerite Meadow, and then we've got the iconic Ditzy.
Which
Which
one
one
should we
we
do?
going for?
Let's do this bigger
Oh, we're
one
going for
to
the big
start
one.
with.
That's Floral Joy. This one. So this is a bit more open than the hedgerow one, and is on a white background, which makes the flowers. It almost seems like night and day, I think, in
Yes,
this
it does,
collection, because
doesn't
you've
it?
got the dark background for one, and you've got the light background for the other.
That's
But
very vintage
it
Liberty,
is,
isn't it?
It is. It's almost Mamie, but not quite. And you've got tiny little flowers. You've got your harebells and your little bluebell designs in here.
Yes.
But again, the foliage is not straight. It's on curves
It
and
is. What's
angles.
this
so
one called
this
then?
is called Floral Joy.
Right.
But you've got that beautiful blue that's not quite a denim and not.
Yeah, no, it's gorgeous.
really
isn't it? I
nice,
love that
subtle
blue.
blue.
It's like a cornflower.
Yes, and the corally pink colour coming through.
Yes, and that
which
runs through
coordinates
the
with-
whole of this collection,
Yeah,
doesn't it? That
so-
coral pink.
If you like your Wiltshire shadows, so ballet slippers would look lovely against this. Ballet slippers is one of the Wiltshire shadow.
Oh, okay.
But any of the Lazenby silhouettes would look amazing against
Because
this.
we have got some
We have.
of these. We'll do all this
Yeah,
in a
so
minute.
you've got oyster.
We'll talk
any
about
of
those in a
those,
moment.
yeah. But that's a really lovely one. Lots of
Right.
Movement. in
Remember,
it.
these are all in the half-metre bundle. But if there's just one that you fancy, this is where we're going through them individually. Available by the half-metre, but you can multi-buy if you want them as a bigger piece, and they will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. And then this is the final one
So this
in
is
this
little,
heirloom collection.
little buds, and you
Little
can
buds.
see tiny little
This
buds.
is proper Liberty.
But if
isn't
you
it?
look, as the camera's panning in, it becomes a polka dot from a distance. And then as you zoom in closer, you see the incredible detail of the dancing buds. That even their colour tone isn't flat. They've got graduated colour tones within each one. So again, this is fantastic for all your small piece work. So revers on cuffs,
Yeah,
on
EPP.
collars, EPP, but binding again would be phenomenal. Borders.
And this is where Liberty really comes into its own, isn't it? In this tiny, tiny scale
absolutely.
print. Because of the quality of the printing, it's so precise.
Exactly. And you also see not just one shape of bud. There are, you know, a good 5, 6 different shapes of buds, but individual leaves pop up every so often as well. But it's the fact that you've got so much movement in it because everything's at a different angle.
Yes, absolutely.
So again,
gorgeous,
no waste fabric. Which
and it's lovely. And maybe you've bought one of the others that you love. You know, maybe you've bought this one. That one is going to coordinate beautifully.
Yeah,
so if you haven't bought the mega bundle, but maybe you've bought one, that one, look at the colours, how well it coordinates, and the scales of prints. They work so well.
You could put, like, your waistband could be this for your dress, or a
yes.
tie even.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, just to make it look a bit zhuzhy. But again, you can do, like, the front piece for your...
Hi, when I was a teenager in the early 20s, we had a Liberty in York, so I was able to make a lot of my clothes in there, fabric from Sue in Derbyshire. How nice. What happened to Liberty in York then?
I don't even know they had a store in York.
Well, they did. They did,
Yes, it
obviously.
was an outlet.
Used to.
Yeah.
How nice. I bet you've got some lovely Liberty clothes. Have you kept them, though? There's the question. Right, so those are all of the fabrics by the half metre, but if you want to buy all of them because you can't decide, which I wouldn't be surprised at, and save £5, this is, oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, £3, I have my glasses on. Gonna have to work out what I can see. Save £3.
These ones as well.
Yeah, I've got all the wrong pairs. All 5 of them, 5 half metres, for £41.95, saving £3, and they are all designed so that they go together, and they've been done by Liberty, so that we know they do, because they're very good at that, getting things to go together in colours. £41.95, and you'll be entered into the shop to win the set of threads worth £120, hand selected by Liberty, and actually works beautifully with this collection. Anyone who buys anything that's got the name Liberty in it between now and midnight will be entered into the draw. Anything that says Liberty, basically, fat quarter, bundle, kit, anything. Right, shall we go through the coordinates?
Yeah.
Oh, we can see how it coordinates then. Are these individual, Hannah? Right. So these are the coordinates. So let's start with the darkest one, shall we?
Wiltshire Shadow.
This is Wiltshire Shadows in navy. It's probably got a much nicer name. In fact, I have to say...
No, it is navy.
Oh, I'm always really disappointed by fabric colour names, but Liberty's are very good.
They do spend quite a lot of time.
Other people's are just really... And you think, no, it's not that colour at all, but theirs are very good.
Yeah. But it is a navy that has got tone in it as well. It's not just a flat
Well, I know
navy
it's not just plain.
because you get... It's tone on tone with this... iconic berries and foliage design, but as you say, coordinates really well.
Just see, look, if I put them with that.
But if you compare it to using just a plain fabric.
Oh, it's got movement and depth,
absolutely,
hasn't it?
and suddenly your quilt comes alive because of that. You've got that real iconic overall design rather than it looks like just the pattern.
Yeah, no, I think it's lovely, and I've used this sort of fabric rather than using a plain when you've got something with a bit of a texture. But look how well that goes with the bundle.
Yeah, it looks really lovely.
So that's the navy.
We've
Wiltshire
used it on the
Shadows.
quilt, the big quilt.
Oh yes, so the quilts that are behind me, these are just ones that Liberty have made. Susie has been allowed to borrow for them to showcase their collection. We don't have instructions for them, and Liberty hasn't created them, and we have no idea why. But can you see in the background of this one? This has got the this navy.
Yep.
Oh, the navy.
And they've used
Liberty
it as
Wiltshire
the binding
Shadows.
and the centre of this one.
It goes together beautifully.
It does, yeah.
So that's the navy. Now we've got another couple of blues in the Wiltshire Shadows. So this one, I think this is the next colour along. Oh, I need to give you the code, Hannah. Spot the code. GJYV12.
So this is powder blue.
This is more.
Isn't it?
This is called Cloud.
Yeah.
So I'm just. If I put all of the bundle, you can see how well they go.
This is a spring cloud, isn't it? And it really shows against
Oh, it does,
in
doesn't
Hedgerow
it?
Bloom, because the centre of the big roses has got that exact
It's
colour
exact.
in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. So if you want a blender
Yeah.
that will complement as well as match exactly, this is perfect. And remember, you will also, because it's got the word Liberty in it, you will be entered in the prize draw.
Yep.
So that's the fabric that we've put on the side there is this fabric here, £8.90. So it's only £8.49, the Wiltshire Shadows. It's a little bit more affordable. It's a great staple to have in your collection
It is.
anyway, isn't it? Because, I mean, you can see the print better in
If I
here than
bring
the
in
navy.
This half done, instead of the oyster, if you had
Oh,
that,
yes.
it would make the intertwined triangle bit really stand out. All these prints, you'd get a totally different look.
And the kits, the 2 kits that we've got for the cushion have sold out now. But you can get the instructions on their own. So if you bought the fabrics, you could still make it.
Yeah.
Because the 2 kits have sold out. But this would be a lovely one to put with.
It would
I
be a
love that.
really stunner. Yeah.
Right, there is a nether blue one as well, which is slightly different. It ends in one moment.
So that's sky.
Yes, it does. Opal.
Opal.
So this is just a paler blue. So if we just put it, so just so you can see the
Yeah,
difference.
so this has got grey tones.
That's the
in
cloud,
it,
and that's the opal.
and this is the opal. So this is much more, I would say, baby blue.
Yeah, much more.
And
yes.
this is your grown-up sort of cloud, not well,
Yeah,
it
the
is cloud,
greyer
but the
blue,
greyer
yes.
blue. This is definitely the March cloud we've had.
Yeah, it is.
weekend.
Whereas this is your sort of
Yeah.
cleaner baby
is.
blue. But you can see it goes.
It still goes.
They all go because these
I mean, look
colours
at
have been
this
selected to go
on
with
this
it.
one.
Yes, those 2 are
Absolutely stunning
beautiful,
together.
aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
So
lovely.
again, if you did your collar, a collar in this to go with your shirt in that,
Yeah, that's
would look
gorgeous.
amazing. Wouldn't
Yes,
it?
just finished.
yeah,
And luxury.
absolutely.
Oh, and I
well,
can quite see that.
eye-catching, because it means that when you're wearing it, people don't think, oh, they're wearing such and such, so and so. High street stores. Whereas this makes it individual.
Yes,
You
absolutely
feel
gorgeous.
much, really good wearing
Yeah,
it
because
it's a standout piece.
It's
Yeah.
beautiful. And by treating yourself to half a metre of this, you can really add little details, can't
Exactly.
you?
Yes.
So on the side graphics there for £8.99, this is the Pastel Liberty one, and
Which is
then
the floral
the main
draw.
graphic is the Wiltshire Shadows. Right, I have another Wiltshire Shadows. This is the
That's oyster
The
white.
oyster white.
Yes, it's almost an ivory, but not quite.
It's
and
sort
it's
of-
got a very subtle,
it's slightly
pinky
pink,
tone in
yes,
it.
which is why I get the oyster thing.
Yeah,
'cause
I think it's almost skin tone.
Yeah, it is. Now, this has been massively popular.
So I think it would make a really good. But well, it coordinates so well.
I mean, let me put these all
You can
together with it
see
again.
it all.
So this is the one that Susie's used in her kit. Now, remember, the instructions are still available to buy on their own, but you can create your own kit. In fact, if you bought the bundle of ½ metres and a ½ metre of this, you can make 2 cushions. Because you only need fat quarters. So if you bought
could
½
actually
metres...
probably make 3.
Really?
'Cause
How
I
nice
could
would
get
that be?
1 1/2 out
Oh, okay.
of the bundle. So you could probably make 3 out of that lot.
Oh,
with
wow.
careful cutting.
Right.
But yeah, I love when you interchange the different feature fabrics, the timeless.
Oh, it does. It
makes
changes it, doesn't
yeah,
it?
the whole thing looks different because here, these pink flowers really stand out, rather than on the cloud and on the opal. The blues really pop
Yeah,
forward.
no, they do, don't they?
So
It's
it
completely.
does
I love
make
it. I mean, this is a really great blend of the oyster.
Absolutely,
Obviously, to use
yeah.
with this collection.
I've
But I
got-
know a lot of you buy it to go with your whole Liberty
I
collection.
buy this in the Bolt because
Do
I
you?
use it so much.
It is a
Yeah.
lovely. It's a very pale pinky, like an oyster shade.
It is. These inside of an oyster shell.
Doesn't it look lovely with our shop to win thread? If you were lucky enough to win this,
Yes.
if you just bought ½ metre of the oyster, because it's got the word Liberty in
Do
it,
some beautiful free motions with this, couldn't you?
they go really nicely, don't they?
They do. That one.
That one, love that one.
Would
Look at
be
that. You get variegated
amazing.
in that.
Free motioned.
Beautiful. There we go.
And Aurifil free, variegated threads are incredible.
Delicious. Yes, I love them.
Yeah, I am a big.
Right, we've got another pink. So this is almost like your baby pink, isn't it? This one
Yes.
ends in 27.
Yeah.
What's this one called then, Hannah?
Rose pink.
Rose pink. So again, beautiful. This one does go really
It
well
really-
again.
Really makes the little buds pop, doesn't it?
It does actually, just
Yeah.
with the little buds, it's beautiful. But
Yeah.
look at the pink, how it matches up with that.
But if you're
really well.
doing, you know, if you are planning a wedding and you've got pink as your theme, wouldn't it be nice to have little bags for your attendants?
Yeah.
Or for your, I mean, if you can afford to, make tiny little gift bags with a candle in or something for your
Beautiful. I know,
guests. Not
in-
necessarily everybody, but, you know,
Special ones.
Chosen few.
Chosen guests. That it would be
Or one per
gorgeous,
couple.
wouldn't it?
But, it's,
One per table, maybe.
no, because you could get a lot out of this.
You could, actually. You
You
could
can
if you just
get
made
a
little
lot
bags.
of little gift bags.
But
But it's
that
just
picks-
things like that that make a difference. But using a Wiltshire Shadow as your blender
Mm.
in a project makes a massive difference to how the feature fabrics look.
Yes.
Even if you're not using Liberty, first of all, question why. But,
Why?
But if you're not using a Liberty, using a blender that has got detail on it makes the whole thing go, wow.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It really, it does, because it gives it that movement. This one ends in 91.
So this has got that coral tone in.
Oh, yes, it has.
So it really brings in that
What's this
peachy
one
coral.
called?
So this is Peony Blush.
Peony Blush. It
Yeah.
always have nice names. But yes, this is much deeper and does pick up that.
Yeah. And it
colour,
does look
doesn't it?
like a blush. I mean,
Yeah, it's
you know when you walk down the makeup aisle
Yeah, yeah.
and
it
all
does.
the blushes look like this, don't they?
That is lovely,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's
So
a
that's
really
Peony Blush.
beautiful colour.
$8.49 for half a metre. Remember, you can multi-buy it, so, and it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. And then the final one, so this is not Wiltshire Shadows, but it's still one of their blenders.
This is or the Timeless collection.
And I love this one.
This is the Snowdrop Spot, and I love
Snowdrop
this.
Spot.
It is directional because the snowdrops will not grow sideways, believe it or not. They are growing in
But
lines.
what I love the fact it's
But
like
I
a
love it.
it is a plain fabric.
Yeah.
But with the snowdrops, when you just cut little piece, you just get a bit. But if you cut
Absolutely.
strips of it, you see this whole row of
thing.
snowdrops.
Which makes it amazing for borders.
And let me just
because
put
it
this
gives- yeah,
collection
goes so
against
well.
it. Again, that gives you a different look because this is more of a pinky beige.
Yeah, it's not quite a taupe and it's not quite a pink, is it? It's sort of a
Yeah.
neutral tone. I think they call this nude, don't they? I know Liberty don't, but
Right, it
you
is
know,
that shade,
It's
yes.
that sort of nude shade of things, isn't it? But it's
So
really
if you want to use one of the Liberty blenders, very difficult to choose, I know, but obviously we've gone through them all so you can see them. Don't forget, so we still have some of these mega bundles left, which is the half meters, but only a handful of those left. The fat quarter bundles have sold out, as have the kits, but we still have the instructions available, and you can create your own kit if you like. Don't forget, anyone who buys anything Liberty today will be entered into the prize draw to win this box of threads, £120, worth £120, and the winner will be announced tomorrow. Right. So, Susie, you're going to show us how to make this amazing kit.
Well, we might not make it all.
Well, some of it. Now, the kits have sold out, but we still have the instructions left. You need 6 fat quarters to make this. We still have the half metre bundles left, and we have the Wiltshire Shadow, so you can create your own kit if you like. And remember, if you buy 6 half metres, you can make 2 to 3 cushions, or use bits from your stash. So £9.99. Right.
Well, if you buy extra half metres of your favourite one of the blenders, use that for your backings.
Right.
Instead of the
Instead of
extra
because
fabrics.
it's got
and
fabric,
you'll actually
yeah.
be able to make 2 cushions
Fantastic.
using the bundle
Okay.
as well. So,
So,
yeah.
how do we make it then?
So how do you make it? Well, first of all, I have just realised that I have gone colourblind.
Right.
In the instructions, there is 2 layout diagrams that I colourised. And in one of them, and in the cutting guide, you've got the correct cutting measurements, but I've muddled blue and green.
Oh,
So you just have to reverse blue and green.
blue and green. Okay.
So what I've called green is in fact blue. But you will know that I've got it wrong because one of them says border fabric, and it's obvious that that's blue to anyone else than Susie Duncan, who clearly has gone colourblind because I
Funny.
thought that was green.
Right.
So apologies for that one, but I will make amends on that one. But yeah, crazy. I've only just noticed as well because I was reading it all through and then I thought, but my border's not green, it's blue. How weird. So you're going to follow your instructions, switching those. But I've also given you, towards the back, there's a plain one. So if you want to colour this to be your own design,
Oh, okay.
you can do that because you may not want what I've done. It was, that's just my idea. But if you cut it the way I've suggested, you will have enough left over to do your prairie points, and you'll have some left over after that to do at least half another cushion. if
Right,
not more.
okay.
So that's why I said if you bought half a metre of one of the timeless editions, then you can add in that as your backing.
Right,
You'll
and then you can
2
get
cushions.
even more out of it.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And the instructions are written so that the prairie points I've done 8 per side, I think it is, because I didn't want them too close together. I've spread them out quite wide. So if you want closer prairie points, then you're going to have to cut more
But if
squares.
if you follow the instructions, then you get ones like that.
So you get, you
Okay.
get what you have there. But once you've done, the first thing you're going to do is make a load of half square triangles. And I've again given you specific instructions as to which fabrics you match to do your half square triangles. So I'm going to go through a half square triangle, the technique that's in my pattern. There are loads of different ways of doing half square triangles. You can do whatever suits you and works for you. But this one, with the amount of fabric you've got, worked really well. So I like to mark my lines because I tend to chain piece. Then if I've marked them, I'm literally sewing along a line. I'm not having to think, oh, don't forget, add a quarter. I can just go for it. So what I do is place my 1/4 inch line on my ruler along the diagonal on the wrong side of the fabric and mark with a friction pen or any other fabric marker the 1/4 inch. Turn it round and place, this time make sure that 1/2 inch line is on the line you've just drawn. Your 1/4 inch is going through your diagonal, and again you're going to mark out the other side. So I've got the tram lines there that are exactly a 1/4 inch from the centre. I'm going to put that right sides together with another one of our fabrics, and then I'm going to use a pin to hold it. Because I chain piece, I do pin it, and also I find because you're going up one side and down the other, you do find the fabric will walk slightly. The measurements I've given are plenty. I've allowed for wobbles,
Okay.
shall we say. I've not gone for the traditional add 7/8 of an inch business because I can't be doing with measuring.
No, I'm the
7/8
same.
of
I
an
go
inch.
add an inch.
Add an inch, and then
I
you've
like
got
to
leeway.
trim.
Yeah, but I think especially if you're a beginner, if you're working on very narrow margins, you're going to struggle, aren't you? So that's why I've gone for the extra.
I always like that extra because even though I think I sew straight and I draw my lines, I still trim slightly different amounts off each
Yeah,
one.
absolutely you do.
And it just makes it a bit easier. So that's great. So, even if you're new to this, you can still follow the instructions. And Susie's put plenty of room for manoeuvre.
Yeah, I like to make life easy. The other tip I have, if you're using if your sewing machine has a well, with the 782, you've got the HP plate, and with the 780, if you've bought that before. So you've got the HP plate, which means there's no way your fabric can get caught going down.
And the 720 Pro.
Exactly.
So I have that.
Yeah. So if you have those, use your HP plate or your straight stitch plate, because then it's not going to disappear under the feed dogs, because you're starting on points, aren't you?
And that does make a difference, I think.
Absolutely.
When I first got my machine with the HP plate, I thought it just meant it went faster. I hadn't realised it means that also the fabric doesn't get pulled into the machine.
No.
So you don't get that loss of fabric or having to use an extra piece of fabric before you sew. You can start stitching right on the edge.
You can.
And the foot is 1/4 of an inch.
Oh, it's brilliant.
I know.
Brilliant. Who'd have thought that they'd have thought about it?
I know, it's wonderful, isn't
So
it?
I've then cut those apart into straight down that diagonal, and I'm now going to press them out. Now, you can spend as long as you like working out which way to press if you want to, but my advice, press them all to the darkest fabric for each one. And that way, you won't have too many that don't interlock really nicely.
Okay, so just press to the
But
dark
if you want to
side.
sit here and work out all their interactions and press accordingly, fair play to you, but my life's too busy to do that. So they don't look very square at the moment. So what I'm going to use now, there are lots of ways of squaring off. I like to choose the
So what ruler are
easiest.
you using
I'm
there?
using the Stripology Squared Mini, because it's the one that has a 2.5 inch
Right. So when you say about trimming these
down.
half
So-
square triangles, there's different, I guess everyone has their own way.
Absolutely.
But is this, using this, does this save you time?
Well, it means that I can quickly see, because you've got your diagonals marked, so I can check that my diagonal is going along my seam line that I've just sewn and through the opposite corners.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cut up the 2.5 inch lines. Yeah. So my 2.5 inch square, it's a shame that it's white really, is this one here. So having positioned it the centre
So
cross,
you know it's
yep,
perfect.
I can then cut up this side
Yeah.
and this side, pull that away and get rid of my trims, turn it round 90 degrees and realign. But this time, these horizontal lines will lie on those cut edges I've just made. And then I will again cut up.
Oh, we've got a price compact. That is brilliant, because I love half
Absolutely
square
perfect,
triangles.
yeah.
I haven't got one of these. And I do a lot of trimming.
Yeah.
And that's brilliant. Because
Yeah.
what I tend to do is trim lots of them all at the same
Yeah, I
time.
do. Yeah.
But then I have to turn it all round.
Yeah.
And this way you don't.
You don't, and you don't have to.
So this ruler's just back in stock, $39.99.
It's
Now, I always look on that Long River website when I want to
yeah,
price comparison.
I do. It's the easiest one to go to for that, isn't it?
So how much then? Right, on the Long River, we got, Hannah's done a little price comparison for us. £50 and 90, is that 96? Weird price. For exactly the same ruler.
Crazy.
I mean, obviously, we haven't price comparison anywhere. That's the one place that I always look. And if you're trimming lots of half square triangles, which, to be honest, you know, if you're a patchworker, you will be, or if you're just starting, it's kind of the basic, after you've gone from a square, this is the next thing,
This is the
isn't
next
it?
move. But it's also good for your quarter squares, because it's got those double diagonals. You can do your
see.
quarter squares, and it's got.
And what size square does it go
so
up
it
to?
will go from 2.5 to 6.5 inches. But for cutting fat quarters or scraps, this is a fab ruler, and it's a really good one for on the go, because it will fit a small
Oh, that's true.
cutting
yes,
mat.
so if you do
You've
workshops...
got your 1/8 and 3/8 markings on here. You've got your 1/2 inch. So you can do quarters, you can do 7/8, you can do every single cut you ever could ever want.
And I guess
it's got
because
both
it's,
sides,
because it's
remember.
Creative Grids, they
Yeah.
will have tutorials.
Absolutely.
they do, so-
Yep, there's extensions
And I
on
would
it.
suggest you look at that. I've had some Creative Grids rulers for years and then realised there was a tutorial and didn't realise my ruler did the things it did.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? So with this one, when you turn it round,
Yeah.
you're on a quarter cut size. So if you do need to cut quarter 3¼ inches. Some people like 2 1/4 for borders, because then that gives them a 1½ inch border. So you can work out. You can use this ruler.
So you can buy it like I would buy this. I mean, look at that. So you're saving £20 basically, aren't you?
This is an absolute must.
If you were to buy it on the Long River. And I would buy this for my half square triangles and then find out it did other things too.
Absolutely.
But that is genius.
It's really useful.
£50.96 on the Long River.
And you can square up blocks as well with it.
That's actually £10 difference, isn't it?
So you don't have to just square up half square triangles. You can square up your blocks, because it goes from the 2½ right up to the 6½. So whatever size blocks you're doing, you can square it as well. It's just a really good all-rounder, but it's handy size.
Well, we had this on last month and it sold out. And we've sold over half of the stock now of this one. I really want one of these.
They are incredibly useful. Yeah. I mean, as you say, I spend my life... For this project, I did a lot of half square triangle cutting. But I had a quilt that I was doing recently that had 270 half square triangles. This was an absolute godsend.
Well, just the fact you can do both sides.
Yeah, both sides.
And you can still lay them all out and do both sides of lots of them.
And my tip, if you're doing loads and loads, what I would suggest you do is get some sticky note or a Sharpie, whichever you prefer, and just put it just to the other side of the line you're cutting.
So you're not having to look.
So that you don't have to get it wrong.
I would do it, like a Post-it note or something.
Yeah, I didn't know if we were allowed brand names.
I don't know, is that a brand?
Sticky note.
It's a bit like sellotape, isn't it?
Yeah, but that would be my top tip.
So top tip, and if $39.99, remember it's over £10 more on the Long River, actually. Can we see the price comparison? Over £10 more. Use Susie's tip of putting a Post-it note or something either side just to make it quicker. But you might be doing a cushion where you've only got a few. Yeah. But you might be doing a whole quilt
that's got
too many. If you're, I mean, that for me, that is a must-have, because I still haven't got the whole strip on it.
Haven't you?
No, I know, and I don't know why, but this to me, you know how we all have a ruler or a tool that we see and you think, yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
This would make a difference, because I love a half square triangle.
These two, I would.
So this is what you get if you buy.
No, that's a different one.
That's a different. That's
the quarter one. That's the quarter one.
Right, but
that one's if you want to cut your if you're cutting
we haven't got
quarter increments.
But what you will do when you get it is like with this one, you will get a instruction sheet with it, and then on that there's always a QR code.
There is, but even if you've lost the instruction sheet, if you go to Creative Grids website or YouTube, you can just put in the name of the ruler, and it will take you to any of the tutorials that are there on the available to watch, so you can learn different things.
Because I think it is with all of these rulers, you don't realise you tend to use your ruler for the same thing. Well, so I presume this has got the same.
It's got the non-slip grip between each of the slots.
So if you've got other rotary cutting rulers, because other brands are available, the great thing about Creative Grids is these
is the non-slip texture, and
things.
what they do differently to other slot rulers companies is that they put it between each and every cutting slot.
I wonder what it is. It's like a tape, or I wonder whether they paste something on it and it makes it buffer.
It's almost like they've engraved it, because it doesn't come off, it doesn't wear, but it is. It is.
Because I've still got some of my non-Creative Grids rulers that I bought before I discovered these, and I used one the other day and it was slipping all over the place. I'd forgotten what they're like.
And
I know. I've got an old ruler that's metric, and I needed to cut something metric, so I was using that, and it was all over the place.
Yeah, you don't realise how good those grips are.
I think also because they get specific designers.
Yes.
Well, not Creative Grid designers.
Well, they're quilters that design them. And that's what they know what they need when they're cutting fabric.
So it'd be like me saying I want it to do.
Yes.
So Gudrun Erler obviously does a lot of half square triangles.
Yes, she does.
But like you say, you could use it for just cutting very narrow strips.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you can see that there's diagonal lines there, so that's obviously a strip method that you can use it for.
So when
Which
you
I
get
haven't
yours home,
investigated.
do go onto the Creative Grids website. Just spend, 10, 20 minutes looking at it, because then you'll realise what it can do. Because I think we're all a bit guilty of just rushing in, going, I'll use it for that. And then years later going, no way. Is that what it did? Anyway.
Right. Shall I quickly do a prairie point? I know
Yes,
we're running
I
out
would
of
love
time.
to see a prairie point.
So this is where... So
Hannah says, don't worry about time.
Oh, okay. I don't, Hannah. I have no concept of time in my life. So this is where, if you haven't best pressed your fabric before you've cut it, first of all, you've not read the instructions, because you really do want to best press fabric. That
So
you're
if
going to
you're
cut on the
new
bias.
to, like, what's Susie talking about? Best
What
press
is she
is
talking about?
a synthetic starch. So it's not like that super, super crispy starch stuff.
Yeah, the one where we all walk around like this.
It's a synthetic starch that has been designed specifically, really, for sewing. However, I do use it for my general ironing.
I was going to say, I use it for everything. It is the most amazing bit of kit. It doesn't affect your fabric, other than it sort of straightens the fibres and makes them behave. You know, they don't go off-piste.
It makes it slightly crisper, but it washes out.
Yeah, you can instantly tell if a piece of fabric has been best pressed or not, because it just feels different. It feels smoother.
Now,
and
which
it
one have you got?
behaves.
Because
I've got cherry blossom.
we've got some new smells. Because I said to Barry the buyer,
See, I call them flavours, and that's really bad because you don't drink it.
I said I always buy the lavender one. What other
Yes,
smells
I
have we
do.
got? And he had a look and he found us all these new smells.
Yeah, this is a new one.
This one is cherry blossom.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
It is all right, isn't it? I
It's
like
it's very light. I thought it would smell a bit like old soap or something, but it doesn't. It smells of cherries.
I know what you mean, like floral gums.
Yeah, I really thought it would, but it
No,
smells of...
It does, like a bowl of cherries.
Yes. And the great thing is because I have the lavender one, it makes your ironing board sort of...
It does. I was just going to say that.
Doesn't it?
And it lingers for a long time. So I use a wool pressing mat.
Yes, so do I.
And so because it's wool, it's absorbed even more than a normal ironing table. So the smell I get in my
beautiful.
workroom is amazing. But it is just a brilliant bit. So
I
what
was,
you do
I mean,
with it-
and also it doesn't matter whether you buy the non-scented or any of the scents. It's just which one you like. But that's gorgeous. That's just a light cherry
It
flavour.
is. And it's a swizzle applicator, so you can turn it off. So for safety,
Yeah,
I'm not.
and
gonna
it's not
squirt
aerosol
anything.
or anything. It's pump
No,
action.
it's pump action.
But
So
once you've used Best Press,
it
you've had it.
delivers
really.
a fine mist, and
You've had it.
You
You have.
have.
to use it all the time.
Yeah.
What it does do brilliantly is when you've got a fat quarter with all those creases in it, you can never get it out with water, can you?
And
But
you don't want to keep steaming your fabric
No.
before you sew, because with quilting, the more steam you put on it, you only want to steam when you get to this stage. When
Yeah, it's
all
funny.
done.
I used to be a super steamer, but since I've got Best Press, I don't use steam at all.
No.
Because I find that spraying with Best
No
Press and a
water
hot
allowed
iron.
in my irons. No water allowed in my
Oh
irons.
no, I don't use it anymore because of the Best
You
Press.
don't need it. So you're just going to, Best Press, you just mist slightly onto your fabric and allow it to just settle in. So I usually do, my full fat quarter. By the time I've misted the whole of it, the beginning is ready to go.
Right.
So you want it to settle in, otherwise what's the point? It's a bit like putting conditioner on your hair and then just instantly washing it off.
Oh, okay.
That's, waste of money. So you then can press it out and you'll feel that it gets a really nice crisp. And if you want something to be super, super crisp, then you can reapply. It's something that will build up.
So if I bring you a fat quarter here, you can't buy these anymore because
Spritz
they're sold
this.
out, then we can see. So when you've got, do I need to put this in, can you see if I don't put this in the
Do you
middle?
want it in the middle?
Oh no, we can see there. Look at
Yeah.
that.
We're good.
So now, when you buy your fat quarter or your half metre and all of these creases are in there, I'll move that.
Yeah, do you know what happens to those when you let
Yes,
iron?
they disappear.
No, they go black.
Yes, the numbers disappear because they're heat.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? They're
It's very
thermal.
annoying when you do it because I've ironed over these stickers before.
Yeah, I've gotten into the habit of sticking mine on the ironing board.
Because they go completely black. So you spray
There you go.
it all. I mean, and these haven't been folded up for too long. If you buy one that's been folded for a while.
Oh, I've had, fabric off the bolt that's been on there for ages, and it's still ironed. So we've only put it this side.
Oh, that smells foul.
It does. If I try this side where we haven't sprayed, you can see
Yeah,
it
it's
doesn't
still there,
quite
isn't
come
it?
out, does it?
No.
But it's really, but the difference in feel. this
Oh, yeah,
side
now this
versus
is a
that,
super
yeah.
crisp one.
But the good thing is with Best Press, don't worry if you don't want that stiff feel to the fabric later on because you're dressmaking with it. Don't panic, because if you wash the piece, it comes out anyway. So it doesn't remain heavy and starchy. It will just wash out. It doesn't clog your needle, which is the other reason
Very
I like
important
using it
part.
over
That's
a
so
normal
nice now.
starch.
That's been Best Press. Right, Prairie Points.
Prairie Points.
We got
So-
a bit sidetracked.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I got
Easily
sidetracked.
done. Easily done.
Do we need to be in the centre?
It can be, yeah.
Is that better? Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Here we are.
Hey.
We're back in the room. So you're going to cut the squares out. I've given you a size which will give you a prairie point that's about 1.5 inches high when you're finished.
Okay.
So, but if you want them any bigger than that,
Cut
then
bigger squares.
You need to
But
cut
I guess
bigger
you can just
squares.
play with that once
You
you've
can,
learnt the technique
yeah.
from your instructions.
There is a formula. So the height you want, double it and add 1/2 inch for your...
But follow the instructions.
Yeah.
Work out how to make it. I think with
See, I
with-
love a formula.
Yeah, I love it. I write my own formula
I
for
do.
things as well.
I am a
I write a formula for the other day, working out something, and it was add this plus that plus this for ease plus this for.
Yeah. It's like my chemistry formula. I love that. We were talking about that last night, and I said, "Oh, do you want to know what the chemical formula is?" And they're all going, "Oh, for goodness sake."
No, I only like a formula for quilting.
Yeah. No, I love.
So,
it.
but do follow the instructions.
So-
Once you've learned how to make these, obviously, then experiment, practice, make smaller ones, make bigger ones.
Exactly.
But make them like this. So you fold it in half.
Just fold it in half diagonally, and the more precise you are, the better.
Right.
But it's not the end of the world if it's not quite right. But you want them as good as you can get, really. And if you've got a quilter's clapper, that's really handy as well, just to hold down the seam
Okay.
once you've pressed it. But you want to then fold it in half and press again.
Right.
So you've now got a 4-fold triangle.
Okay.
Yeah. So you want to get that as pressed as you can. And then you'll build up. So I'm going to imagine this is the edge of my cushion.
Yeah.
With
So the
whatever.
very edge,
Where-
all the
this
way-
is
right,
so
okay.
once you've done all of your piecing, and it is literally just follow the diagram, just watch the orientation, piece them and put them 1/4 inch
Okay.
together.
So squares and half
Yeah.
square triangles.
And they all go together in a set design. So I've done
Right.
all. I've almost finished putting that one together. Then you come to then you'll put a border all around it. And the reason you want the border to break the design edge is because if you just start prairie pointing a border
Let me bring
without the
cushion
border,
over.
it will just be. We can move the
So
eye.
let me just show you what Susie means. So
Yeah.
can you see here? There we go.
So we've got the border breaking the design.
Yeah, no, that really works.
Yeah, because if you don't, it's going to be too many seams and bumps and lumps, but also your design feature disappears.
Yeah, but I like the fact that you've used a big print for the border. So although it breaks it, it frames it
It does, yeah.
and features it.
Yeah.
So remember that we don't have the kits left, but we do have the instructions. You need 6 fat quarters of fabric, but we do have the bundle of the Liberty anyway, so you could make your own. Right.
So when you've come to do the prairie points, your border fabric, so this is going to be the border for the one I'm doing here.
Right.
So the border fabric will be on the outside edge, so that will be joined there.
Okay, yep.
Yep. Your prairie points, you're going to start by interlocking them. But what I would suggest you do, and what I'm going to do, just to make it more sensible, is we're going to imagine that all these are joined together, okay? There's my border on here. What you want to do is start in a corner and lay them out in whatever order you're going to lay them out. Sorry, I've chosen a fabric that matches. Don't worry too much about their overlapping, how much they're overlapping at this stage. Just go with the flow. I've only pressed one. I thought I pressed a few more. They've obviously disappeared. I did have a few more pressed, but that's okay. You get the idea.
Yeah, I've got the idea.
So once you've done a whole side,
Yes.
roughly, so it is 8 per side. So start at the beginning, go to the end. Then you want to do the shuffles.
Oh, okay. So then you
Go
just
to
move.
find the midpoint
Right.
and make sure that you've got 4 that side, and then work your way so that they're even distribution.
Yeah.
So
So that saves on measuring then.
yes, you can measure it by all means.
No, I'm
Life's
liking the
too short.
No, I'm liking the shuffle it, judge it.
Shuffle it,
sort
judge
of.
it.
Yeah, much
so
better.
when you bring them together, you're going to lift up the one on the left and tuck in the one on the right. So
Oh, I like
it's
that.
inside and will hold. And then what I do is just grab a clip and hold those two together. And then the same for the next one. And you want to try and make them the same overlap each way. Then you're going to run, unless you feel super brave, I would suggest you base stitch that into
Okay.
place. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of pins everywhere.
And do you do that on machine?
I do, but it's entirely
Okay.
up to you. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. But because then what you will then do is put your backing pieces over the topping position. So these will be going like this. And you're going to stitch the whole thing all the way round. So when you turn it through, these pop out.
Would they look nice on the on a cuff?
Yeah, absolutely.
But really overlapped.
Or down the front of a coat.
Yeah.
Yeah, be really nice.
Or a
But Prairie
message.
Points.
I love Prairie Points. Made a
Yes.
crocodile quilt for my grandson and just decided to edge it with Prairie Points. Amazed how easy it was for Maggie and Ayrshire.
Yeah.
What a great idea.
I think
I'm
they all-
thinking round the edge of my denim jacket.
Yeah, anything like that. But even just inside a border, rather than on the outside edge like we have for the cushion,
Oh, I
if you do
see.
it on the
And
inside
facing
edge,
inwards.
you can face in, you can face out, completely
Yeah, and give
different
it that
look.
real 3D.
Exactly.
Well, that's fab. Thank you so much,
That's
Susie.
all right.
It's been lovely seeing how all of that works. And I know we haven't had as much time for demo.
No,
but,
that's all right.
At least we've had a long conversation about
Well,
pressing
yeah.
and cutting,
Yeah,
which is
but
great.
which is the fundamental of quilting. So
Right.
yeah.
So
good.
the kits have sold out for this, but we do have instructions. We do have instructions on them. If you want to create your own kit, you'll need 6 fat quarters. But if you buy the bundle of have we got the half-metre bundle left? Very, very low in stock. You can still make, 2 or 3 possibly. But there's the instructions on their own. Or you can use your stash. You can use whatever you like. If you've got maybe just a little bit of liberty, you could use a little bit and use some plain fabric. So this is what the cushion looks like. Full instructions, £9.99. Then you can make loads. It's got a patchwork back, beautiful front, and the Prairie Points. Hooray, I've bought the pattern. I have masses of material in my stash. I can't justify more material. Just love the cushion, though.
Oh,
thank
thank
you,
you, Maggie.
Oh, thank you, Maggie. I know, and I think that's great that we have the options where if you want an identical one, you can buy the kit. But if you know that you've got loads of fabric in your stash, and it is just 6 fat quarters, then you can buy the instructions, £9.99, and then you can create it yourself. Beautiful. Or use this block and make a quilt.
Yes.
And put Prairie Points around the edge of your quilt.
Well, if you increase the size overall of each of the squares, it will make a big quilt.
Oh, yes, you could just think of there's lots and lots of different
Each one a 6.5
options,
inch
but
square.
you could use up your whole stash, use a different fabric for each of the squares, and you
Yep.
could make like a sampler quilt.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for joining me for this hour. I'll see you back here in
Another
an
hour.
hour, or
Yeah.
just under an hour now.
Yeah.
With your next lap quilt.
Yeah, new.
Brand new. More top tips and sewing advice from Susie. So don't forget that Susie will be back here at 11. So if you've got any other questions, come back for then. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time. Months, even. few months. It's a
I know
long
you've been
break.
away a bit.
It's a long break. No, minutes. In a few minutes' time for the Shashko Hour. So if you love Shashko, always wanted to try Shashko, we have got everything for that. But also, we're going to start off with mine and Hannah's favourite brand new extra wide backets. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes. Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only one P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So now this hour is the Shashko hour. So we've got lots of Shashko fabric, threads, kits, books, all. However, nothing to do with Shashko. We we saw some new extra wide backings on the system. I love an extra wide backing because it's not just about quilting, it's great for homewares and dressmaking as well. These are gorgeous and they're brand new and they're Moda. And Hannah is going to come on and be my glamorous assistant. These are absolutely beautiful. They're called Gradience Auras, and this one is turquoise. I love it when people say turquoise, don't you, Hannah? Instead of I say turquoise, but I always think it sounds dead posh. Turquoise. Look at this, turquoise. Do you say turquoise? Look how wide that is. Gorgeous, isn't it? It's like the sea. Ooh, just tripped over the camera. It is like the sea, isn't it? It's sort of blues and greens and bubbles. But it just random. What's great about it, actually, is that so non-directional, which is always useful, isn't it? Now, what you can't tell from there, it's really soft. It's really, really soft. Now, it's $14.99 for half a metre, but remember, it's 274 centimetres wide, which is 108 inches, so that's more than double normal quilting weight fabric, but not double the price. Less than double the price. And that is beautiful, isn't it? Now, that's what half a metre looks like. So, quilt backing, obviously, brilliant for that because it means you don't have to join the fabric. However, it's also great for dressmaking because you don't have to buy as much fabric. You have to measure your patterns to see how much you'll need to buy. Just lay them out. Really good for homewares, but it's brilliant for bedding as well because it's wide enough. When you think of the width of that double king-size bed, you could make duvet covers, sheets. Brilliant for tablecloths. Thinking summer tablecloth, be lovely. How about lightweight summer curtains or even curtain lining? Hannah wants a jumpsuit. I mean, it's beautiful. I love the fact you've got these big splodges of turquoises and greens and then purples here and there. And then the little dots, which are almost like bubbles in purples and corals. $14.99. Remember, it's Moda. And you just have to take my word for it because you can't tell. It's really soft. It's beautiful. So we also have it in other colourways. So that's the turquoise one. We've got it in pinks. But I'm thinking, if I was dressmaking, what a fantastic maxi dress would that be? Absolutely beautiful and floaty because it's a quilting weight cotton, but it has that very smooth, super soft touch feel. Cushions, beautiful set of cushion covers. You think how many you're going to get out of that? I mean, if you're making to sell, you can get a lot in that. You know, if you just think, well, I'm going to just make a load of drawstring bags at the school fete. Everybody wants a drawstring bag for PE kit and stuff. You could make loads from here. Work out how much you need. Now, if you buy a half a metre, that's just one unit. But if you want more, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. Just put that number of units in your basket. So if you are using it for quilt backing, I always recommend get 2.5 metres. That will cover your big sort of double king size bed. If you're doing something smaller, you might not need as much, but if you can't be bothered to work it out, if you get 5 units, then that's pretty much what you need. But you never need that. You'll have loads left over. I mean, isn't that stunning? You've got pinks and yellows. And again, everyone who's checked out so far has checked out multiple units. I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm thinking even just pyjamas would be lovely in that because it has got that really... It's very silky soft, actually. It's lovely. In fact, I tell you what it reminds me of. If you've ever bought Tula Pink backing, it has that feel. It has that kind of satinized feel to it. It isn't satin. It is pure cotton, but it is super soft. That's the pinky colour. And then we also have, this is called Prism, not Prison. Prism. So this has got all of the colours. You know, I mean, I'm thinking, you know, wouldn't it be lovely, you know, if you have sort of lightweight summer curtains in the window, if you've got a cupboard that you want to put a curtain on just to cover things up, how beautiful is that? It's got a real lovely modern art vibe. I mean, you could just use this as a quilt, just as the front of a quilt, and just quilt it. Because it is gorgeous, isn't it? Do it as a whole cloth quilt. It's like a piece of artwork. $14.99 for half a metre, and look at the width, 274. So this is the same as the other two, but it's got all of the colours. Fabulous, isn't it? Yeah, this is the first time it's been on there. It's brand new. That's why, for some reason, we've put it into the Shashko out. It's just a little sneaky one. It does look kind of sequiny, confetti-y, doesn't it? It is gorgeous. I'm sure all of you out there can think of those things. I'm thinking summer outdoor tablecloth, because you wouldn't need very much. What I would say is measure your table and add 12 inches all the way around. I always like a 12-inch drop to my tablecloth. It's enough to hold the tablecloth down, but not too much that then you end up sitting on it. But it's just about right. But you think of all the bag patterns that we do. Some of the Becky Alexander Frost patterns would look amazing in this. Lining, you know, maybe you're making an overnight bag or something and you want a really snazzy lining. When you imagine opening up, going, whoa. But remember, I know you're thinking $14.99 for half a metre, but you are buying more than double the width. But that is a fantastic lining, isn't it? Or jacket. What a lovely jacket lining. Oh, shirt. I tell you what, this would make the most beautiful shirt. But the majority of you who have checked out have bought multiple units. Now, I do have one more. One more. It is from this collection, but it's completely different. And strangely, this is the most popular on pre-order. Yes, so this one, let me just spread it out. There we go. Now, it is extra wide. This is just half of it. So you've got the black background, but can you see it's pixelated? So it's the whole thing is tiny dots. So you've got all of these swirls and leaf shapes and curvy shapes. It is very bioluminescence. That's where those animals under sea that glow. And they... yeah, like plankton. They have bioluminescence. It's gorgeous, isn't it? That would be nice as a curtain lining, actually, wouldn't it? How lovely would that be, since it's going to be on the outside? That is glorious. And again, I'm thinking, you know, wouldn't that make them lovely as summer dress? Because it's got that real nighttime black, hasn't it, with all of these colours on top of it. That is beautiful. So it is part of the same collection. So the colours in this will go with the colours in the other fabrics, but it's just, they've almost reversed it, so it's got the black background. Gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful. Again, nice for bed linen. But, you know, for quilt backing, I just think that just makes it a bit different. But... you know, or maybe you're doing a quilt and you've got to put borders on it and you don't want to piece your borders. Get an extra wide backing fabric, then you never have to piece the borders. And this would look really stunning, wouldn't it? It just means, you know, when you have to, because if you've got like a double bed size quilt, you can't do the borders in one, but if you've got extra wide, you can. Glorious, isn't it? Oh, one more that I saw this one. I absolutely love this one. I can't believe this is extra wide. I really want this. Now, this is Dan Morris. I saw the picture of the dog. And then he ended up as Dog Morris. Now, this is extra wide, but look at it. I can't believe this is only $11.99. I absolutely love this because I remember having one of those. Did you have one of those little wooden dogs, and then you push them along on wheels? And we've got the xylophone, the rocking horse, roller skates, Etch-a-Sketch. Oh, that was before Game Boys came along, wasn't it? Yeah, I had one of those as well, where you put the little cards on and click them, click, click, click. Rubbish, weren't they? Absolutely rubbish, but we thought they were great. There they were. No, but compared to what you can have now, You've got the little car, the ABC blocks, the stacking rings, tricycle, little aeroplane. I never had one of those. I think that was for the rich kids. Did you? Oh, I never had a model aeroplane. But isn't that gorgeous? Super wide. So it really is your vintage toys, isn't it? I mean, I'm thinking maybe is that you make like curtains for a child's room, or is it for drawstring bags? I don't know. It's just gorgeous. Maybe use it for applique. Maybe you fussy cut it out. Christmas toy sacks. Be ideal, wouldn't it? Oh, look at those little trucks. Or toy storage. It's lovely. Or you can use it if you've made a children's quilt backing, or it doesn't even have to be for children. This is so nostalgic. All of us adults all look at this and go, yes, I had that. I know. You see, these are wonderful. I love the Etch-a-Sketch. That was about as technical as it got in those days. Oh, I've got an Etch-a-Sketch. I love them. Quarter of the stock of this one has gone. It's only £11.99, and remember, this is extra wide, so you are getting more than double. It's 108 inches wide. Again, think about bedding. It's 100% cotton. Wouldn't that make a loveliest duvet cover? Or matching lampshade. You could go for the whole thing, couldn't you? Match the whole room. So you could make, fabric storage boxes out of it. If you used like a Bosal in our form, then they would be nice and structured. If you made a cube box, you could put loads of toys in it. But I think the nostalgia of it, actually, wouldn't it be lovely as a shirt? It would look great. Everyone would go, oh, I had one of those. I think I want one of these. That is my favourite. My favourite, though, is the dog. It is just lovely. It's just charming, isn't it? When I saw this on the table, I went, I've got to do that one. It's just lovely. I even had the roller skates. Weren't they rubbish? The ones that you strap to your shoes, and if you skated too fast, or if you were going downhill, they fell off, and you'd end up like with your heel on the floor and half a skate attached to your toe. You have to be a certain age. I bet loads of you out there remember it. I bet you do. Had the strap-on roller skates. And then they invented roller boots, didn't they? Wasn't as much fun as the strap-on roller skates, where you'd be going down a hill and half of the skate would fall off and you'd be on the verge. But we were very bouncy in those days, weren't we? I think we just bounced back. Loads of you coming in for this. Half of the stock is gone. I don't know why that's £11.99. It's Dan Morris. It's extra wide. Oh, well, we'll go with it. It says £11.99. I love that. But again, it would be lovely for applique. You could press a little bit of Bondaweb to the back and then cut around it, and then you can press it onto other things. I think it would be lovely curtains. I mean, obviously, you'd need to put quite a bit of blackout lining, and maybe if I was going to make curtains from it and I really wanted it to be the front of the curtains, use like a bump interlining rather than your normal curtain interlining, and then it will be slightly thicker, or a blackout lining as well. But you know, like with a door curtain where you put bump interlining, I would use that because it would just make it a bit thicker. But lovely Roman blinds. Right, let's talk Shashko. I would like to start with the book because I hadn't seen this book, and I don't know how I haven't seen this book, but this is genius, this book, because it's written by Susan Briscoe, who is the queen of Shashko, really. She is. She knows everything about Shashko. Look at the price of that, £16.99. That is amazing value. So, in this book, there are 365 patterns. So there's one for every day of the year, unless it's a leap year. But, you know, the good thing about it is that there are all the patterns. So I'll show you to start with. There's all the patterns with the names of them, how you do them, how you trace them, how you mark them, and then the stitch direction. Now, what she says in it is you can just make these to practice your Shashko. You can use them as inspiration, but what I love about them is she suggests join them all together and make a double bed-size quilt. And I'm thinking, how great would that be? Now, it starts off with, if you've never done Shashko before, don't worry. This assumes no knowledge whatsoever. It starts off with tools and materials, what thread you need, what needles you need, how to mark the fabric, what fabric you need, tips about stitching, how to use the pattern directory, how it all works, and then we move into the patterns and look at them all. Well, I go through all, there's 365 of them. So you could do one every single day because they're little as well. I think they're 5 or 6 inches square. They're quite small, so it wouldn't take very long to do them. I have to read it. It was something like that anyway. You could do one every single day, couldn't you? And how lovely would that be? And then, or a bit like, you know, when you do your temperature quilt, and you have, but you could catch up, you could do like a week's worth. And it's all hand stitching. So what you could do is, like, at the beginning of the weekend, you could mark out, say, 7 squares. And then every day you could just sit down, time for you, like an hour, probably not even that, and just stitch that 1 square. I mean, isn't that beautiful? So it explains all of these, and they have been put into sections as well. Mountains and small squares, steps, crosses and squares. I mean, there's just so much here. Obviously, you don't need to make it into a quilt. You can just say, well, I'm going to make 9 of them and make it into a cushion. You could do them in coloured thread. You could do them all in white thread. I mean, Susan's used a mixture of all of that here, but look at them all. Zigzags. Oh, I like these. Look at that one. The Jagged Asanoha. They've all got the English names and the Japanese names as well. And this is how she explains about making the quilt. Now look at that. That is all of them. So this stunning quilt measures 96 inches square and is an easy design with narrow sashing strips and small cornerstones. So what she does is she joins all the squares together with little sashing strips. So what you could do is you could wait till the end of the year and join them all together, or you think, well, when I've done 1 row, I'll join those together. I mean, it is stunning, isn't it? Obviously, she says you can use your Shashko blocks for other projects, but I think, look, she explains exactly how to cut the strips, how to join it together. And I think I would start joining them 1 row at a time so I could keep adding to it. But what a lovely journey that you could work on throughout the year. I mean, obviously, you don't need to take a whole year to do it. You could stitch really fast and do it much quicker. But I love the idea of stitching a block and collecting them and keeping them and then, you know, and then becoming something bigger. So it is like an absolute labour of love, isn't it? And she tells you what you need exactly to make it. But again, it doesn't need to be a quilt. You could use 9 of them for the front of a cushion, use 12 of them for the front of the tote bag. But it is a directory because, as I say, remember, it assumes no knowledge. So if you've always wanted to have a go at Shashko, for $16.99, 365 blocks, plus all of the tools, materials, details, techniques, tips, it's all on there. And she tells you exactly how much fabric you need if you are going to make all of the blocks as well. I think that's a lovely book. I'm very tempted. Can you imagine how stunning that would look? And you just work your way through it. And that's the joy of it, isn't it? This is slow stitching. This is mindful stitching. Love it. So do consider that, just $16.99. Right, now, obviously in the book it tells you there is specialist equipment. Now, we've got the Shashko needles back because they had sold out. Very important, the Shashko needle. They are longer than normal needles so that you can get all those running stitches on them. They have slightly larger eyes than a normal needle because the Shashko thread is thicker, and they have super sharp points because obviously you've got to stitch through a cotton fabric. So really, if you're going to do your Shashko, it's best to get the right needles because the stitches are all running stitches. And to get the more stitches on your needle, you are going to need these. It's worth it, and we keep selling out of them, £3.49. These are the needles that are recommended specifically for Shashko. $3.49. Okay. Right, now if you want the proper thread as well, so Shashko thread is a cotton thread. Is this one, 983? So Shashko thread, again, is a pure cotton thread. It is thicker than stranded cotton. It is of a specific diameter and a specific weight, and it's non-stranded, which is brilliant. So you don't need to split it. So you can do Shashko with stranded cotton and you use several strands, but the beauty of using the right thread is that you don't have to separate it at all. It will fit into the Shashko needles. Now, it's also very inexpensive because it's £4.99 and you're getting 100 metres. Now, for the real traditional Shashko look, you'd be using just this colour thread. But as you can see from Susan's block, she's used lots of different colours, and we do have it in other colours, but this is the traditional. 100 metres, just £4.99. Right, we've also got the coloured threads. Are these all of them in here? Okay, so we've got a bundle of coloured threads. Oh, that's these. So these are the smaller ones. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. So now these again are your Shashko threads. So they are exactly, they're made in Japan. They are the right fibre, weight, everything else. So you've got a ivory grey, blue, pink, green, mustard and a denim. And then you've got variegated blue, green and pink. So they'd be absolutely brilliant for stitching the patterns in this book because of all the colours. Now, £19.90, 10 skeins, 20 metres on each one. So you can mix and match. Now, the colours will work beautifully because they're quite nice, subtle colours as well. So they will sit on the fabric and they are designed specifically. And I would suggest you do use the Shashko thread because it is the right weight. You know, when you're going to learn a craft like this, and it is lovely because Shashko is slow stitching, it's hand stitching. It's where we can sit in front of the telly with a box set on, or we can just take a little bit of time for ourselves, sit in a nice comfy corner and just do a little bit of embroidery for yourself. And whether you're going to make a whole quilt, and you might start off thinking I'll make the whole quilt and then just only do 10 squares, or whether you just think, well, I'm going to learn this, use this for how to learn to do things. I think it is a wonderful hobby, and that's why I'm a bit passionate about that book. When I realised the premise behind it all, I think it's genius. So those are the 10, 20 metre skeins. Right, we've got some other thicker threads as well. But they, well, no, more of them. So we've got the mustard. Again, these are the 100 metres. So this is if you want to use other colours, £4.99. So again, they're all the same weight, all these Shashko threads. So maybe you don't want to use all the different colours. Maybe you think, well, I'm going to do mine all in ivory, mustard and green, for example. So this is the mustard, 100 metres for £4.99. And it will look, and the colours have been chosen because the traditional colour that Shashko is worked on is your sort of deep indigo blue. And that looks beautiful on it. And then I've got green, and this is one of the, so all of the colours that Susan is using in her quilt are these colours. So that lovely green, again, looks lovely with the fabric. Right, then I've got turquoise. Has that got a name? Aqua. And again, that looks lovely against the indigo navy fabric. Just £4.99. Right, now, if you want some more inspiration... Oh, this one's not open. This is, again, designed by Susan Briscoe. So if you want a little bit more inspiration, you just want to do some... The card deck is brilliant. I like the fact it's called the Ultimate Card Deck as well. $14.99. Now, in here, you've got an instruction booklet to start with, which tells you about the tools, the materials, the threads you'll need, the needles, which are the needles I was just talking about, the fabric. So modern versions of the old hand-woven fabrics are made specially for Shashko in indigo and other shades. So you can obviously use the traditional fabrics, or you can use like a cotton linen blend of fabric. It's often done on denim as well. So all the information you needed there, again, assumes no knowledge, explains how to do the patterns, how to transfer them, and how it all works. So this could be, again, your beginner's guide to Shashko, or if you have done a lot of Shashko and you want some more ideas for patterns, that's where this comes into its own, because it's the deck of cards. So each card, I'll just show you a few, is a different pattern. So what you've got, on one side, you've got what is the pattern and a photo of it, and a bit of information on the history behind it. Like, for example, the Rymon lightning spiral is an ancient pattern. It tells you what it was used for. And on the back, it tells you how to mark the grid and shows you the stitching direction. And that's important because Shashko, it tends to be worked in one go, so you don't have to keep cutting and breaking threads. So the reason for the stitching direction is it shows you which way you can go without having to start and stop. And all of these cards are the same. So if we picked like a spiral one, again, there's the name of it, a bit of history, and then how to work it. So there's so much in here. There's 52 cards with pattern, inspiration, and techniques. So if you love your Shashko, or if you're new to it, and you'd like to have some ideas of what to do, this is brilliant. And it is an addictive hobby, well, like all sewing, but I think because it's very easy to pick up and put down. I know a lot of people who cross-stitch often move on to Shashko because everything is marked. It's kind of a halfway point between it, you know, whereas cross-stitch is very predictive exactly how you have to do it. You have to sew your squares in exactly the right place following the fabric threads. And with more surface embroidery, it's a bit more interpretive, where you fill a space with some satin stitch. But with Shashko, it's kind of halfway between, because you're drawing the lines on the fabric and you are stitching along them. So if you love embroidery or you love cross stitch, this is a really nice embroidery that sort of meets in the middle. Because I know a lot of people don't really want to be too creative. And so Shashko is more, tells you exactly where you've got to go. Now, we've got a denim bundle, because denim is often used for Shashko. Now, these are 8-ounce denim fabrics, and we have 3 of them. So these are fat quarters. Oh, no, they're not. No, they're not. They are fat eighths. They're fat eighths. So this is a really good way to start. So you're getting 3 fat eighths. £3.74. Right, let me open them up. Look at that. £3.74 for 3 fat eighths. So actually, what a lovely good starting thing. So even if you've bought the book, or maybe you've bought the pack of cards, or you've got some Shashko patterns already and you're thinking, oh, I'd love to make a weekend bag or a cushion. What you could do is, you know, you could cut these into squares and do the patterns on them and sew them all together. I would get the cream thread, because that will look lovely across. In fact, any of the colours will look lovely across there. I mean, to be honest, the mustard looks quite nice, doesn't it, with all of them? Then you can cut them into squares and you can have a patchwork Shashko effect. So if you're thinking, I'd like to have a go at that, I mean, traditionally, Shashko has worked on these sort of fabrics. There are more specialist fabrics they use nowadays, but denim, all good. All good. Isn't that lovely? $3.74. Yeah, I'm not sure that. Yeah, that does sound like a bit of a mistake for 3 fat eighths, doesn't it? Even if you're not using it for Shashko, but you want to make a patchwork denim, £3.74. They're all the same weight as well, importantly. They are 8 ounce. They're lovely, aren't they? And then you've got the 3 different shades. It does say it's washed, but I still, if I was you, to be honest, I would wash the dark one before I stitch with it, because although they are washed, I don't think I would trust that. I would definitely, because of using the cream thread, I would wash them just to be sure all the dyes come out. Right, I do have some pre-printed panels as well. Oh, yeah, sorry, they're under here. Right, Susan Briscoe again. Which one are we having first? I've got 37. Right, now, this is another really good way to do your Shashko. So, these are designed by Susan Briscoe. The markings are printed onto the correct Shashko fabric. But the beauty of these is the markings wash off. So once you've stitched them, you can then just wash them and they'll come out. Now on the panel you've got 8 circular designs and then you've got 8 square designs. So, oh, and we're going to reduce the price to £16.99. So what you can do is you can make that into a whole wall hanging, or you can cut them up and make them into individual items. So you could make the circular ones into cushions or the fronts of bags. The square ones could be used as borders. I know she uses them for lots of different things. Now, it doesn't include the thread or the needles. So you will need to buy those separately, but this is the traditional fabric. I'm going to take one out just so you can see, because then I've got others which are the same but different patterns, but just so you can see what happens inside. This is what you'll get. Do not pre-wash it because, yeah, and it does actually say marks disappear when washed. But this means, yes, don't use steam on your iron if you're going to press it. This does mean if you want to get started with Shashko, and you don't want to do the marking, maybe that's the next stage that you move to, you want everything pre-marked, then all you have to do is follow this, because all the lines are marked onto there. You will need to buy some thread and needles. I mean, if you can obviously go very traditional and just get the skein of ivory, or get the coloured one. And then you could make, I mean, there's the picture that's on the front, you can see they've made a whole wall hanging from it. However, you can cut them into individual pieces as well. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And this is the proper Shashko fabric as well. I love it in the denim. Let me just put that down. Another blue one. 18. So, same thing, but this time you've got squares. So you've got 8 squares, and then you've got 8 smaller squares in between them. So we're going to reduce that to £16.99. So really, it just depends. Or, you know, you could buy a few of these and join them all together. You could make a whole quilt then, couldn't you? But those are all the designs you'll get on this one. I love the fact they're pre-printed. And then once you've done it, so if you haven't stitched perfectly, it doesn't matter because they just wash out afterwards, which is brilliant. Which number? 48, 84, 61, 94. Yes. Right. So this one, this is like... yes, a lighter blue. Is it that one there? A lighter blue. So that's the colour of it. It's more of a bluey grey colour. Oh, right. So that image shows you the designs. Actually, that's better because this is folded up so you can't see it as well. £16.99. So it is a really good way to start. All of these larger panels are 108 by 61 centimetres. And we're going to reduce all of these larger panels to £16.99. So if you've been looking on the website and you wanted to shop ahead, we will reduce them. So if you've seen on the website all of these larger panels, we will be reducing all of them to £16.99. Right, we've got some little Shashko kits. So if you want everything in one go, we've got a Sew with Beth one. This is the table runner. Oh, not that one, this one. No. Oh. Oh, these big ones. Yes, sorry. That's me not looking. Okay. So this is a great kit because you've got everything in here. So this pattern is for Shashcone Foundation paper piece wall hanging. It also includes instructions for matching cushion and how to extend your work to become a quilt. So everything that you need is in here, actually. So you've got, look, you've got the Shashko thread, you've got the proper Shashko needle, and you've got all of the printed fabrics to make that. And we're going to reduce that to under £40, to $39.99. That's beautiful, isn't it? So you can do a little bit of foundation paper piecing to make the kimono designs, and then you can also do some Shashko as well. So what a lovely kit. Nice thing to have for yourself. You know, when you want a kit where you've got everything, then that's brilliant, isn't it? For just $39.99. Now, if you love that kit, we've also got it in another colourway, exactly the same, but look in red this time. So again, you've got the plain red fabric, you've got, and it is the proper Shashko thread in there, and you've got the Shashko needle, all the fabric. You've even got the wadding in there as well to make the whole wall hanging. And it does, so it's a wall hanging, but so the wall hanging is 21 by 36, but if you want to make it into a quilt, a 53 by 72, the instructions are in there of how you can make it bigger to make it into a quilt as well. But I love that. In fact, they're quite nice together, aren't they, if you wanted both of them? They look very nice together, don't they? You could have them as matching. But again, what a lovely thing to do. Bit of machine sewing, bit of hand stitching as well. Quite nice to mix the two together, isn't it? Nice. Next. It's going to be a bit sneaky. A Liberty Fat Quarter bundle. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a little bit sneaky because this is a Liberty Fat Quarter bundle. But only because Hannah sneaked this in because she wants to mention our Shop to Win. So anyone who buys anything Liberty today is entered in the prize draw to win this box of Liberty selected Aurifil threads. And if you buy this, you will be entered into the competition. Only one box. Anyone who orders anything from Liberty to between now and midnight, either on the website or live on air, then you will be entered into the competition. So these are nice because they're kind of Shashko sort of colours, aren't they? Oh, these were used on Cara's show where she did a borrow bag because they are kind of those colours, aren't they? But, you know, they're Liberty, and today is the Liberty competition. So you could mix these in with your other Shashko, or you just love those. I mean, they are beautiful. Those shades of navies and corals. And I love the way that one picks up. And even these fans look a bit Shashko as well, don't they? Beautiful. Just a little, it's from the Arthur's Garden collection, red spot and blue floral fat quarters. And you will be entered into the draw, which is always good. Everyone loves a prize. Which one should we do next? The book. I love the book. Now, if you weren't with me earlier, this book is fantastic. So I've talked a lot about Shashko now. So if you want to buy any of the panels, the big ones or the smaller ones, and you're brand new to Shashko, this includes all the techniques, all the fabric, all the materials, how to trace, how to sew, what you need. But that's just the beginning. 365 patterns, how to sew them, how to make them. Make one every day. Mark a load out. Make one every day. They're fairly quick to stitch. Work your way through them. And then you could just make a few, make a cushion. Or, now look at this. You could make the whole Shashko quilt. In here are the instructions of what fabric you'll need. because these are all joined together with sashing as well, just to make it that, it probably just neatens it off a bit, to be honest, and really sets it. And she gives you a lot of information on the sort of fabric that you'll need to buy. But how gorgeous is that? It will make a 96-inch square quilt when it's finished. Now, what I would do is I would try and stitch one a day. Probably have to do like a few at the weekend to catch up. And then join them together. You could even then join them one row at a time and just keep adding on to it. Or save them all, keep them all nice and kept apart. I mean, I just think for £16.99, look at the information that you're getting in this for all of these different designs. And, I mean, it is an absolute work of art. You don't even need to put it on your bed. You could hang that up, couldn't you? It is a real talking piece. And it's just a way of you having a bit of concentrated, mindful time where you do this. Imagine by the end of the 365, you'd be an absolute Shashko expert. You'd be whizzing through them. What a lovely book. Anyway, only £16.99. I think that's great. It is written by Susan Briscoe, who is the queen of stitching. So buy the book. Have a think about the materials you need. We nearly always try to, I mean, I'd definitely buy the needles now because we sell out of those. But we stock a lot of the threads and the fabrics on Sewing Street. So you could wait till you get the book and then choose all those. Get your needles now because we do sell out. But I think that's a lovely book. Whether you're complete beginner to Shashko or have been doing it for a while. Now, the large panels that we haven't reduced yet, we'll do that during the break. So if you want to get one of those, then do check out, but you will only pay the final price anyway. Right, I will see you back here in a few minutes' time with Susie. She's back with me to show us her brand new quilt. One of them has Liberty fabrics, the other two have got plain fabrics. It is gorgeous. Again, you know, it's going to be a really lovely technical instructional hour. You'll really enjoy this, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So Susie's back with us with her brand new design, the Flying in Formation quilt, which is gorgeous. Can we show a picture of it? Hey. No, that's the quilt. That's the kit. That's a beautiful picture of the kit. But could we have... Hey! That's the finished quilt. You see, what you do is you cut all that up, throw it up in the air, and it comes back
Just
as
like that.
this fabulous quilt. So this is like a lap quilt, a cot quilt.
Yeah, lap quilt size, picnic, picnic
Yeah.
size. Yeah, just
Wall
a
hanging.
smaller one. Yeah, wall hanging.
Yeah.
If you want even a tablecloth, because if you
Oh,
don't put,
that's true,
you could
actually.
put thermolam in instead of quilting cotton, and then it would be a tablecloth that is fully
That is
protective of your
insulated.
table
I know
as
it is.
well.
It is gorgeous. So it's a lesson in flying geese.
It is. Flying geese two ways.
Flying geese two ways. So it's brilliant. It's brilliant if you want to learn a new technique, and it's beautiful, isn't it? Now, we've got it as 3 different kits. So remember when Susie was with us at 9 o'clock, her kit sold out. Just a little warning for you. Now, this bundle is the only one that has Liberty in it. And you know what Liberty means? Yes. Liberty means prizes. So anyone who buys Liberty today, now if you've only just tuned
Unless your
in, you
name's
won't
in.
know this. If you've been here since 8 o'clock, you will. Anyone who buys anything Liberty Fabrics today will be entered into the competition to win this box of thread, hand-selected by Liberty to match their fabric collections in a Liberty presentation box with Liberty print, magnetic opening, worth £120, two variegated threads in here, and then the plain threads that go with their fabric collections, all Aurifil thread. Now, only one of Susie's bundles, this one here, has Liberty in it. So if you wanted to be entered into the draw, then this is the kit that you need to buy. And then
look
you will
how
be
it coordinates.
And
with
look how
one.
that, look how
I
that
was
coordinates.
saying that whatever Liberty collection you got.
So honestly, whichever Liberty collection you got, this box of thread coordinates. Aurifil thread, hand-selected by Liberty. £120, and anyone who shops Liberty fabric today will be entered into the prize draw. So in this kit, $39.99, obviously you get full instructions, which we'll talk about in a moment. Then you get half a metre. Look at these. That's beautiful, isn't it? Little Wiltshire shadows to go with it, and a plain white. So you've got 4.5 metres of fabric, and that is enough to make the whole of the front of the quilt. That's amazing, isn't it beautiful? It makes you think of spring and colour and crocuses.
It does.
Makes me think of crocuses. Don't know why, because it just does. I think it's
They
that green.
have really fresh green leaves.
It's that real. It's like, you know, when the trees start getting their leaves, and then the trees are like dripping with green, and it's only a couple of weeks, and then they go darker.
Yeah.
It's that green.
Yeah.
Proper spring green. So that's that colourway. Now, we've also got it, if you're more of a navy person, so we've got it in this colour. Now, this one isn't Liberty, so you can't be entered into the competition, but these are different fabrics. So we've got a lovely pale blue with orangey yellow flowers, and then a larger print of the same colourway, and then we've got a lovely marbled navy, and then the plain white. So, and full instructions, obviously. It's beautiful, isn't it? So it just depends what colourway you want. Do you want the green or do you want the blue? Then, that's $32.99. If there are less than 20 of this one available, let me just show you the main fabric. And this is the one that Susie will be demonstrating with. Isn't that gorgeous?
Absolutely stunning. I mean, that as a skirt would look amazing.
That would, wouldn't it? It's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah. Hoffman Fabrics. So that's the blue one that Susie will be demonstrating in. And then finally, if you're more of a dusty pink kind of girl, gal, boy,
person.
Oh, I like that one. This has got a bit of gold metallic in it.
Yeah, I think it has. Yeah, I've just glanced.
No, that's got a shimmer to it, look.
Yeah, it's Lewis and Irene.
This is Lewis and Irene. So we've got the dusty pink with the feathers with a bit of gold. We've got these flowers with little gold crosses. And then we've got this larger print. I'm going to open this one out so you can see.
This would look lovely on a little girl's bed.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
When they move in from cot to bed.
Isn't that beautiful
Really
with the owls on it? And then obviously you get the white that's used as the background. It's gorgeous. And this one has got...
baby quilt.
Yeah, new baby quilt.
Play mat, you know.
It's got the copper of the moons is metallic. Beautiful. So we've got the Liberty Green Fresh, we've got the Navy Floral, or we've got the Lewis and Irene. Now, the finish size of the quilt is 38 inches square. Right. Right, we'll show the Liberty, put the Liberty one back in. That's this springy green one. A message from Christine. Love, love, love Liberty. The quilt is stunning and shop to win. So wonderful. Christine, you're right. It is a stunning quilt. And I think Dan's just fallen into a bucket.
We're laughing, but,
like.
you know.
You know, and it's cool. Are you all right, Dan? He's still alive.
Fine.
It's called Guess That Noise.
Yeah. The giveaway was the bucket you came in with, though, wasn't it?
I know, but it sounded like he'd fallen into a bucket. Not very good at something, that noise. Now, this is the only quilt kit that's got the Liberty in, so this is the only one that if you buy, you will be entered into the competition to win the Aurifil thread. The others aren't. So, Also, if you have your own fabric, you will need 4.5 metres. These are the instructions on their own, £9.99. Susie's going to talk us through them in a minute and explain what you learn and why and how and when. But if you want the instructions on their own, £9.99. Okay. Right.
They are hefty instructions.
They are. So I'm always interested to know first why, what was the inspiration?
The inspiration. So I was just asked to design a quilt, and
yes.
I like flying geese.
I love a flying geese.
When I first started, I thought they were a bit dodgy. You know, I thought it was because you have to be quite precise.
Right.
So then I thought, well, but they give you such a different look when you put them together side by side. You can create squares within squares.
Yes, yes.
So I think they're a very clever block to learn. But there are lots of ways of doing it, and I've chosen two here. One that's pieced and one that's done with foundation paper piecing.
Oh, okay.
But in the instructions, if you don't want a foundation paper piece, I've also given you the instructions for triangle piecing.
Right, okay.
So you can use whichever method you are. So in effect, you've got 3 methods of
So
flying
this is
geese.
quite a good learning quilt.
It is.
So not only do you learn flying geese 2 methods, you also get to make a quilt at the same time.
Exactly, and it's not too big. And if you want to stop at this stage, you've got a large cushion.
Yes, that's true.
So it's up to you how big you take
Well,
it.
also it's manageable to quilt.
Yes.
Isn't it?
That was my other idea, because a lot of people have treated themselves to sewing machines recently. So I thought, actually, it's quite nice sometimes to have a smaller scale. And I make more this size because they're more useful. You know, I can put one in the car. It can be a quilt to snuggle somebody in if they're in the car cold. It's useful for picnics. It's great for a baby's play mat.
And they're just nice to hang on the wall as well, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah, just as
they
a
look
decoration.
lovely on the back of the sofa.
Yeah, and if you just bag it out, you can use it as a tablecloth, or just, as you say, just to decorate the back of the sofa as a
and it's kind of less intimidating from beginners. And if you want to, the best way to learn anything, is to just make it.
Yes,
isn't it?
yeah, you can watch as many videos
but
as
you need
like.
to get your scissors out.
Yeah, hands on.
Right. So where do we start with this then?
So obviously you're going to choose which fabric is going to do what. There isn't much choice because your plain you'll probably want as yours to fill in the gaps, as it were, because otherwise it'd be too busy in this section. But then it's a choice of which one's going to be the border, which one's going to do this bit, and which one's going to be that. So once you've decided that, then you're going to cut it out. Now there's cutting instructions for 2 of them first of all, and then you have to make the decision, am I going to foundation piece or am I going to triangle piece? Because that will affect how you cut the rest.
Right, okay.
So once you've done that, you can then get going. If you're foundation paper piecing, which I'm going to demonstrate now for the flying geese, you will need to photocopy this page, the last page.
Okay.
And I have put a 1-inch test square in there.
Right, that's,
and I have told you what the final measurement of the dotted line should be.
That you've done it right.
So when you photocopy it exact. Don't shrink, enlarge, whatever, because it will be the wrong size. And I would suggest you...
And I presume you can just do it in black and white?
Yes, I mean, mine automatically does colour, so I just keep it going, you know. Life's too short to fiddle around with something.
You can tick the black and white box.
Mine works by Wi-Fi, so I'm in a completely different part of the house, so I'm not going around.
I know, but when you do it, you can select at that point.
Absolutely. But what I would suggest is that you use foundation paper itself. Certainly don't use standard copier paper because it's a bit too thick. Get the cheapest one you can get.
Yeah, which is good.
Or ideally, foundation paper piecing paper.
Yeah, we have it on the website.
Yeah, Carol Jones,
it is really good. I love it, Carol Jones.
It is absolutely brilliant because it tears really successfully when you need it to, not at any other point. It also doesn't blunt your needle, whereas copier paper, because it's denser, may have a tendency to blunt your needle.
Yeah.
So my top tip number 1 for this show is Change your sewing machine needle before you start and change it when you've finished your foundation paper piecing.
Okay.
So leave that bit to the end of your piecing because it will deaden your needle slightly. So once you've got your piece, incidentally, there is a colour chart in there as well, so you can colorise to see what yours would look like. But when you've got your pieces, you're going to cut your squares, and I've pre-cut mine. Here they are. And then you're going to cut them in half diagonally, which I'm sure we can all do just with a ruler and craft knife or rotary cutter, whatever you prefer, or if you do prefer, a pair of scissors, but you want it in half. Now, the pieces that I've got you to cut for this are bigger than the piece you need, and that is to allow, again, for wibbles.
So on the screen now is the Carol Dirks foundation paper, $14.99 for 100 sheets.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. I use it all the time. Love it.
It is
Love it.
good.
It's really worth it.
It is. And it photocopies.
You don't have to use it, just use cheapy photocopier paper, but once you, it's a bit like with all of our sewing equipment and tools, once you've used it, you realise how much better it is and how easy it is.
Yeah, why didn't I use it before? Yeah. So with foundation paper piecing, I know I've demoed this before, and a lot of people have done it on Sewing Street. You have to remember you're working upside down and back to front.
Yeah, okay.
Which goes against the grain of all sewing because it's not right always. It doesn't seem logical. So the first thing to remember is that the wrong side of your printing should be against the wrong side of your fabric. If it isn't, you're doing it wrong straight away. So the other thing to remember is to allow for seam allowance, which is why this appears too big. So it's allowing for that 1/4 inch seam allowance. You want to place your first one over the base, over the area that says A1. And I use a Sewline glue pen just to put that one into place.
So for the first one?
Just for the first one, so that I'm not trying to battle with everything. From then on, it's a case of almost like an upside down jigsaw. So you're trying to quilt this together, patch it together.
I'm just going to straighten you up a bit.
Yeah, good luck. I don't think I could ever be straight.
There we go. Straighten you up a bit.
You're trying to fill in the piece, the next piece. So what I always do is place it where it needs to go and then flip it. Excuse me. Because then you know when I've stitched that, it's going to fill the right space. Don't worry if it goes over because we can trim, but you don't want it to fall short. So just make sure everything lines up and works. Then you're going to carefully hold it, or if you want to, put a bit of fabric glue on, but I don't tend to for this. I don't pin because then it just becomes lots of pins in the way. But what you are going to do is stitch on the line from the beginning of the line to the end. And I tend to go out into the seam allowance anyway.
Okay.
But don't go beyond there. So, and the other thing is, I'm just going to slide this under before I do this. When you stitch, you want to reduce your stitch length to at least 1.8. I tend to go to 1.6. And the reason for that is you want to create almost a perforated edge. So if you're not sure on placement, use your needle up, needle down button to make sure you're in the right place before you start. And then you're just going to stitch that. Now, because we've used the plain, I didn't have to worry about right sides together. I knew which was right. You're then going to fold it back on that line. And if there's any excess, you've got the Add a Quarter ruler, which is a phenomenal bit of kit because it's got this ridge that exactly lines up against your fold in your paper. And you can trim off anything. That's not bad for a quick guess of a 1/4 inch seam allowance, is it?
Right, so there we go. That's the add a quarter ruler on screen now. £12.99, and that's the 6-inch one. It's brilliant. Again, I use that all the time.
It is a good little... I use it not just for this, for other things.
For lots of things,
Yeah.
because it is exactly a 1/4 inch.
Now, you want to then
Hang on, we
finger
can't see
press
that.
this.
There we go.
We want to finger press this over.
Yep.
Now-
Just about move yourself up a bit. There we go.
There we are. Like this. And then I'm going to press it with the iron. But I've got my iron set at a lower setting than I would normally have. The reason for that is I'm ironing on paper, and I don't want smoke in the room. It's not a good look, is it?
No.
We have to stop the
No, we'll only
stop
set the
show,
fire alarms
yeah.
off and we'll be in all sorts of trouble then.
So my next piece has got to cover this area here, so we're going to repeat that process. So I'm just going to make sure it's going to cover, flip it and stitch it. Not worried about any overhangs, excess or anything like that, just as long as I've stitched. So again, hold it in place and stitch on those lines, but stopping and starting at the beginning and the end. So fold it back, bring in my add a quarter. You don't have to do this stage of trimming if you don't want to. It does reduce bulk later on, but it's up to you if you don't want to do that. But you do want to press. If you don't press, it's not going to work effectively. But you can see that you get precise points and placement of things, and it's great for unusual shapes. So if you want to do
it's a funny
teacup,
one,
for
isn't it?
example.
So because FPP is, for me, like two things. It can be this sort of as a replacement for patchwork.
Yeah.
But it's also pictorial and
Yeah.
then a completely, almost like a different beast.
Yeah.
But using the same method.
Absolutely. But it allows complete accuracy.
Absolute accuracy. So
Yeah.
although you kind of think it takes longer because you've got to deal with paper and printing and cutting, but it is 100% accurate. And I guess, and if you haven't done FPP before, this is a really good introduction because this is very, very simple. Whereas when you start getting onto pictorial FPP, which is smaller, sometimes can be smaller pieces, then learning the technique this way is really useful.
It is, yeah. And once you've done it a couple of times, the first one block you'll do, you'll think that I've gone completely loopy telling you how to do it. And I do describe how to do it with pictures in the book, which is why the pattern is such a big bulk.
But it is quite a good way of learning. And you know what? If you've not done it before, you could just give it a go and, just use some normal printing paper to have a little go of this. And then you can choose which method you use.
And the reason I chose to do these centre flying geese like this is because I really wanted that accuracy of them flying, which flying geese doesn't always come up as accurate as you might like. It's one of those, unlike a half square triangle, because you're reliant on your 1/4 inch completely to be right all the time. Sometimes it can go a little bit off, can't it? Or if you don't quite press one side as much as the other.
But also I think you need to think of this quilt pattern as a learning thing.
A journey.
It's a learning journey where you get, as a bonus, a really nice quilt at the end of it.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's what I try to do with my patterns, is make it so that it's extending the knowledge you have banked. Might be a technique you've done before, but hopefully it's a different way of doing it.
Well, I know, and I think...
there's more than one way to scramble an egg, as my mother would say.
But you can then choose, because everyone has different ways of doing things. And then it's the only... Well, I've found that learning so much from all of you lot here. I think, I used to do it that way, and actually this way's easier.
Yeah, or you just find a different way. I actually find FPP very therapeutic.
Yeah, no, I love FPP.
Because it's very methodical. Everything's done. You're following a line. You're not trying to guess where a seam's got to go.
I used to really hate it, but that's because I'd never done it. Yeah. I used to look at it and think, oh, no, I don't like that. That's only because I couldn't do it.
But I think we instantly get scared the minute we involve something else, like a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Because that's quite a scary commodity.
But it is
isn't
lovely to have that guaranteed accuracy.
Absolutely, it's brilliant. So I'm just doing the final trim on which there is nothing to trim. Perfect. So we're going to press that over. And then this is the bit I love because you've got all this pressing. It all looks a bit dodgy because it's, you know, things are overhanging where you wouldn't normally have overhang. But
So the bundle that Susie's demonstrating with the kit is the one that's in the graphics over there.
But then all you're going to do is take your rotary cutter and on that dotted line, we're going to cut it all off. Which is even better.
Do you put a different blade in when you're...
Yes, so this is my paper blade.
Right, okay.
I know, I am sad, but it just means
No.
I'm not changing my rotary cutter blade every single time I use it. It's you know, a blade for the job. So mine are all labelled and colour-coded.
Well, I think that's why it's quite nice to have more than one rotary cutter, because
Yeah.
then you don't have to keep changing blades over. You just keep the one rotary cutter.
Yeah, and then you change it when that
Yeah.
blade needs it rather than... So I've gone ahead and done another one already. So we're now going to piece these together.
And they are accurate.
They're
Like,
fab, aren't they?
perfecto.
So this is the point that I remove the papers, and because I've used that smaller stitch, look how easily that tears away. It's quite therapeutic as
This
well.
is my favourite part.
Do you want to do one?
Oh, yeah, go on then.
But you can easily lift at the seam and bring it up, and it just literally falls away. It's just so good. If you forget and you haven't reduced your stitch length, it will still come away. It will just be a little bit more tricky to begin with, but you can see how nicely it tears. Unfortunately, unlike EPP, where you can reuse the papers very often, you can't for FPP. Once it's done, it's
once
done.
it's gone, hasn't it? But hey-ho. But it's done an amazing job.
Absolutely. Saved me a lot of heartache. So I don't need to press this again because I've already pressed it. And this can all be recycled. That's the other thing I like about it. Everything about it is recyclable.
Yeah, no, I was just scrunching all of mine up and
Yeah.
then put them in the recycling bin.
Exactly. And then all you're going to do is put these together, and they want to go so all the arrows go in the same direction. And you're going to make the sets the same all the way through, which makes it really easily. The other thing you can check
Oh,
is
because they're in groups of 4.
they're in groups of 4. So you make 8 blocks of the double ones and then just join those together.
Okay.
And you don't have to worry about which way round, as long as they're all pointing in the same direction. When you come to assemble the quilt, that's when you start turning.
Right, okay, but at this stage
At
it
this
doesn't
stage
matter.
it doesn't matter, but there you go. All my flying geese done.
Fabulous.
So these would then go there,
Yeah,
there, and there, and there.
perfect.
So that's that method. Now we'll
Marvellous.
come on to the traditional,
Okay, so
or
you
more
can
traditional
choose.
method. Yeah, you can choose. So I'm just going to give this a press. So this time you're going to start with a rectangle. It's quite a large rectangle because we've moved to the second border now. And you've got squares. And generally the rule with flying geese is whatever size rectangle you've got, rectangle you've got, you want a square that's the same height as your rectangle. Does that make sense?
Right, yes.
So if this is, say this is 6 by 4, your square needs to be a 4-inch
Yeah.
square. Yeah. And what we need to do now is mark the diagonal. The other tip I have is mark the diagonal with your pen and then move 1/2 inch over and mark again. I'm just going to mark this one as well, and I'll show you why I've done that when we get there. So we're then going to place this on our rectangle. so that that diagonal runs from bottom left to the middle. And you can pin it, clip it, whatever you want to do thereafter. I'm just going to grab a magic pin and put it in. And I actually want that way round. So what I've done is positioned it so that secondary line I drew that was 1/2 inch away from that one is on the outside.
Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't matter whether you start on the left or the right side of your flying geese block, as long as you're consistent. You want all, you know, if you're going to do it on the left, do all of them on the left first.
Right, okay.
But you're not going to do 2 at once. You're going to start
Just
with
one, okay.
the one. And so I'm going to just run. Remember to rechange your stitch length back to the original.
So the bundle for the magic pins, which we had in the first ad, because we had got a special offer with them, you get all 3, the patchwork, the quilting and the applique pins, save £5. So if you weren't here at 8 when we did our bulk buy deals, then if you want the magic pins, if you've never used them before, they are fantastic. They are like the uber luxury pins.
They are, but you'll never...
worth the money.
Absolutely.
Really worth it.
Yeah.
But if you have used them and you haven't tried the others, maybe you've just got the quilting, you want to try the others, you save £5.
So I'm cutting between those 2 lines, so 1/4 inch away from that diagonal. And this is the reason why I sewed that one, because I've now got a 1/2 inch triangle. And by the time you've done all this, you've got enough half square triangles to piece onto the back of your quilt.
Right, okay.
With just plain fabrics, just to
wow.
add an interest.
That's lovely.
So that's my added tip.
Keep that instead of throwing it away.
Don't throw it. But what you do have to do now is press this out, and you press it out towards that corner before you stitch in the next side. So once you've pressed that one, I can now put my other square in place, again with the diagonal running from bottom right up to the middle, and I've got that secondary line on the outside. And then we're going to stitch this one. I do pin because fabric likes to walk.
Well, these pins are great because they're sharp.
Yes.
And sharp and smooth, I feel.
They are very smooth, the way that they've been drilled and refined. They've got that heat-resistant end to them that is actually ridged, so it's really easy grip as well. The patchwork ones, the quilting ones, are really long and ultra-fine, so they'll go through a lot of layers. So when you're putting your quilt layers together or your bag layers together, they'll go through that. They just make the whole process of pinning easy.
Yeah, and I
smooth.
think
They
sometimes
don't
with
snag
these
your
tools,
fabric.
when you buy them and you try different things, you think, oh, I don't know, you know, is it worthwhile? You know, don't need to spend that money, but you only buy them once, and you can find them on the carpet.
You can find them easily on the carpet, and by some miracle, because they are magic, they land point in.
Really?
Don't know why, but they do.
I've never noticed that.
Yeah. Yeah. I only know.
I'll just try that, but we haven't got carpet here.
Yeah,
so.
the first time I accidentally threw them on the carpet.
But they also come in a nice little box.
I love the
as
little
well.
box.
Like a coffin.
Okay, yeah.
A sarcophagus.
Yeah, I was going to say sarcophagus because
Yeah,
it's nicer than a coffin.
Yeah, sarcophagus. But it is like a little sarcophagus, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So you're going to repeat that to make your blocks, but 4 of them use your other fabric. So
Right,
you
yes,
add interest.
yes, yeah.
And then you just join them by bringing the sides together like we would normally. Just nestle those seams. You can see that they come together quite nicely. And then you can pin or clip, whichever you prefer. I'll use those clips because they're the ones you've got. And join them in rows of 3. And this is going to make your outer border.
Yes.
I don't know what I'd do if I ever didn't have an automatic thread cutter.
You'd be very annoyed.
Save. Yeah. I have got a machine that hasn't got one, and every time I go to hit the button, it's like, oh, why? Why not?
I know, but it's really strange when because you get very used to a machine and what happens and what doesn't, and then it's really hard.
when it hasn't got...
When you have to then change the way you do things.
Yeah. Or think. Or find a pair of scissors. Because I always forget about the thread cutter on here.
The annoying thing is when you don't want to cut the thread and you go, oh, I've just cut it.
Yeah.
Very annoying. And you think, I'm not going to cut the thread. I need the threads for gathering. And then you just cut them.
Use gathering stitch and it does it all for you.
No.
So you can see that I've put the flying geese with the points going out on this, because then when you come to do that first border, you've got a cornerstone going in of the same colour.
Right.
So it fills it, so it makes it look as if you've got a square corner, which is why I've placed them that way. If you have them the other way round, you'll lose that effect. Yes, but it's up to you. Yeah. If you know, you can play around with the design if you want to. But that really is how the construction, after that it's like piecing squares together, strips for the borders. It's not a difficult piece to do.
Okay.
So that's why I've said it's beginner friendly, because everything you're doing is methodical, it's easy, you're working with squares, and it's easily achievable. I mean, you can definitely make this in a day.
Oh, wow.
Definitely.
That's really useful, isn't it?
So if, you know, somebody...
So can you do the FPP for these?
You could if you wanted to.
Right.
I haven't given you that diagram.
Okay, so it's a way of do FPP for those.
Yeah,
and
FPP
then
or triangle piece for these ones, and then just piece these ones, because these are big. So the other advantage of having a big flying geese is that that bias stitch that you do and then press, the warp is less than it is with a small piece.
Okay, yeah.
Because if you're slightly inaccurate on a small scale, it makes a bigger difference than if you're slightly inaccurate on a big scale.
True.
So these are a really good way of, if you've never done a flying geese before, having a go at flying geese.
Brilliant.
I would say.
Well, I'm just going to run through the kits again. So the green Liberty one, the blue one, sorry. Okay, blue or green? Green. I'm listening to the wrong thing. So the quilt that's behind Susie, the green one. Now, in the kit, you get the full instructions, which tells you everything that you need to know. You've got all of the cutting, and remember that Susie's included if you're foundation paper piecing or whether you're doing normal cutting. There's step photographs of every single stage, lots and lots, including backing and binding, and you've got the FPP templates there as well, and it tells you exactly what you need. So you will need 2 meters of fabric, so 4.5 meters. But in the kit, you get these 2 Liberty fabrics, beautiful. Well, those 2 print Liberties, anyway. And you get 0.5 meter. Let me show you. So you get 0.5 meter of that one. Gorgeous, isn't it?
So that's from the heirloom, the previous heirloom collection.
Right, okay.
So that's the
heirloom number 2.
Floral Joy heirloom 2, and that's its
baby
buds.
partner.
Yeah.
And then you get the Wiltshire Shadows, which is their the Liberty blender fabric, in this beautiful.
It's called Apple, that one.
Apple.
I think so.
Yes, very springy apple.
It is.
And you get 0.5 meter of white. That's used for the background. There we go. So all of that fabric, so you're getting 2 meters in total. Full instructions, just $39.99. Half of the stock has gone. And don't forget that you will be entered in Shop to Win. Anyone who buys Liberty fabric today, whether it's online or it's on the website, then you will be entered into the draw to win the Liberty English Garden Aurifil collection. And this is the only bundle in this hour that will be entered you into the draw. Isn't that beautiful? So wouldn't it be lovely if you bought the kit and you win the thread? The winner will be announced tomorrow. There we go. So that's that kit there. Then the next one is the blue one that Susie's been demonstrating with. which is very close with the green one. Now, in this one, you get, again, the 2 metres. Now, this is lovely, isn't it? Look at the, it's a really lovely large-scale print. You've got the navy background, and the flowers are really pretty, aren't they? They've got yellows and pinks. You've got a nice bit of sort of ochre orange in here, and then the green leaves. It's very pretty. Non-directional as well, which is great for patchwork, isn't it?
And with the size of the squares that you're cutting, you're going to see a lot of that detail.
Oh, that's true, of those big ones,
because you've got really big squares going on, so you'll see a lot of the...
Yeah, of all of those, because it is quite a nice big print.
Lovely print.
And then we've got 1/2 metre of this smaller print, but it's from the same collection, so you can see it's beautiful. It's lovely when you, even if you use 2 or 3 fabrics from the same collection, it does help to pull a design together. I mean, ideally, you know, if you use fabrics from a whole collection, then it's all colour-coded and toned, but it is sometimes nicer, because I don't think we always need to use designer fabrics in our quilts, but if you use a couple from a collection, then you know that tonally they're correct, because we've also got in here 1/2 metre of the navy, and this is our, what's it called, this one?
That's they just call them mottled.
Is it mottled?
Yeah, they call them mottled on the website.
Mixer. It's kind of a mottled. I always think of it like that marbled look, isn't it? It's just called a mixer, but it's not plain. It's got a bit of movement to it. I tell you what it looks like, the sun shining on navy water. Should
or
that
moonlight
ever happen.
Shimmering across.
Moonlight, yes, because it's got that kind of shimmery look to it.
It has.
And then you get 1/2 metre of white, which is used for the background. And obviously full instructions, so you know how to make the quilt. There we go. That's the whole blue one.
It's lovely.
Full instructions. This one's in single figures now. It is lovely, isn't it?
It is a nice one.
And just think, by the end of it, you'll be an expert in flying geese. And I would say to you, if you've not done FPP before, this is a really good place to start it. Because if you're like me and you think, I don't like FPP, that's because I can't do it. And that's how I always felt. And then one day I thought, I'm actually just going to learn this. And I sat down with YouTube, my headphones, and I learnt it. And that was it, completely hooked. And then you can move on to then sort of the more complex pictorial work, which is fantastic because you can create the most amazing shapes. And I love it.
Yeah. I love the overall effect, how clever it looks.
Yes, it does look really clever. And what I like as well is once you quilt it, it then changes again, doesn't it? All that pieces disappear and it just becomes the thing.
Yeah. And it's one of those where people stand and stare. How have they done that?
Yeah, and it's joyous. And even if you do, with FPP, if you can do words, I've often labelled things and just done the letters, and that looks fabulous.
Yes, yeah, it's a really good technique for lettering.
So this could be the beginning of your FPP journey. Right, finally, now this is the Lewis and Irene one. So this is a beautiful, where's the big one? I'll do the big one first. Sort of soft pinks and mauves and corals. Look at this. Featuring, oh, let me turn it the right way up. That's always useful, isn't it? The owls. It's lovely, isn't it? And I like the fact that the moon is copper metallic. So you've got the owls flying. It's a beautiful design. And this is the one that will be cut as the larger pieces. So if you cut it carefully, you should be able to get an owl in the middle of a square.
Which would look amazing, wouldn't it?
And then you've got, this is lovely.
I'm just going to say the metallic on these, don't be frightened. It doesn't come off on your eyes.
Okay.
And it doesn't wear off when you wash it. It stays.
It stays.
Amazing.
No idea how.
No.
But it won't come off on your eye and it will stay. And I love this one. So all the crosses, well, they're not crosses, they're the stars in the middle of these. Are they seed heads? I think they are, aren't they?
So pretty.
And that's a really lovely shade of sort of deep aubergine and mauve with the gold stars. And then...
See, I'd struggle to know which one to use as the border and which one to use as the flying geese. That one. Definitely the owl would be this one.
That would be that one.
But I might even use the navy and pink for the inner one.
And then use the pink feathers the way you've
For
done
my
for the
borders.
borders. Yeah.
Or you could do all pink for the features and have the navy border. You could really mix it up, couldn't
And
you?
it's a beautiful soft tone. There's also 1/2 metre of white, but it's just, look, the colours in there are just gorgeous, aren't they? And obviously you get full instructions. So there we go, $32.99 for that. Right, just to let you know, the navy one, the blue one, there's only 2 left.
Yeah.
Just 2. So if you want those and you've got them in your basket, you need to be quick because there's only 2 of those left. Right, pattern on its own. Just $9.99. Loads of information in there. And remember, this is a workshop in as much as it's a finished quilt.
Yeah.
So you're learning Flying Geese traditional method, Flying Geese FPP, and you're making a lap quilt all at the same time. If you're using your own fabric, you're just buying the instructions, you will need 4.5 metres.
There's also Flying Geese triangular method as well in there.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, there's 3 methods of doing
Oh, okay.
Flying Geese in this booklet.
Right, so we've got about 10 minutes left.
Split. So I can carry on. You know when I said if you do that extra step when you're doing your Flying Geese?
Yes.
So when you press out your half square triangles, and I said if you join them, by the time you've done all of these, you're going to have, let me do some quick maths, so that's 3 times 4 is 12, times 3 is 36. You're going to have 36 half square triangles.
Right.
Which means you can then piece them in whatever, you can do pinwheels, whatever you want to do.
Okay.
On the reverse.
Yes.
So you could make it a double-sided quilt and then just fill in the gaps, because when you've pieced 4 of these,
Yeah,
you'll
so then
get-
you could use sash
you'll get
between
9
them.
pinwheel blocks from it. You could then just sash in with your leftovers in between,
Yeah,
because
and
you
then
don't. You can use up your scraps then.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
then you could either self-bind or just add on a binding. And then you've got a double-sided quilt. So if you are going to make it as a play mat or a picnic blanket, that means that if you get something on one side,
Yeah,
you can just
you can
flip
just turn it
it
over.
and
Oh,
use it.
fantastic.
So that's why I suggest.
Right, good idea.
And I do put that in.
Oh, you have, right.
I have put it in the pattern as well, just as an idea for. For me, I'm always looking for fabric saving.
Well,
but
also, I think if
I
you-
like double-sided quilts.
But also, if you do it here and now, then
Yeah.
you will use it for that.
Absolutely. And I've never understood why quilt backs aren't as good as the front. I've never understood that, because you spend all this time doing this, but why not make the back equally as good? And then you've got two.
And then you've got 2.
twofer.
Yeah, a twofer.
A twofer. So that was my ex idea. So we've got 10 minutes. What do you want me to show you?
Well, you can choose.
I can choose. Oh. Is there anything that we haven't covered? We've covered all the techniques in here. So it
Well,
would
is the
just
other
be-
Flying Geese one?
the triangle one?
Yes.
Yeah, so let me cut a quick triangle. So we want a 6 1/4 inch triangle. If I just... Oh, is that one? Did I do that one? No. That one's not the right size. So let's cut this. I won't cut a whole strip, because then we'll... Not necessary. So a 6 1/4. So you can use your... whatever method you like to do a quarter. I'm going to do it with my rotary cutter and this particular Creative Grids ruler. On your stripologies, remember to do the quarters. You've got that 1/4 inch marking on the left-hand side of the 0, so you can do that there. So that's done that side, so I'm going to reline that as
So
quarter.
which Flying Geese is this used
So
for?
this will be for the inner one,
Okay, so the little one.
the little one, as an alternative way to do it.
Right, so if you don't want
Yeah.
to do the FPP.
Yeah. So we're doing that, and I need a bit of white, don't I? Where did I put all the bundle? There it is. I've used the wrong one, but it doesn't matter. We get the idea.
Yeah, so if you bought the kit, you don't have to do FPP.
No, you don't. If you want to learn a different method, then use that one. I think these might be the right size, which would be very lucky if it was. And this is a really daft.
But the instructions explain this one as well,
They
so if you
do.
really don't want to do the FPP,
Oh, look at that.
don't let that
Just
put
the
you off,
right
because you can do
size.
this one instead.
Yep, there we go. That's that one, and then I want to take this one down. So this method I would say, is not one that is an easy beginner one, and you definitely want to best press before you do this method.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because everything is going to be on the bias.
Right, okay.
So I've got best press here. I know we had this on the show earlier, didn't we?
Oh, you've got the...
I've got the cherry blossom one.
Right, okay.
I don't know what the citrus one smells like, but I would
It's
imagine
lovely.
it smells
It's
of lemon
lovely,
and oranges, doesn't it?
Yes, it is very lemony.
So
It's
I'm just gonna
beautiful,
spritz
zesty. But
these.
they're not, none of them are really strong. They're just
No, subtle.
springy zestiness.
Yeah. But as we said earlier, it soaks into your ironing surface, so it makes that smell nice as well. And then your whole ironing, pressing experience is pleasant. I like ironing, so it doesn't bother me, but does smell good. So I'm just pressing these, and the reason I'm pressing them is because we are going to be cutting them on the bias. I want to make sure that I've got them as flat and as neat as I possibly can. I have best pressed all this fabric before I've started cutting.
Okay, so that already...
So this
So
is
before,
its
you
second.
don't have to do it after you've cut. You can
always
spray the whole
do
piece and then
before.
do it afterwards.
Yeah, and now I've done an extra one. So this big one, we're actually going to cut in diagonally in half in both directions because it's much bigger than we need. So we're going to cut across and across the other way without moving anything. So rotating mat is good. So we've then got 4. So that'll do our 2 sets.
Okay.
But with the skies, as they're called, we're just going to cut those in half once. So this will make the skies for each of the flying geese. But all the numbers are in the pattern. So what we're trying to achieve is this ultimately.
Okay.
Yeah. So to do that, you're going to line up. Again, it's a stitch and flip, if you like. But we want this to be a neat edge. So we're going to flip them so that this bottom edge here lines up with the bottom of there. I'm going to move all my stuff, and then we're going to stitch with a 1/4 inch seam, or if you like a scant 1/4 inch. Do have an issue with that. It's either a 1/4 or it's not, but quilters do like to invent their own.
I think a scant 1/4 inch is fine if you have the ability to move your needle over just one point.
Yeah.
A lot of sewing machines only have the sort of swing right or swing left. If
Yeah.
with these more computerised machines, you can just press a button and move it over one tiny point. But most machines don't have that.
No,
and then
they
I
don't.
think it's really hard to judge a scant.
Yeah, the only way you can do it is mark, because remember the machine is yours. You can mark with a Sharpie, a fine Sharpie.
Yeah.
A line that is just inside and follow that if you want to.
Yes, that's true.
With the HP foot and the HP plate, if you actually follow the edge of the foot, it gives you an exact 1/4. If you come just so that your fabric is just inside the foot, that gives you your scant.
Right.
So that's what I love about these. So I've joined that one. I'm now I've finger pressed it over. I'm just going to give it a quick press so that it lines up. And you do have to press. Like we said before, if you don't press, it's not going to work. So this one's going to come in here. So again, I'm going to line up that bottom straight edge, the 90-degree corner basically, and then we're going to stitch the 1/4 inch down. And you will get overlap. That is what we expect.
That's the point.
Yes. First time I did it, I don't know about you, I did it and I thought, oh no, they're crossing, that's not right, because I'd done so many half square triangles.
Which don't, yes,
which
that's
don't.
true,
And I thought,
actually,
oh
yeah.
no, I've done it completely wrong because they've crossed. So again, finger press it out and then press it. So like with the foundation paper piecing and the bigger piece, you do want to press as you go. The next, I would make the second one at this stage the same way, and then I would join them together. But again, remember, do start with the same side, so there's consistency. It just flows better.
Yeah, by what's overlapping what. But that's a really good tip about lining up the bottom edge, because I think quite often you can sew it on and think, well, I don't know.
Well, you don't know where to
match it up.
And the first one I did, that's why I've put it in the instructions, because the first one I did, I wasn't really paying attention, and I just went, oh yeah, right, we'll flip that. Oh, it's a bit big, so I'll just shuffle it so that they meet in the middle. And then when you actually stitch it like that, what you find is it doesn't meet in the middle and it doesn't press out properly.
I see what you mean. Yes, so that makes sense.
I've saved you making that
by doing it that way.
By putting it in the instructions.
Fab. Well, it's quite nice to learn these different ways, because I'm sure all of you out there who do make flying geese, I'm sure you've got your own favourite method.
Yeah.
But it's not always the one that could be your favourite method if you haven't tried the others.
No, and every day's a school day, isn't it? And I also think, depending on the number of flying geese in a project, you're going to adopt a different method.
Yes, that's true. And the size of them.
Yeah,
and,
because I use the Creative Grids flying geese ruler when I've got a huge number to do.
Right.
Because you do that using a strip.
Okay.
And you strip piece it. But this method is great if you've only got a few to do.
Yeah.
So what I would do now is just trim or square those off, because it gets rid of all those natty bits that are just going to add bulk when I join them together. Don't need those. Not worried about the ones in the corner, but these ones in the middle here are just a pain.
Just for when...
So I then want to join those two together, so I'd bring those over the top, line them up, scooch it, and I pin or clip, whichever you prefer. I'll clip for speed. But what I tend to do is now stitch on this side, because what I want to aim for is that point where they cross.
Right, okay.
So that will tell you how good your 1/4 inch has been. Because if you're way off.
Yeah, I sometimes find I'm sort of going sloping down a bit to hit that.
Yeah, you might have to adopt the 1 inch. If you've got to adopt the 1/8 of an inch, then you really need to look at your 1/4 inch measurements.
Just a slight sloping down.
Yeah, I'm not saying that mine's going to be perfect, but it's not bad. Look at that.
That's brilliant. Excellent. So now we have learned
3 methods.
Flying geese methods. Well, that's fabulous.
Exactly.
So when are you back with us, Susie?
Not very long now. 5th of April.
Oh, wow. Not long at all.
So, and I'm doing some exciting new Bozal products.
Ooh.
And
I love a Bozal.
2 quilt kits.
Fabulous.
All in an hour.
Well, that's marvellous. Gosh. Wow.
And breathe.
Good. Well, I'm looking forward to the new Bozal project.
Yeah, no, they are very exciting ones. Very useful ones as well.
Oh, good. Even better.
Yeah.
Let me just recap the bundles, the kits. The blue one is sold out, gone. But you can have the Liberty one. So the Liberty kit has got 3.5 meters of Liberty fabric. They're all folded up together. So we've got 1/2 meter of the 2 print ones, Liberty, 1/2 meter of the Wiltshire Shadows in the green, apple green, very spring colours. This is the quilt that's hung up behind Susie, and 1/2 meter of white. And then obviously we have full instructions too. There we go. Everything you need to make the front of the quilt. And if you're very careful and cut off do your half square triangles, cut them off properly, then you'll have some for the back as well. Then we also have the pink version. This is the Lewis and Irene, which is beautiful shades of sort of pinky aubergine. So you get 1/2 meter of the one with the owls. Remember, there's a bit of copper metallic on that. And then you get 1/2 metre of this seed head one, which has lovely sort of aubergine colour with the gold seed crosses there. And then the feather print, all beautiful, really lovely, gentle, dusty shades of pink. It's not sort of pastel pretty. It's very vintage, dusty pink. And then there's gold metallic within the feathers. And you get 1/2 metre of white for the background. And, of course, full instructions. Very important. Now, if you've got your own fabric, you will need 4 metres of fabric from your own stash. These are the instructions on their own, £9.99. Remember, this is a workshop learning journey. You are going to learn 3 different methods for flying geese, and you can choose which one you like. And at the end of it, you will make a whole quilt. The quilt is 38 inches square, so it's ideal for a baby quilt, a play mat, a picnic blanket, a lap quilt, a wall hanging, just something to pop in the back of the car. And it's just a very manageable size. So if you're at the beginning of your quilting journey or you want to make a quilt in a hurry, this is ideal for you. So we'll see you back on the 5th of April.
You will.
Susie, thank you so much.
Happy Easter, everybody.
Yeah. Oh, that's true, yeah. Happy Easter from Susie.
That's this weekend.
I will see you back here in a few minutes. It's Monday. It's 12 o'clock. It's Yarn Lane. He's laughing. It's Friday. It's not Friday, and it's not 5 o'clock. It's Monday. It's 12 o'clock. It's Yarn Lane. And I've got the wonderful Mandy Cameron with me, who is going to be demonstrating how to make some gorgeous wool couture kits. If you were here earlier, I showed you there's a beautiful crochet blanket and a beautiful knitting blanket, as well as a bag and a cushion and some tops, and they are already flying out. Remember, all the needles and hooks, as a special bonus to you, are free. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time, and we'll be going through all of them, and Mandy's going to show you exactly how.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
And welcome to Yarn Lane. So we have got wool couture.
We have.
Now, all of these kits, because we've got a variety of them, they're all made using the same yarn.
They are.
Now, tell me about this yarn, because it feels
gorgeous.
lovely. But it's cotton.
It is. It's 100% cotton.
See, now I'm surprised at that.
Yeah, there's very little chemicals in this cotton. It's not mercerised or anything.
No.
It's really natural.
Because quite often I thought, when I felt these this morning, I knew it was cotton, but I thought it must have another fibre in it.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It's pure cotton, 100%. Cotton is very durable, and it's.
But it's
very
normally, because is it a double knit?
It is a double knit.
Normally,
it can be a bit hard, can't
stiffer.
it? Well, the good thing about this cotton is it's soft to start with, but it softens the more you wash it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Because look, if I show you...
Because it's such a natural fibre, that's what happens, so it doesn't peel.
Well, there's obviously different qualities, because I've
Yes.
knitted cotton tops before
Yeah.
that are much stiffer.
Yeah, yeah. And there's also a quality of cotton that you use for dishcloths,
Well, yes,
towels and stuff
yes,
like that.
that's
So
true.
this is really high quality. This is like the top.
Because
that
look
you
at
can get.
the drape on it. It feels...
Well, that's it. I don't know quite what it is.
No, I
but,
don't know. It
Oh, what it is,
feels-
there's no elasticity element in cotton, which means the drape stays
Yes,
the
that's
drape.
true, but it has no stiffness at all, and
No.
that's what if you've used cotton yarn. I mean, there are different qualities. To me, when I saw this, I thought this must have a bit of another fibre in it because it has got a beautiful drape to
Yes.
it. But it's great because you can wash it, so it's great for children and babies.
Oh, absolutely, yes, because it's hypoallergenic. You know, it's such a natural fibre.
Now, I love this. So we've got knitting and crochet because we know that you love both. Now, it looks a bit log cabin-y.
It does, doesn't it? And you know, it starts in the centre, the same as you would do if you were sewing it, basically.
It's true.
So you start with one of these squares, and then you'd change colour here and carry on. But then to get the next one, which is either going to be sort of the white, or no,
Oh, no, it must be the green.
isn't it? You pick up the stitches along the side. So there's no more casting on, you just pick up the stitches. So this reduces, eliminates the sew-in.
Which is
don't
absolutely... Well,
sew all
also,
the
and
pieces
that
together.
makes it more stable, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
So the finished size of this, because that's what I would like to know. I mean, you've got everything in the kit, by the way. You've even got the needle, which you'll need sewn in the ends. It's 45 inches square, so it's a really nice size for, a lovely gift for a new baby, isn't it?
It's gorgeous, and with all these lovely colours in, you
I know,
can't
and
go
they're...
wrong, can you?
Well, they're pretty, but they're soft. They're not pastel.
No.
They're just lovely colours. You get these are all 50-gram balls of their cotton candy. 3, 6, 10, 12, 14, 15, 17, 20. 20 balls. 20 balls. So look.
All in there.
And they all come in the bag.
Yeah.
So they're all nicely packaged if you wanted to buy this for someone as a kit.
Yeah.
But you also get 4 free circular needles. Now, you get these not because it's circular, but because of the weight of the knitting. It's easier.
Yeah. When you come along these edges and you've got over 100 stitches
Yes.
to pick up, you're not going to get them on your standard 35 centimetre. I mean,
No,
they're
and they'd be
small
just
ones, but
really heavy and long. And
it will, and it will sit in your lap nicely.
True. So you get and they come for free. That's the special deal that you get those, and they are worth, is it $12.99? And all of this yarn, and it is beautiful. I think you'll be surprised that I thought this was a cotton, maybe with a 10% acrylic or something, but it really isn't. It's 100% cotton. So it's great for a baby blanket, a christening blanket. It's something lovely that you can snuggle up under the sofa, on the sofa, or equally in the summer if you just want to wrap it around yourself, because it's cotton.
And the other thing is, it doesn't peel, like I said. It doesn't fluff up. It doesn't split. So it's very, very easy to work with. And with this being garter stitch as well, it's ideal for either if you're just starting out learning to knit, or if you've just done that, could be your next project, because it literally is the garter stitch. And once you've done the first couple and picked up the stitches, you're away.
Yeah.
So you've kind of challenged yourself to go further.
Yeah, so it
on
is
your
kind
knitting
of
journey.
It's a beginner's, but you'll learn picking up stitches, which is another technique. But if you are a great knitter already, you'll find this an absolute breeze.
Yes, yeah. For a knitter already, this is like you're in front of the TV project.
Oh, it is. And I like the way that you're changing colour. So it's not too much, is it?
No,
and then you move on to another colour, and I like that.
That's right, yes, yeah. It's so therapeutic as well. When I've watched you do, like, say, the ribbon cushion, where you put one piece on and then you put another piece on and sew it, and then you turn it over and sew it. It's kind of similar to that, because you're putting all the pieces together as you go.
And the colour palette is lovely. When you look at them, they are pastels, but they're very gentle, aren't they?
They're very gentle, very sort of not muted so that they're vintage, but not bright.
No, I'm trying to describe
Yeah, they're
them.
not bright in your face.
No, but they're not sort of sugary pastels.
No.
So you've got lemon, baby pink, mint white, baby blue, light grey and lavender. And you get the needle, so it comes with the needle and the full pattern.
Yep, and your diagram.
And the diagram on the back. Yep. It's great. I love that. So that's the knitting one. I won't put them all away. I'm only going to get them back.
I know what a mess you get in.
Do you remember last time, though? Why? Honestly,
you did.
It was. I think this is easier. This is my theory, because I'm going to keep them all on there. Right. Are you ready to be able to show us, or shall I do the crochet one?
I'm not ready yet.
Okay.
No.
Right, Hannah, can we put the crochet one on? Oh, I think Hannah's disappeared.
Oh.
Okay. I think she's got a problem with... Oh, maybe...
She's checking the other blanket out, isn't she?
Oh, no. Sorry, it was me. I thought Hannah had disappeared because she was having problems with... But I realised... I'd run out of batteries. Sorry. Hello. I'd ran out of batteries and then it hadn't turned it back up again. Can we do the crochet one? It's like I'm blind and Hannah's blind together. We're like, honestly. Right, I'm going to do the crochet one next. Now, this is exactly the same yarn, so you get that lovely same drape, but this is crochet. So it just depends on what you want, really. So this one is $44.99. Now, in the kit, you get all of this yarn. So this has got an extra shade in it. So this one has got 50 grams of pink, lemon, mint, lavender, baby blue, mushroom, and light grey. So you get the mushroom. I like that. So again, it's these gentle colours. They're
isn't it?
What I like about this is it's completely gender neutral, isn't it?
Yes,
it
absolutely.
Really, you know, anyone can have this.
Yeah.
The colours are all mixed.
Yeah.
You haven't got anything that you think, oh, that's definitely boy, girl.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to, or I wouldn't put that colour in, or anything else. There's not anything to dislike, and I think the white border just makes all those colours pop.
It's really fresh.
And it doesn't matter which order you put your squares in. I mean, you've got two the same colour there. It really doesn't matter.
I think, can you imagine bringing your baby home from hospital in this, and in the hospital go, no way, who made that? And you go, oh, yeah, it's classic.
It is classic, yeah.
And then afterwards, it would look lovely on a cot.
It would. Yeah, it's big enough for that, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. But it doesn't have to be for a baby. You know, I'm thinking if you're, you're sitting in a chair, maybe you're, maybe you're in a wheelchair or you're in a home and you just want something over your knees, or you just want it over the back of the sofa, or you're just sitting watching the telly like I do and you think, oh, it's a bit chilly. I'll just put my blanket over my knees. It'd be absolutely ideal for that as well. it's just that beautiful, and it's the same beautiful cotton candy yarn. You also get, with it comes your free crochet hook.
Yeah. Now, normally with a double knit yarn, you get sort of 4 mil. That's your average.
Yes.
But this one's a 3.5.
Oh, that's
just to give it.
Is that to make it? Is it because it's cotton or?
I think it's just to give it a more denser feeling on the granny squares.
Oh, okay. So if you haven't crocheted before, this is possible.
Well, yes, granny squares is basic.
Yeah.
But I would suggest you learn how to do the stitches first before you venture into this. So kind of have a practice with something on a row, or just get somebody to teach you how to do the stitch. Because with a granny square, you start with a circle and then you turn it into a square by putting 4 corners in. And it really is just about a little bit of maths, not a lot. But if you think of 3s, each sort of section is 3
So
stitches.
if you've done a granny square before, you will find this easy peasy.
Yes, you would.
If you haven't, then what we would suggest is learn how to do that first. Squillions and squillions of YouTube videos about how to do that. Then you will be able to tackle this.
You would.
But I mean, you could practice with this if you wanted.
You could.
And then you could just undo it. That would be fine.
Yes.
But just have a little practice first.
Yeah.
I mean, because if you've never crocheted before, you need to learn how to hold your hook.
Yeah.
But
the cotton is very forgiving.
The
so
cotton
if
is
you
very
did
forgiving.
Use this, then, well, I would say it's all about your tension as well. Your first square that you perhaps make will either be too big or too small.
That's true.
Depending on how, if you're tense, it's going to be tight. If you're,
So with this, I want to know how about joining them together. Is it join as you go?
I think it tells you at the end. No, it's not, because
they're crocheted together.
They're crocheted together. So you would put.
So to confuse things, so there's a way of join as you go where you actually do these and crochet them together.
When I first saw the picture, I thought that's what's happened, but it's not. It's
crocheted together.
Crocheted together. So you crochet a strip up there, strip there, and then as you've done all them long ways, you then go all the way across, and you can see it. Perhaps see that ridge.
I mean, if you are a more experienced crocheter, you'll know what we're talking about with join as you go. You can do that.
But it's not hard even if you're a beginner, because you literally just pop your squares together like that, and you would then match up your stitches and just pick up one stitch here, pick up the stitch on the other side, and you do your double crochet.
Right. So what are you going to show us?
I can show you. I can basically do that if you want.
Okay,
I can pop that one on there.
Yes, that would be
Or I can just start one off.
No, show us how to do that. That'll be nice.
Show you how to do that. Okay. I'm going to use the other end of this.
Right, let me put my kit back together. Right, let me just see where we need to move to. One moment.
Okay. Whatever I do, I always start with the slip knot, because it just, for me, it just makes everything easy. The hook's on my...
So this is how we join the squares. So you make all of the squares, and then you crochet them together.
You will do, yes.
Right.
So if I can just turn it round the other way, because then it'll be on the same side as this one.
I think this is. I used to think, I'd rather sew them together, but this is actually.
I used to be like that. But this is
It is easier, isn't it?
And then learning how to do it, which is a more advanced feature as you go along, is even better. But it's what you aspire to.
Also,
isn't it? So,
if you need to undo it, it's much quicker. And I have needed to do that quite a lot.
Yeah. So you're going to go in to the 2 chain space of your corner here, and in the corner of your other square here, and you're literally just going to do your double crochet, just like that. So then you're going to match up your treble stitches, and you're going to take the stitch from one side through the stitch on the other side, and we're just going to do a double crochet, which is your most basic stitch. So if you learn to do your chain, your slip stitch, your double crochet, and your trebles. Now, these are UK terms I'm using.
Right, OK. They're all in UK. Yeah. Hannah says she's struggling with a double crochet. Yes, well, we need to give you a little lesson, Hannah.
Happily do that. So then I've just gone over the 3 trebles, joined it. So the 2 chain space, you're just going to do 2, because it's a 2 chain space. So you need to do 2 stitches to replicate
Right,
that
okay.
size of the space, and then you're just going to go in the top of each treble again.
And I guess you can just match them up.
Just match them up. That's all. And you know, you could, if you wanted to, if you really wanted to be funky, and do it in a different colour, so that it's, you know, you have
and then you
grid
have lines.
isn't
Yes,
it?
that's
Yeah,
true.
grid lines. So there we are. That's all we're doing, going along there. Oops. Here, and you can see that ridge forming here.
Yeah, but it's funny because it's not like unsightly,
No, it
is
isn't.
it? So this is the back. Can you see?
Yeah, this again goes down to personal choice, and it's also a personal choice, a bit of personalisation, if that's what you always do. So it doesn't look like it's a right or a wrong side. It still looks
Yes,
nice.
that's true. Yes.
Either way.
Oh, it does, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Whereas when you're sewing it and you've got to thread ends through and everything else, can be a little bit.
Julie's asked, do the instructions include it? One moment, Julie. Yeah, we're using yarn H. Hold a pair of squares together with the wrong side in the middle. Double crochet along one edge.
Yep.
There we go.
And that's what we're doing.
And then double crochet to join the columns.
Yeah, so you go.
And
go up
also,
one way and across the other.
wool couture. Oh, is that the? Also, what I would say, Jude, is that Wool Couture do have a lot of tutorials on their YouTube, and the details of that are in the instructions. So if there's something specific that you want to learn, like you think, oh, I don't know how to use double, treble, how to hold the hook, how to do this, they do have a lot of their own YouTube tutorials. So
they have great customer service, so, you know.
they'll be able to help you. So it does explain in here about how to join them together. But if you want a more in-depth explanation, go onto their YouTube. And obviously, you can choose your own way. If I was doing it, I would actually do join as you go. But that's the next kind of step up where you do all the white at the same time and you crochet into here and into here all at the same time. But
And
you
if
might
want the ridge, you could do the slip stitch.
Yes.
So you would just take one side of the stitch from each, and it lays flat then, because the slip stitch sits in.
But it's one of those, you know, those methods that it's up to you how you do it.
Absolutely.
I love this. I think this is really nice because I think it's a nice finish. I tend to do this, but if I was doing a blanket, I might then go to the join as you go. But again, that's one of those methods that if you want to learn it, there's hundreds of
and it's portable, isn't it? Because you're doing it square by square, so you can, if you know you've got to wait somewhere for an hour, you can just take one of the colours.
So the finished size of this is 96 by 80 centimetres.
It's a fair old size, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good
yard.
size. It's good size. $44.99, and remember, you get a free hook with that. Right, I'm going to return to the blanket, the knitted blanket. Okay. That's the one I'm returning to. Sorry, I'm just under the desk. I'm back. Last time Mandy was on with Wool Couture, I got all of the kits mixed up, and they're all on the floor behind me. And then at the end, no ideas. And I'm determined this is not going to happen this time. So I'm putting my instructions back in the right bags because we were all over it.
You're doing it as you go this time.
Now, the knitted blanket is flying out, just to warn you. So I just want to go back to this, and Mandy's going to show us. Now, it's easy peasy knitting. It's garter stitch. We don't have to do that, don't we?
We do. It's the first stitch you learn. And,
it is.
And it's the same as when you would cast on, basically. You go into the left-hand side of the stitch.
Which is knit every row. Garter stitch, knit every row. So if you can knit already, but again, remember that when you get your instructions, on there is the information about Wool Couture's YouTube tutorials, which will teach you all of this from the beginning anyway. So if you've never done garter stitch, then they will teach you, but it is knit. If you can
some of these kits actually have the how to knit manuals in them and the how to crochet manuals that they supply. So I don't know if they're in every kit, but they're in the most of the kits
Okay, but if not, it's on their YouTube anyway.
Definitely.
So really, the next stage is this joining, picking up
the stitches.
Right.
Okay, which is very easy on your cast on edge, because they're all there ready for you, aren't they?
So just $59.99, and you're making this bag. It's a good size as well. I'm going to just try it on. It's a bit chilly in here. It's always chilly in here.
No, I'm warm.
That's why I love Yarn Lane on a Monday, because normally we might have a knitted garment for me to wear. There today, it is a knitted blanket. So, look at the size. Look at that. Actually, I have to say that comes down to my ankles.
I think it's lovely in your home because you just have it folded on the side.
I can imagine being on the sofa under this.
Over the lap,
Yeah. Or summer dress.
Well, yes,
Just wrap that round you.
Yeah, that would not be out of place because the collars would probably...
Beautiful. Yeah, look at that. Look. Okay.
Because that's quite square, you could do a diagonal one, couldn't you?
Oh, I could. Now I'm wearing it. How do we do it?
Okay, so just picking up stitches, I do it. I find
Half
it
of the
easier
stock's
with a...
gone, just saying. Half of the stock of this is gone.
I do find it easier to do it with a crochet hook because you can just go...
Oh, hang on, we need to move you.
Over here.
By there.
All right, lovely. And I just go into those areas.
Right, so you put... Hang on, you're on crochet.
I've just used the hook to pull it through.
Oh, I see.
I just find that so much easier. You can...
That's interesting.
Yeah, you can...
So just to start it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can go in and then sort of... Oh, I'm holding it like I'm crocheting.
You're doing...
Honestly. So then you can... It'll say pick it up and knit it. So you pick it up
you just put the
and you
needle
knit it
through?
like that, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so just with one needle?
One with needle, yeah. In, pick up the side stitch, wrap it round, pull it through. But sometimes, depending on your tension and everything else, so if it was on a neckband and things, it might be a little bit more tricky to get your needle in. So I would literally just use a crochet hook and just pick it up and put it on the needle.
Great tip.
Yeah.
So if you're a knitter and you haven't got any crochet hooks, get yourself just one.
Just one, that's all
for
you
this.
need. Yeah.
You don't have to have one, but
that
is a good tip, isn't it?
So then,
and in fact, you don't need a fancy one for this. You could have a really rubbish,
any one,
inexpensive one.
Yeah. So then once you've knitted that, you'd then go back. I'll use this needle just because it's going to be easy, and you would just knit the next row because it'll tell you how many to pick up, and then you pick them up.
Oh, so it tells you how many along the side.
Yep. And then what happens is to create that log cabin effect when you're doing a longer one, it'll tell you...
Got to take the blanket off now, I'm cold now.
So on here, you've got 1 and 2, so that this one is your 3. This one becomes your next one.
Right, so you do that one that joins... Well, that doesn't join, you just keep knitting.
You just swap colours.
That one then joins to there.
Here. Then you pick up the stitches there, because then you're picking up the stitches down here.
So as long as you follow the chart, otherwise you go all sorts of...
It's all numbered. Yeah, quite straightforward. And then you do this one.
Right, once everyone's checked out, we've got fewer than 20 left.
Goodness me. But yeah,
I love all this. Popular. And I love the fact it's log cabin. Log cabin in knitting.
Yes.
Remember, it's 100% cotton yarn, but if you're thinking cotton is stiff, which it can be, it's all about quality. I mean, it's a bit like woolen yarn, isn't it? You know, wool yarn can be quite stiff and niche and furry, and it can be very, very soft.
Soft, yes. And that's all to do with the, the quality and whether it's mixed with anything.
Yeah, but this is 100% cotton, so it can be chucked in the washing machine.
Yes,
but look at the drape on it.
Yeah.
And I think it's beautiful.
It is good. It's good for taking heat away from your body as well, which is why they're used in garments.
True, yes.
Yep. It holds, I think it's something like 27 times its own weight in water, which is why it's good for...
if it gets very wet, it will hold a lot of water.
Well, then you can just kind of like squeeze it out.
You can just imagine this massive blanket.
Yeah, so
it's also biodegradable.
It is, because it's cotton.
But don't leave it outside. I wonder how long
it's the oldest known fibre, I think, in history, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, the oldest known fibre.
Wow.
Because it comes from a plant, isn't it, and all those little...
Yeah, that's true. I wonder how long it takes to biodegrade.
I don't know for cotton. I know for merino wool, it's about a year, but...
Is that all?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's about a year for that.
Really?
Yeah, it's
So
not
if
very
you
long
left
at
it,
all.
I suppose you've got to leave it outside.
Yeah, but then I suppose it's as it comes off the.
Mind you, that's true,
as it
because I
comes
used to
off
have
the
some
sheet, but
garden string that was
it's-
wool.
Yeah.
And you type your plants, and it does
Yeah,
biodegrade.
it breaks down. You know, if you can't. If this was merino wool, you can't just chuck this in your garden. You'd have to.
Yes, but
shred it.
Yes, obviously. And well, the string does go quite quickly.
Yeah.
Anyway, 59. Interesting. Somebody will
Little fact
message
there.
us in with how long it takes cotton to biodegrade. 59.99. How many balls was it? Was it 20?
20. Yeah.
20 50-gram balls in all of these shades of spring joyful colours.
I've got another one here.
Have you got? Oh, and I've got it. It's just
Got it there.
disturb the packaging there. I've got it. There we go. So you get 3 lemons, 3 baby pinks, 4 mint, 2 white, 2 baby blue, 3 light grey, and 3 lavender. And you also get, don't forget, for free, you get the circular needle, which is brilliant because I remember the first time I saw, I don't know who it was, somebody showed me about using these for blankets, and I'm like, yeah, but it's not a circle. Didn't understand that.
Yeah.
But
They're not. But not. Where are we? Circular needle.
you could make a circular blanket, and then it would be a scarf.
That's £12.99.
£12.99.
Yeah.
So the thing is that it's not just about the needles having to be long; it's about the weight, isn't it? And I know
is.
if you suffer from arthritis
Yeah.
or holding those big needles,
Yeah. And to stop it doing coiling while
Yeah.
you're working with it, just pop it in some warm water. And
Okay.
it will straighten it like that.
not the microwave because it's got metal
No.
bits on. That would
It's
be a
definitely
really
not the microwave.
bad-
Warm water.
So how long?
Bowl of warm water. Minutes. Just minutes. It's just to soften that,
Oh,
that
okay.
plastic, and then
I didn't
you
know
just
that.
dry it off, and then you've got
Oh. And then you see what you've got is you're just knitting with like a few stitches here.
Yeah,
The blanket.
yeah, same as what I'm knitting here, isn't it? So
Yeah,
I'm only
that's
holding
true.
the way I knit. I only hold the ends, but you know.
Because I honestly thought they could only be... But what you do is, once you get to the end of one, you just like it's 2
Turn it.
needles, you just turn it. You don't keep knitting round.
Yeah.
Or you'd have a tube.
You still do it row by row.
Yeah, but that took me a while to work that out. But it does sit on your lap, which makes it a lot easier. So then
Oh,
you-
yes.
So these are 4 mil,
Yes, that's
which
right.
still looks fine, doesn't it?
They are quite fine. I think we've gotten to, well, I certainly have, use chunky yarn.
Yes. Maybe that's it.
And I've gotten used to using 6 mil, 8 mil. And then when you come down, back
It
down to
feels
double
weird.
mil, it's
Although
like,
I am
oh, they're
knitting a pair
tiny.
of socks at the
They're
moment on
tiny.
2.5 mil, so I'm
Oh.
surprised.
See, socks is never something
I
I
love.
want to.
I love
I've
knitting
got to
socks.
do them.
Just because all you
do
need
it.
is there's little needles and a ball of wool, and that's it.
Yeah, and you just keep going round and round and round, don't you?
Yeah,
Until you get to the heel.
I
Then that's,
love knitting
foxes
socks.
me. But yeah, otherwise, quite easy.
Right, you should do it. I absolutely
I will
love
do
it.
I will.
This is really
But not
popular,
in
just to
cotton.
warn you. Fewer than 20 of these kits left, so you do need to get checked out. Remember, you get free needles worth $12.99, which has got to be a bonus.
Yes,
right, I'm going to
definitely.
keep all of this together. What should we do next? The stripy crochet cushion. Where is that?
Now that came from somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Pardon?
That came from somewhere. That might have
yes.
come out of the
Then I know
crochet.
exactly where that is.
That's it.
No, I know exactly where that is. You'll be surprised. Right, next we're going to talk about cushions.
Okay.
I love a crochet cushion because it always fits.
Well, it does, doesn't it? Because it's got the texture of crochet has quite a lot of give in it, you know.
Yes, if
So-
you had a beach hut, how nice would this look?
Oh,
in it?
stunning, stunning. Or even on your patio.
Yeah, it is.
You
It's
know,
lovely,
whether you've
isn't
got
it?
chairs or whether you've got a bench outside. That's lovely just to place on there.
Now, in it, it's only $24.99. You get, again, they're all featuring this gorgeous cotton yarn. So we have got 2 balls of lemon and 2 balls of white and the pattern.
And there you go.
Now this has got the crochet manual in it.
Yeah.
And it comes with a free hook. So let's have a look at the crochet manual. So you'll get one of these in there. What does this tell us? Right, there we go. Let's learn to crochet. So this actually, well, for you it's great if you're a beginner, but this is a good gift. So if you know
Definitely.
someone who wants to learn to crochet,
Yeah.
everybody wants a cushion. Hannah, you need to have this. Everybody needs a cushion, so what a lovely gift. $24.99, and look, just because it's important, wrapping is important.
It is.
It all comes in this lovely envelope, my bag of happy, so that's a really nice gift for somebody. look, how to make a slip knot, how to hold a crochet hook.
Yes, there's suggestion, but again...
That is what people ask, isn't it?
Yes.
How to chain stitch, how to double crochet, how to treble, turning a row and joining a new ball of yarn, fastening off and weaving in. There we go.
There we go. What more could you ask for?
And that's
And
all
then
you
little
need to
section
know.
for your notes.
And don't forget as well, they do give the information about their YouTube.
Yeah.
So
Let
all of
them know.
this,
Lazy days.
all of that is on their YouTube as well. What a lovely gift.
That's a
for
lovely
someone.
gift. And it is done in 2 squares. And it's the same stitch. You're just doing it in blocks of
Okay.
4 rows.
Now, we do have the cushion pads as well. So if you need the cushion pad, you can buy one of those, and they are exactly the right size. That's lovely, isn't it?
Nice, isn't it?
I like that. And I guess, is that just in doubles and trebles?
It's just UK treble stitch, yes.
Okay.
I can't see where the doubles are, although the manual teaches you how to do the doubles.
Let's have a look, shall
Yeah.
we? Treble, 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 treble. Maybe there's no doubles. It is all trebles.
It is all trebles, isn't it?
Yeah. And it is designed for beginners.
Yeah, most definitely.
Absolutely
This
lovely.
is a good project to do because you'll just go backwards and forwards and you'll get that rhythmic motion. You will get your tension.
Yes, and also
Right.
because everything's in here, you've got the hook
Yeah.
as well. I think that's lovely, isn't it? A good price as well, £24.99.
Well, it is, yeah.
And
That's
it's a
most
great
definitely.
practice because by the time you finish that, you'll know how to treble.
Yes, you will.
And to be honest, I know a lot of people say when they begin crochet, they start with the granny square. This is easier.
This is easier. I would not.
Why is it that
Well,
everyone
I don't
thinks you
know.
start
I
with granny
think
squares?
crochet it has that granny square thing about it. You know,
Yes.
that granny square. When I first did lessons, I started with that. And
me
some
too.
people got it, some people didn't. And then I'm thinking, why am I teaching them to do a technique before teaching them to
That's
do the
true.
stitch? So I would always do just a row of, say, 30 stitches,
Hmm.
30 chain, and I'd do a couple of rows, and then I would give it out when people arrived. Then I'd show them just how to do the stitch so that they could work out how they hold the yarn, because lots of people get a comfort, you know, if you're
Well,
a
the
knitter, you
hardest
might
thing
knit
about
it.
crochet is that first bit.
It is.
And you sort of get
It
people and you
is.
go, oh, this, and they...
And they can't do
and
it,
it's
and
all
then they give
falling
up.
off.
Yeah, I'm not coming back. That was, you
Yeah.
know. So if you teach them just to do the stitch first, then you go on from that stitch. Because doing the stitch, just turn it, tell them what to do when they turn, do the stitch. And do that for half an hour,
Right.
depending on what time you have, and they will get into the flow of it,
And
and
this
they'll
is-
feel confident.
So doing these rows,
Yeah.
way easier
Most definitely.
than a granny square.
Yeah. Yeah. For once you've done the row, then definitely go on to your granny square because the stitch is
Oh.
the same.
Right, nether cushions, Hayden.
I
Hayden.
wondered where that was.
This is
The
the
bobble.
bobble cushion.
Yep.
Is this a little bit more advanced?
It is. This is a half treble stitch
Right.
and a bobble. And all the bobble is doing the same stitch as the stripy cushion, but only halfway up. If that
Okay.
makes sense. I can't say it's half a treble because we're already doing half treble stitches, but I've got a little swatch here that I can demonstrate.
Oh, yes,
between
that
the
would be
two.
good. So this is, I mean, obviously this is a beginner, but you know what I always think with these things, what do they say?
Say
easy,
easy.
it says, rather
Yeah,
than beginner.
easy.
If you've done a little bit of crochet,
Yep.
or do you know what, if you're just determined you're going to learn it, then just learn it.
Well, that's it, isn't it? If this stitch says half treble and think, oh, I haven't done that, then just
Learn how to do it.
The instructions are on the pattern, how to do the bob. Yarn over, put it through
Mm.
the stitch, pull the yarn through and everything.
So you, in the kit, you get nice packaging, obviously, instructions, needle, 4 balls of the mint cotton candy yarn, the crochet hook, and that's free. They give that away specially. They're not normally in their kits. We just get them.
Yes.
It's only with Sewing Street. Otherwise, if you were buying it other places, you'd have to pay for the hook. But
You
we
would.
get them for free.
You
So
would. That's the
how do we
bonus.
do this then?
So this
Mandy?
one, it's a 4-row pattern. So 3 rows is just straightforward, half treble in every stitch.
Right.
And a half treble is you just put the yarn over your hook first, then you're going into the stitch, both parts of the V. You're engaging the yarn and pulling it through. So you've got three stitches on your hook. Then you're going over your hook and just pulling it through all 3. So it's kind of like a cross between a treble and a double.
Are you watching this, Hannah?
So it's over your hook, into your stitch, engage your yarn and pull it through. So you've got 3 on your hook, over your hook again and pull it through all 3. It just creates a denser thickness. So over your hook, in your stitch, bring it through, over and through. And this cotton really does make it easy to see your stitches.
It does. There's what does it they say? It's good stitch definition.
That's it, yes.
Good stitch
Yes.
definition.
You can see, these are your stitches, this is your V on the top, and you just got to pick up both parts of that V. And with this, it just slides through. It's even as if it's made for you, just to slip.
I think, Hannah, maybe you need to start with cotton.
Just let it glide through your fingers. If you're very loose, just weave it through another finger or wrap it around your little finger. Just whatever gives you the tension.
It needs to be tight but loose. Loose but tight.
Yeah. So over, through the stitch. And I know I've gone through both, because if you didn't, you would get this sort of business going on. You'd get a hole or a big loop. So if you did the stitch on that, that's just a double, you would get a big
so you know
hole.
you
So you've done it. Yeah.
And the joy of crochet is it's really easy to unpick.
Like this. I've got to unpull them anyway, so I can show you the bobble. So it's just like that.
Oh, message from Christine. I love crochet. Haven't done it for years. The old lady next door taught me when I was 12. She was lovely.
Yeah.
My late now, that was the one, taught me to knit at age 6. Oh, that's nice from Christine. Well, yes, well, which one taught me? I think my nan taught me to crochet and my auntie taught me to knit, all the other way round.
Well, my mum taught me to knit about 5. My auntie taught me to crochet when I was about 8 or 9, and my nan taught me to sew when I was 10.
Oh, wow. Well, I was definitely under 10 when I learned all of those things.
Yeah.
Because that's all, they knitted, and all of them knitted and crocheted all the time. So if you were sat there, you had to learn.
You did. You did. And you wanted to.
And I wanted to anyway,
to do,
I know. And then I knitted mainly for years. Didn't do lots of crochet.
Yeah, me too.
But then you kind of, I don't know, I came back to it.
I knitted for years, and then when I found sewing, being a teenager, you just wanted something different.
I know, I always did a bit of both. Yeah, a bit of both, but probably more knitting than crochet.
And then crochet I found again later on. So I'm going to do a bobble now.
Okay, do a bobble and then we'll do the bag.
Okay, so we're going over the hook, into your stitch, engaging the yarn, pulling it through, yarn over, but this time just through 2. And we're going to leave that one on. So that's the one you started with, that's the one we've just made. So it's yarn over again, into your stitch, engage it, pull it up, yarn over, through 2, leave it on the hook. Over, in, engage, over, through 2, leave it on the hook. And you do that until you've got 6 on your
Oh, okay, so you just pull it through 2.
2, yeah, so it's over, still go over first, into your stitch, pull it through, over through 2 until you've got 6 here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now all we're going to do is over, and I'm creating tension here, because if you just go like this, they're not all going to go through. So I'm pulling down on the work and pushing away with my hook to create the gap in your stitches so that I can just go like that. That pulled it straight through. And then
so it's that pulling it down?
Yes, so just to create that tension to open the stitches. And then I'm going to over my hook, straight into the next stitch, just with the half treble, which is all through those 3. Whoops. There, and that is your bobble popping out there.
So it's all those stitches?
Yeah, into one stitch.
And it's funny, isn't it? Because that looks like you've done something complex.
Absolutely, yeah.
But it's just lots of stitches in one place.
Yes. And they're all in line, so you'll know if you've missed one or one's just slightly off, you've counted 5 stitches.
But you know what, if they're not in line?
Don't worry about it.
Because the pattern could be that they're not in line.
Yeah.
Couldn't it?
You can do them random if you wish.
If you wish. I mean, obviously on the real thing, they're in line, but you could have them different should you want.
You could.
Right,
Some
so that's
offset them, don't they? So
yes, but the great thing is it's very quick to undo, so you'll soon be able to see if it's not in the right place.
Yes.
And just go back. Right, next one we need to talk about is the bag. I love the bag.
Okay.
Lots of love for the bag. Oh, this bag comes with a free stripology ruler.
Well, the floor manager found that and I thought it was perfect.
Perfect, look
Shape.
at that. Gives it a bit of shape.
Good size, isn't it?
Is not that gorgeous. I tell you what, these are all the rage on High Street, aren't they?
Very much so. Very much so. So you've got two sides done in... This is similar. I'm not quite sure if it's called the arcade stitch or is it just similar to the arcade stitch. But you've got all these nice arches going around.
Beautiful, isn't it? And this is so on trend. Yeah, see, that's because Hannah loves it. So
Yeah,
what
the
do we
lovely
get in
mint
this one?
green
The
colour.
beach bag. So
Love
we
it.
get 10 balls of cotton candy yarn in mint, which is quite a lot, isn't it?
It is, because you use two strands together.
Oh, I
So that also means your hook size is 5mm to give that denser, stronger fabric that you need for a bag. You forgot you'd got it on there.
No, Hannah's
didn't you?
going, can you actually show people it rather
Yes.
than just wear
Right.
it? So I went, no. Look, so what you've got this lovely stitch, whatever, we're going to find out what it's called, just one moment. It doesn't say what the stitch is called.
it
Mermaid
doesn't.
stitch.
Some people call them shells. These pieces are called
Yeah.
shells. If you were to find this in a stitch encyclopedia, that's where it might say arcade stitch. But
Arcade. Hannah says it's called Art Deco
it
Cinema
is.
Stitch.
Oh, okay.
That's made up, Hannah.
but it could be.
So you've got the front and the back that's made with this lovely Shelley type stitch.
Yeah.
And then you've got a gusset, which is always
All the way
great.
round.
Love a gusset
Yeah.
all the way around because that gives it its depth. Same on that side. And then you've got the handles. Now, because it's cotton, it's not going to stretch.
No, not going
Perfect,
to have
isn't
the
it?
elasticity. It doesn't give, but it's going to be strong.
It is lovely. And,
And
look,
again, in the washing
and when you
machine.
made yours, you will look exactly like that.
It would. It will. You will. Most
Well,
definitely.
your bag will.
Yeah.
No, Hannah, you will look like that. Well, as in, you will look cool and sophisticated and trendy.
And everybody will say, "Oh, I
And
like
everyone
your
goes,
bag.
where'd you get that
I
from?
made
You go,
it."
oh, what this? Oh, yes, I made that. Oh,
Yeah.
had it years. This sort of thing.
As you do.
As you do.
Yeah.
But, I mean, again, it's easy rather than beginner. So this
Yes.
might be your next project. But I always think,
Yep.
you know, do you know what? If you really want to make this and you're determined,
Yep.
then just do it.
You've just got your chains, your double crochets, and your trebles again.
So really, it's a bit like knitting. If you can knit and purl.
Yes, that's it. You can do the rest. It's what you do with those stitches. And
Right.
you've only got
Are
one...
you going to show us how to do? Well, how long? Oh, we've got enough time.
Yes, good. 'cause
Fantastic.
This is a nice one.
Let me
So,
just move my stripology bag out of the way.
on out here. So, here we go. So this row, you're creating the chains to put all those stitches in to make that shell. So
Right.
and the pattern will tell you to miss 5 stitch, do 3 chain, miss 5 stitches. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then do 1 double crochet in here, which these are 7 trebles in there. So it's the middle 3 that you're going to use. So your double is just the same as we did before. You're going into the stitch, engaging the yarn, over the hook, and through the stitch, and that's your double straight away. In your stitch. You're prancing.
Yeah, just at Hannah. She's like, are you keeping this? And I thought, no one's watching this while I'm going.
So we've got three double crochets there on the top of that shell, and we're just going to do a 3 chain. So it's 3 doubles, 3 chain, and we're going to miss 5 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to double crochet in 1, 2.
Oh, I see. So it's got
And
like a
3.
foundation.
Yes, so this is like your foundation row to create the areas for all your shells to go in. And working with 2 strands is not difficult. The worst you can do is that, and then you'll know you've done it, so you'll just undo that part of the stitch. Maybe.
Oh, so do you just like have 2 balls on the go?
Yeah,
Right.
you do.
Okay.
That's the easiest way to do it. So then it's just 3 chain, you miss 5, it says your 5 stitches, it's actually 2 trebles there, a double there and 2 trebles there. But you will get into the pattern of it. So there's 3, and it's a 4-row pattern purely because of what you have to do at the ends.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so on one end you might just have to do a double in the last stitch. On this end, I'm probably going to have to do a 1 chain and a treble.
Oh, so that's just to keep the edges straight.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yeah.
no,
So
that
I'm
makes
going
sense.
to do 1 chain and a treble stitch in the last stitch, which is there, because I did a chain stitch at the beginning of this row, the previous row. So I miss all my trebles, and I'm going to do a treble down here. There, and your treble is through, let me show you how to treble, so I've done that right. Over, into your stitch, bring it through. So you've got 3 again, over, through 2, over, and through 2. So then we're just turning, and I don't let go of anything when I turn. I just flick it over.
Right, just keep hold of it.
A lot of
very
people
tight.
will go, oh gosh, I don't know what I'm doing, and then they're right and wrong will be wrong. Literally, you just have to do that. So at this point, I've got to do 3 chain, because I need the height, because I'm doing trebles this row and not doubles. And in here, I've got to do sort of half of a shell, because as you can see here,
Yeah,
to
you're
keep
filling
the
in
alternating
yeah.
over the shells, you do like half a shell. So I'm just
Okay.
going to do 3 trebles in this first 1 chain space, because I did a 1 chain there. That's what they're calling a 1 chain space.
Right.
So over, in there, gauge the yarn, over, through 2, over, through 2. And it'll tell you to do 3 of those. And one of the things I like about working with 2 strands is that it gives it a bit more texture, and you know, you can see things more, the more stitch definition. So then it'll tell you to do 1 double crochet. It will tell you to miss 1 stitch, double crochet into the next stitch, which is the middle one of those 3 that you did on the previous row. So you're just going to go in there, pick up both parts of the V as normal, engage your yarn, over your hook and through your 2, and that's your double crochet stitch. And then in this 3 chain space, because we did 3 chain on the previous row, you're going to do 7 trebles to create that fan. And you literally do it straight in there. You don't do any chains or anything.
So you increase the
straight in.
stitches to do that, and then you bring
Yeah.
them back again in the next
So
row.
when you do 7, the double crochet anchors that treble and brings it down, which creates the fan. So when I do my first one here, it will slant to the top of that little double crochet.
Yeah, no, that makes
so by
sense.
the time I've done, shall I do them quickly or slowly?
No, do them quickly. So in this kit, you get 50 grams. So you've got 500 grams of cotton candy yarn in mint. You get the crochet hook and the pattern, and it makes this beautiful. I tell you, it's quite heavy, this bag, isn't it?
It is.
So lovely.
But it doesn't create a weight on
No.
the shoulder. It's lightweight but heavy.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
you were
just-
saying
well, it's
things earlier.
substantial. That's the
Yes.
word. But isn't that beautiful? I mean, you could use it to carry for the beach. You know, I feel like you could sort of even use it to do your knitting and your crochet out of.
Yeah,
It's a
good.
beautiful bag. You could line it if you wanted to.
Absolutely.
But isn't that gorgeous? So $39.99. I mean, it is a designer piece. It's the sort of thing you'd find in one of those high-end designer stores.
Yeah.
Crochet bag, very
Absolutely.
expensive.
Yes.
Way more than $39.99.
And with it being with a...
Loads of you coming in to check that one out. If you are a beginner to crochet, then learn the stitches, learn the double crochet and the treble. This really is just the next step on from that. And honestly, doing rows of crochet is easier than doing rounds of crochet.
Oh, it is. Yeah, most definitely.
If you're new to it. And then it's just picking up those skills. Right. Yeah, while you
Doing
finish
that.
that off, I'm going to talk about the knitted blanket.
Okay.
'Cause we are very low in stock, and I don't want you to... I don't want those of you who've got it in your basket. Sorry, I'm just...
That's all right. I'll just move out your way.
Sorry, just throwing blankets around.
You just finish that.
Yeah, you just carry on and I'll just throw this blanket over you. Maybe you could crochet. Oh, Collector Northumberland just messaged saying you explained that so well.
Oh, really?
Despite having a
Oh.
blanket thrown over you. Yes, you did. I think
Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you. It's always nice to have some feedback, isn't it?
Well, it is, and it's seeing it that makes a difference.
Yeah.
Now, oh gosh, look at the time. Right, so the blanket, $59.99, 20 balls of yarn in that. in this. You get the free circular needle, which will save your wrists. They don't normally come with these kits, but this is only garter stitch, but it's lovely because you've got a little bit of picking up and then you change colour, so it's a lovely thing. Now, the tops are knitted. Now, we have these in a variety of sizes. So, now, the way it works is we've got a different kit for each size. So you just need to choose your size. So obviously each kit has a varying amount of yarn. So we'll just play these through. So again, this is in the cotton candy.
It is. And like we said with the cotton, garments made in cotton, although you'd think they were heavy, they're not. They're very lightweight. And like we said, it takes the heat away from your body.
And they breathe.
So yes, that's exactly what it is. I think that's the word breathable on my notes.
And also, it has a lovely drape to it.
Yes.
That's what's really nice.
Yes.
So this is a short-sleeved jumper.
Yep, done in 2 pieces, a front and a back.
Okay, so no addition of extra sleeves.
Not on the sleeves.
You've
just
got a nice
the ribbon.
just
on the
nice
sleeves.
rib.
Yeah, I think that is done as you finish this off. But on the sleeves, it's done extra. So you would pick up the stitches on the sleeves and just do the rib.
So this is a lovely item to have for a summer holiday because it'll be nice and cool over a pair of shorts, or a long pair of wide leg trousers would look really nice, or over a skirt. And then obviously, you know, if it gets a little bit cooler, you can, because it's lightweight, you can easily pop a cardigan over it. So we've got it available, all in blues, but in a variety of sizes. Now, if you have a look on the website on sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live, we do talk there about the details on the sizing. You can then see which size you are and pick the one that you want. These come with free needles. The other top, this one is knitted in mint green. Again, now this is a 3/4 length sleeve.
Yes.
Again, knitted as 2 pieces, front and back.
Well, it
sleeves
isn't.
aren't separate.
I think it's in one big piece.
Oh, really?
The way I've read the instructions, because the stitches are going...
Oh, I see. So
instead
it's
of going
knitted all the way
vertical,
round.
it's horizontal. So you will start, I think, here, and then you knit across this way. Or in fact, you start with the sleeve.
And then you knit across.
And then... you knit
now,
across.
in the if you want to see the different sizes, obviously, because there's different amounts of yarn in each size, go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and all the details are on there. And that's in this beautiful shade of mint green. But yeah, quite clever that it's knitted from side to side.
That goes from extra small to 2XL.
Oh, okay. So a
there should
really,
be enough
really
kits.
big size range. Fantastic. Have we covered them all?
I think you've got a poncho, haven't you? You've got the lavender poncho.
There is a poncho as well, but I don't know where that is.
We didn't have a sample.
Oh, we didn't have the sample,
No,
but we have
this
got the
is-
kits of the poncho available. Again, that it's in this lovely cotton candy yarn in lavender.
And this is a beginner project.
And that's large, medium and small. And if you go onto the Sewing Street website, you'll be able to see more details of that if you want to choose one of those. Now, if you want to check out on this knitted blanket, be very, very careful. We are in single figures of this. So if you want to get that, you need to get it checked out. You haven't got a lot of time to decide because we've got loads of you in baskets. And what happens is as soon as we come off, everyone checks out. So if you want to have this, it makes the perfect gift for you or someone else.
It is.
Or
A lot of yarn in there for your money.
lots of yarn. There is 20 balls. A lot of yarn for your money. Right, thank you very much, Mandy.
Thank you.
It's been
It's
lovely
been fun.
having you again. So, coming up tomorrow, on tomorrow's show, who's presenting? Is it John tomorrow? Now they can't find the menu. I think it's John tomorrow. I'm sure it is. He is with Samantha Williams at 8 o'clock doing the Grace Cutie quilting frame. At 9 o'clock, Kim Suleiman from Sixpenny Memories will be with him. And at 10 o'clock, he's joined by Rebecca Harrison, who's going to go through the Essential Guide to Pattern Making book. 11 o'clock, Kim will be back with him from Sixpenny Memories. And at 12 o'clock, he'll be finishing off with Rebecca Harrison making the Fran pyjamas from Closet Core Patterns. Thank you so much for joining me today. I will be back with you next Monday, which is Bank Holiday Monday.
It is, isn't it?
It is. So I will be, the joys, I will be with you for Bank Holiday Monday. Have a wonderful Easter, and I hope you eat lots and lots of eggs.
Chocolate.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done.